Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 1, Sponsored Chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 1, Return to Dark Elf Island. I took Bella-san and the others to the castle, where they met Camille-san and the others without incident. They seemed nervous at first, but by the end of the meeting, they were happily talking about the facilities at the castle, so they will probably be able to get used to each other without any problems. I'm finally home. No, this island is the Dark Elf Island, so it's a bit strange to say, I'm finally home, isn't it? Well, let's not go into details. It all seems so refreshing to think that I am now free from the babysitting of the fairies. They used to harass me in various crude ways. Probably because they were still upset that I didn't take them to the castle. They would sneak into my room before I knew it and make it impossible for me to do my nightly activities, or they would show me their smug faces after being spoiled by Alessia-san and the others, or they would come to me for sweets, etc. It was hard. When it was me, they would completely overlook the fact that they could get away with almost anything and play with me like I was a toy. At first, I could handle them by taking away sweets and other punishments, but it was painful to have them see through the boundaries where it was difficult to apply the punishments. Also, when I was with Felicia and Alessia-san, they were quiet, but when I was alone, they would get aggressive with me. Even though they are fantasy creatures called fairies, they are very selective about who they want to be with, which I find rather hateful. Watru is overreacting. Are you so happy to be back on this island? Alessia-san looked at me as if she couldn't understand me. Well, Alessia-san and the others have seen many charming aspects of fairies, so they probably don't understand how I feel. If anyone can understand my feelings, it's Ins. Ins was in a good mood for a while after Bella-san and the others left the ship, but she continued to take care of the fairies, so I'm sure she can sympathize with me. Since she's not here right now to organize the fairies for disembarkation, I can't rejoice with her, but will celebrate tonight. *****. A strange sight. The migrating dark elves are introduced to the village chief, who is pleased to see their brethren join them. This is an island of dark elves, so it is a natural scene. The livestock they brought with them blended into the island's landscape, but then, in addition to the humanized mermaids, there are the mermaids swimming in the sea in their mermaid form and the fairies flying in all directions around them. I wonder where this island is going, even though I am the one who brought them here. Yeah, let me go. While I was worrying about the future of the Dark Elf Island, I heard the scream of a devil. When I looked at the source of the scream, I could see the devil's figure being captured by the Dark Elf children of this island. Well, it seems that the devil was taken by surprise. Perhaps he flew nearby because he felt that the Dark Elf children of the island were just like the Dark Elf children of the Lost Mountain. However, unlike the children of the Lost Mountain, the children of this island are so energetic that they can be described as evil children. Their level of danger is incomparable. Good, hold on tighter. I'll give the boy some sweets later. Oh, no, Dark Elf father, no, don't scold him. You don't have to let the devil go, you don't have to apologize. Oh. The devil was unleashed by a reasonable father. You could have punished him a little more. No good. I've been toyed with by the fairies so much that my heart is kind of broken, and my mind is kind of bleak. I don't think I have a good personality, but it's not right to feel pleasure at the sight of little fairies suffering. Maybe I'm under a lot of stress. As planned, I'm going to make a lot of noise tonight and refresh myself. *****. Cheers. The welcome party began. The plan was to have a party tonight, but the islanders got excited and decided to hold a hurried welcome banquet to celebrate the arrival of their new friends. In the past, the Dark Elves would not have been able to afford to hold a banquet on the same day on their own, but this time, the island alone provided for the most part of the event. The fact that the Dark Elf Island has become so prosperous must be a very happy thing. I'm very happy about that too. But tonight I was thinking of doing this and that without anyone interrupting me, so I'm a little. No, I'm very disappointed. But I don't dislike this kind of atmosphere. The newly joined Dark Elves seem to be adjusting smoothly, and the fairies are flying around the banquet hall like they own the place. I was a little worried because of a small problem that occurred at the meeting, but at this rate, I'm sure everything will be fine. I was also a bit nervous when Felicia's father, Village Chief Federico, suddenly announced that he was handing over the position of village chief to Triatum-san, the chief of the Lost Mountain village. From village chief Federico's point of view, Triatum-san, who has reached an age where it is no exaggeration to say that he is an elder, is the most suitable person to be the village chief. But as expected, I think it was too sudden. It seems that Triatum-san was also troubled, and for some reason, they began to push each other for the position of the village chief and finally settled on Triatum-san as the advisor. Next, we talked about what to do about housing, and I suggested that they live on the Kriss for a while with the mermaids since I had stopped hiding about the ship from the Dark Elves, but they rejected the idea. Aside from transportation, they said that a luxury liner was too extravagant for their daily lives. In the end, they decided to settle in tents, vacant houses, or rented rooms for a while, and after visiting the Hill Village and the Hot Spring Village, they decided to settle in whichever one they liked best. The fairies are said to be fine with this, as they can choose their own residence as they wish. According to the Dark Elves, they are thinking of building a third village when they settle down. And the last problem is snacks for the fairies. This was to be solved by building general stores in the Hill Village and the Hot Spring Village. There have been places to distribute the supplies I brought in, but from now on, they will be operated as full-fledged stores. Well, since the scale of the economy is very small, the store will be profit neutral. But I argued passionately that the store is important for the fairies in order to make them work. I am hoping to control the fairies somehow by providing help for the sweets. Earnestly, Watru-sama. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm back, Anne-Marie. As I was drinking beer while remembering the meeting, Princess Anne-Marie spoke to me. That's not a problem. But I just don't understand the fairy who is settling on Princess Anne-Marie's head with a look of self-importance. Also, I don't think I deserve to be told welcome back by a fairy who came to this island with me. You've already made friends with the fairies, haven't you? Yes, we've become friends. I see. That's good to hear. Yes. It is hard to tell Princess Anne-Marie, who seems very happy to have made friends with the fairies, to be careful because those guys will turn into devils if you treat them lightly. I'll tell Lee-san later to be careful with fairies because it's very bad for the princess's education. Speaking of which, what happened to the underwater village? Oh, that's right. All the buildings except for the coral and the meeting place have been completed. So we were planning to move in when Watru-sama returns. Everything was completed except for the coral and the meeting hall. It was about 6 months since they began building the village, right? It is not surprising since the building speed was tremendous, but in Japan, it should be about the time it takes to build one ordinary house. Even if the structure is simpler than that of Japanese houses, it still feels like a fantasy abnormality. The meeting place was going to be built in cooperation with the Dark Elves, so this migration is going to delay the completion of the meeting place a bit. Do you have enough furniture and stuff? If the move is completed quickly, it will free up one summoning slot, but it's also not good for them to be inconvenienced in a hurry. The Dark Elves are accustomed to nature, so there is no need to worry. But if Princess Anne-Marie, a princess, and a young girl, lives in a harsh environment and becomes ill, the sea god Sama will be angry with me. I asked my mother for the furniture, so it's no problem. She asked Her Majesty the Queen for it. There is quite a distance between the Mermaid Kingdom and this island, but it seems that distance is no obstacle in front of the princess. Well then, let's discuss the moving schedule around the day after tomorrow. It could be tomorrow, but considering the possibility of a hangover, it should be the day after tomorrow. I understand. Speaking of which, is the underwater village already filled with coral? If that picture is accurate, it should be a colorful coral village. I'm really looking forward to diving there. No, we have planted the basic corals, but it will take a long time until the corals spread all over the village. It's fun to take the time to grow the coral while envisioning its completion. It is a little funny that I am supposed to be talking about coral, but it is like listening to a little girl talking about bonsai. When do you think the coral will spread throughout the village? If it grows at the same pace as on Earth, I have no idea how long I have to wait. It could be hundreds of years if things go wrong. When will it be? Is it? Lee, when is it? Well, we will encourage growth as we work on it, and since it is a good place for coral growth, I think it will take shape to some extent in 6 months. It is worth seeing the beauty of the village as it gradually changes, so please visit regularly, Watru-sama. I've heard that coral grows at a rate of a few centimeters a year, but will it take shape in half a year? Either the mermaids are amazing, or the coral is a fantasy. Village in the sea? A village under the sea? I want to go. The fairy who was crunching the fruit on Princess Anne-Marie's head started to say something troublesome as soon as she finished eating. T/N. I don't know if it is a boy or a girl, but I'll just assume it is a girl for the time being. Yufufu. Yes, I'll be sure to invite the fairies, too. Yay. No, Princess. How are you going to take the fairy underwater? The ring that can transform you into a mermaid is like a sacred treasure, and it automatically optimizes the wearer's size. Just try this on for a minute. Letting my curiosity get the better of me, I slipped the mermaid transformable sacred treasure through the fairy's arm. As a result, the sacred treasure was resized to fit the fairy's arm, and a strange creature was born with wings and a lower body of a fish while flying in the sky. This is interesting. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 2. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 2. Mermaids moving out. I returned to the Dark Elf village after a boat trip that turned out to be more difficult than I expected, including building the city in the Aquamarine Kingdom, moving Bella-san and the others, and migrating the Dark Elves from the Lost Mountain. It would have been easier if the city building could have been completely thrown out to them as planned. So happy. Happy. Yes, it means I have fun playing with Rimu. Rimu is happy too. It's bad. Rimu is so cute. I think I'm going to get a nosebleed. The day after my return to Dark Elf Island, I'm playing with Rimu in a room in the chateau. Not that last night's banquet wasn't fun, but this kind of relaxed time is probably better for me. Of course, I don't dislike the atmosphere of last night's party, but since I don't have the temperament of a party person, I think it's okay to do it once in a while. For some time now, Dark Elves and Fairies have been on board for the migration, and it has been noisy in both good and bad ways. In a few days, the Dark Elves and Fairies will be leaving the chateau to live on Dark Elf Island, and this ship will be quiet again. It might be a good idea to enjoy the bustling ship while I can. I'll have to remember to bring snacks in case I get tangled up with the fairies. Rimu, let's go for a walk. Walk. Let's go. Rimu is so excited to go for a walk that he jumps up and down. He is so cute. Now, where shall we go first? Well, let's go to the pool first to see how Pent is doing. *****. Yes, Bento looks very healthy. But for some reason, a lot of fairies are straddling Pent's long body, so I'll call him later. But that's the thing, what could have caused this? *****. The leisurely time passed quickly as I strolled around the ship with Rimu, summoned the fairy, played crane games with Claretta-san, and did adult things with Ims and Felicia in the evening. The Dark Elves who migrated this time are constantly preparing for their migration with the help of the Dark Elves on the island so they can be left to their own devices. And today, the mermaids are moving into their underwater village. However, it seems that the furniture that was delivered from the Mermaid Kingdom has already been brought to the underwater village, and all they have to do now is carry their own belongings individually, so there is no real moving work. So today is more of a tour of the mermaid village than a move. Once again, Princess Anne-Marie is very enthusiastic about showing us around the village. So let's have fun and remember what the village was like last time. This presence is. Master, is something wrong? Suddenly, I started to scurry around, and Felicia called out to me worriedly. Yes, a little. I'm sorry, but Ins, Felicia, and Rimu, please be quiet for a moment. At times like this, it's easy for me not to pay attention to Pent, who rarely makes a sound. Right there. Kaya. I quickly move behind Felicia and run my hand through her long, beautiful silver hair. It's worth a try. Let me go. Let me go. I pull my hand out of her hair, and there is a fairy trapped in my hand. I knew you were hiding. I don't know if it's because of my high level or the result of my daily battles with the fairies, but I've become able to sense their presence to some extent. I feel a little empty. Look, we're going out now, so go play with the other kids. I let go of the fairy and waved my hand as if to chase her away. No, I'm going with you. No, you can't. Here, I'll give you a sweet. Give it up. I'll take the sweets. But I'm going with you. The fairy snatched the sweet from my hand and boldly demanded that she come with me. I'll be underwater, so you can't come with me. I heard that if you have the ring, you can get in. I see. It seems that she gets her information from the other fairies who are friends with Princess Anne-Marie. This fairy might be a little, or even quite stupid compared to other fairies, but she might be someone not to be underestimated because she has control over information. Well, it's true that you'll be fine if you have the sacred treasure. The fairy's face lit up at my words. Ugh, fairies are very cute, if only on the outside. But I refuse. I've learned my lesson. I learned that fairies, no matter how cute they are enemies, and that in order to confront fairies, you must be resolute and refuse them clearly and unequivocally. No, I'm coming with you. Well, by showing firm determination, I was able to reduce the damage from the fairy a bit, but it didn't help much because they still took me for a fool. It really was a mistake to be fooled by their cuteness in our first encounter. Watru-sama. As I managed to get rid of the fairy and get to the meeting place, Princess Anne-Marie noticed me and came running. Good morning, Anne-Marie. Please take good care of me today. Good morning. Watru-sama, In-sama, Felicia-sama. You can count on me today. Princess Anne-Marie is very tense. That's fine, but I'm very worried about the two fairies lying on her head. One of them must be the fairy who befriended Princess Anne-Marie. That one, well, has nothing to do with me, so I don't have a problem with that one. The question is, why are the second fairies who complained so much and who allegedly took the sweet from me on Princess Anne-Marie's head? These children? They want to go to the village together, so I'm thinking of taking them with me. Was that no good? And no, it's fine, but their sacred treasure is. If they've already gotten their hands on Princess Anne-Marie, does that mean I've been tricked by the fairy I thought was the dumbest of the dumb? Don't worry about the sacred treasure, we have a spare. I see. Then it's okay. Except for my pride. Fufu. Master has lost. Please don't push me any further. It makes me want to cry. I'm coming with you. I'm in shock, but the fairy in question is talking to me with a big smile. Well, that's okay. This stupidest of all fairies, being as stupid as she is, plays pranks but never does anything too troublesome. This time, instead of tricking me, she got a sweet, ran off, and asked to go with Princess Anne-Marie and the others because she happened to be meeting them. In fact, she forgot all about the sweets I had given her and innocently asked me for more. It would be kinder to my psyche if I just assumed it was a coincidence. Let's go, then. *****. It's beautiful, Master. Yes, Felicia. It's even more beautiful than I imagined. There was a commotion before we left, but we arrived safely at the mermaid village, where we found a sight beyond our imagination. Since it had only been a few months since our last visit, I thought there would not be much change, but I was wrong. Fufu, we all worked hard, so I'm glad you're happy. Princess Anne-Marie was happy to hear our words, but normally, no matter how hard they worked, there would not be such a big change. The mermaids are probably the only ones who are unusual, as not only Felicia but also Ins and Alessia-san are admiring the village. The only ones who are not surprised are Rimo and the rest of the slime crew, Pent, and the two fairies who are very excited about swimming for the first time. The outer walls of the houses that we thought were finished were decorated, and the seaweed that had been growing freely on the sea floor was now neatly arranged. Even though this alone was quite different, colorful corals were planted on the houses and on the ground. I had been surprised by Princess Anne-Marie's comment that the coral had not yet grown, but the colorful coral was so well balanced and arranged that it was as if the whole village was decorated with flowers, making me feel as if I had stepped into a picture book. I can hardly wait to see what the landscape will look like when the corals have grown. Watru-sama, this way. Princess Anne-Marie tugged on my hand as I looked at the scenery and started to swim. She seemed to have a place she wanted to show me. This is my house. It seemed that what Princess Anne-Marie wanted to show me was her house. I see, it's a beautiful house. Fufu, thank you. Princess Anne-Marie seemed to be very pleased with her house, and with sparkling eyes, she showed her house to the other members of the group. She seemed very happy. The last time I saw it, I thought it was too small for a princess's house. She said she admired fairy tales, and indeed, it looks like a fairy tale. The house, which was small and simply round, has been transformed into the shape of a giant clam. Maybe the main character in the fairy tale used a giant clam as a dwelling. I wonder if the reason why the house is planted with colorful corals instead of just one color is because the giant clam, which died and became just a shell, was taken in by corals of different colors. I don't know the fairy tale, so I can only imagine, but it seems to be a very faithful reproduction. Look at the inside of the house. Oh, let's have a tea party. Come inside, everyone. When told to go inside. Anne-Marie, I don't think we can go inside the house with so many people, can we? Even with the small size of Rimo and the other slime group, the two fairies, and Princess Anne-Marie, they would already take up so much space. But me, Ins, Felicia, Pent, Alessia-san, and Lee-san. Even though it is huge as a shell, it is too small as a house to fit more than 10 people inside. You're right. Princess Anne-Marie was disappointed. She is usually a very determined girl, but this is a very rare mistake. I guess she was just so happy to be in her own house. Wataru, we're going to take a tour of the village, so you can have some tea. Oh, and I'll take care of Pent here as well. Alessia-san and the others were very considerate. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take their word for it. Thank you very much. Now, Anne-Marie, please take care of me. Yes. The mermaid princess invites us to a tea party in a house that resembles an underwater shell. It sounds more like a fairy tale than a fantasy, but it looks like a lot of fun. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 3. Enjoy. Chapter 3, Tea Party with Princess Anne-Marie. I accompanied the mermaids as they moved in. Compared to the first time I inspected the village, it had changed into a beautiful village with ornate buildings and colorful corals exquisitely arranged. Princess Anne-Marie's little house also resembles a giant shell, and it looks like a happy village that will eventually be more like a picture book than a fantasy. The interior of the house to which Princess Anne-Marie invited me was very beautiful. There is a bed in the room, so it must be a one-room house. It is not a princess-like house. But what about this one? Anne-Marie, is this room Anne-Marie's hobby? The inside of the house is also decorated with bumps and dents that may have been made to resemble giant clam shells, and one can sense that Princess Anne-Marie has a strong sense of personal taste. However, the furniture clearly does not match the atmosphere of the house. No, it's not that it doesn't fit the atmosphere of the house because it's all nice together, but it's clearly not what Princess Anne-Marie had in mind. Every piece of furniture is elegant and luxurious and in good taste. I don't know the details, but the hero of the fairy tale lived in a shell house and must not have been very wealthy. Princess Anne-Marie, who is so particular about her house that she would make it look like the hero's house, would probably choose furniture that fits the fairy tale. Well, that's my mother's taste. I would have asked for more rustic furniture. Princess Anne-Marie replied with an anxious laugh. I see, Her Majesty Queen Adelaide has become so uptight. She is a dignified and beautiful queen when the sea god Sama is not involved. But she also has a silly parental side. Parents are like that. They say they want this one, but they buy another one, saying, this one is better. It's not a bad thing, but I remember thinking many times that this is not the point. But when it was Her Majesty Queen Adelaide who showed her parental silliness, it made me smile. Perhaps Princess Anne-Marie feels the same way, which is why she uses the furniture as it is without changing it. But it's a beautiful piece of furniture. Pink coral lampshades, a blue coral table, a shiny and beautiful little bed that looks like it was made from the shell of something. I could feel Her Majesty's deep, motherly affection. Yes, I think so too. Oh, before the tea, Princess Anne-Marie fiddled with something that looked like a conch shell, and a large ball of air was born and began to expel the seawater. Some kind of barrier was also formed, or perhaps a space where there was air expanded without backflow. I see. This conch must be a magic tool or a sacred treasure that produces air. There was a room with air in the castle as well, so maybe it was not such a rare magic tool. The room that continued to expand stopped when the table came to the surface. I wonder if it was set up to make it easier to drink tea in the form of a mermaid. Anne-Marie, do mermaids also create air during tea parties like you are doing now? Since the soup at the castle had solidified, I had thought that the tea would also solidify and dissolve in the mouth. No, sometimes, but basically, we drink tea in water. I filled it with air because I thought Wataru-sama and the others were not used to it. But was it better in water? If you ask me if it was better, I can honestly say that it doesn't matter either way. If I want to drink tea quietly, I want air, and the experience of drinking tea underwater is something I would like to do. I enjoyed eating underwater at the castle dinner, but I don't really need to experience it again. It's a fine line. Well, since Princess Anne-Marie has been so thoughtful, I'll ask her to keep it that way. I wouldn't mind being in the water, but I'd be happier now if I could just sit back and relax and have a cup of tea. I see. Then let's keep it this way. Kaya, sweets, tea cakes, The two fairies flying in the air with their fishtails got tired of our conversation and started demanding sweets from Princess Anne-Marie. They were quite impertinent. I wish they would take a cue from Rimmer, who was swimming leisurely with his tail twitching. Tea cakes, I see. Please wait a moment while I prepare them. Princess Anne-Marie spoke softly to the two fairies. I think it is dangerous to be nice to fairies, but for some reason, they are not so selfish towards Princess Anne-Marie. It is like fairies to be a little selfish, but they are clearly reserved. The fairies are not conscious of the fact that she is a young girl or a princess. Does this mean personal virtues? Am I perhaps inferior to Princess Anne-Marie in virtue? It is hard for me to deny that I am losing to Princess Anne-Marie. Hey, this kind of thing is cute and nice. If I were a child, I might have admired it. Ins looks around the room and says something unusual. Master, what does that look mean? I think my surprise showed on my face. No, I couldn't imagine In's childhood. I could imagine it, but I couldn't say it. In my imagination, Ins, although a girl, would have been the leader of the gang, the head of the bad kids in the neighborhood. I don't think she was the type to appreciate a room as beautiful as this one. My childhood? Well, I was a pretty little girl who thought flowers were beautiful. It's so fake. Very fake. Or rather, I hope it's a lie because the passage of time is so cruel and sad that such a pretty girl ended up selling herself because she gambled herself into bankruptcy. Felicia, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. No, it's not nothing. You obviously have a look of something wrong, you know? Felicia's face as she struggles to hold back her laughter is quite rare. No, it's nothing. Puyu means, Felicia. There's no way you're going to get through this if you start giggling, so just tell the truth. I've heard a lot of stories from Bella-san about In's childhood. Wah! In's tail fins moved violently in surprise, and the surface of the sea rippled. And, wait a minute. Enough, Felicia, there are a lot of things people don't need to know. You know that, don't you? So In's story was a lie, after all. I was a little relieved, but I can't help answering Master's question. No, Master, it's not polite to dig into a woman's past. You don't have to ask, do you? Ins is desperate. What did she do as a child? Not that I wasn't curious, but in the spirit of the samurai, I decided not to dig any further. I have a pretty good idea of what happened, and I'm sure I can gather as much information as possible by having a drink with Bella-san and the others. Felicia, you don't have to tell me. I understand. Phew. Ins breathed a sigh of relief. From her breath alone, I could tell how naughty she had been. The dangerous topic is over, and the time is spent in a relaxed atmosphere. It makes me smile and feel relieved to see Princess Anne-Marie working hard to prepare tea. With the help of Lee-san, two fairies fly around them. Are they trying to help or snatch the tea cakes? Sorry to keep you waiting. While we were chatting and waiting, Princess Anne-Marie came over holding a tray. Lee-san, who is standing behind her, looks worried, but I can sympathize with her very much. Whether the tray is large or the teapot is heavy, she is unstable and worried. While everyone's eyes were on her, Princess Anne-Marie set the tray safely on the table, poured the tea into the cups, and placed them in front of us, along with the tea cakes. This tea set was probably prepared by Her Majesty Queen Adelaide. It is a white porcelain tea set with a floral pattern and is probably a local pottery. Please enjoy your tea. I sipped the tea as Princess Anne-Marie said. It is more bitter than the tea on a luxury liner, but the flavor seems stronger. Not bad. I prefer the easy-to-drink luxury liner tea, but this one makes me feel like I'm drinking a strong cup of tea. It would also be delicious as a milk tea. After taking a sip, Princess Anne-Marie frowned and added sugar to the tea. It was too bitter for the young girl's palate. Was this the first time she drank it? Undoubtedly. It was a gift from Her Majesty Queen Adelaide and definitely a luxury item. It was given to me by Wataru-sama. But if you will that need sugar as well, please put it in according to your taste. I offered a large amount of sugar and spices as a housewarming gift, and it seems she is using them right away. Thank you. It's true that it's a bit bitter, and I'll add some sugar. Ind also adds a little sugar, while Felicia is sugar-free. And the fairies have a lot of sugar. Rim, what about sugar? I want some sugar. How much? The same as Wataru. The same as me. Huh. In my case, it's just a little, so it's hardly sweet. Rimmer likes sweets, too, so I'll sneak in more. It's delicious. When I handed the tea with sugar to Rimmer, I received a thought from him after he drank it. It seemed to suit his palate. Anne-Marie, Remo says this tea is delicious. I think it's good too. I see. I'm glad it suits your palate. Princess Anne-Marie smiles happily. She must be happy to be praised for her hard work. Now, after tea, I would like to have some tea cakes. But there are 4 strange amber-colored objects the size of candy balls on the table, and I have no idea what kind of sweets they are. Well, there's no way she's going to poison me, so let's give it a try. I stuck the small fork attached to the amber objects and felt a rubbery sensation in my hand. It looked like an oval version of the candies we used to get at Grandma's house, but the texture was different. I put it in my mouth and bit into it, and it felt like gummy candy. When I chewed it, the gummy candy suddenly melted all at once in my mouth. At the same time, the gummy candy, which I thought was only slightly sweet, suddenly burst out with the aroma and sweetness of roses. What is this? Is it a harder version of the food that dissolves in your mouth when served in the castle of the Mermaid Kingdom? It's a new sensation. Anne-Marie, this sweet is very tasty. I think they are roses. What kind of nectar are you using? The texture is interesting, but the nectar is quite good. I'd like to get some if I can. This is the nectar of a flower called the aquamarine rose. I love it too, but it's hard to find nectar this time of year, and it's hard to collect nectar in the sea, so it's hard to eat, Princess Anne-Marie said very regretfully, but I think there were some words I couldn't help overhearing. Do roses bloom under the sea? Yes, they bloom. I was told by the young girl with a matter-of-fact face. What was that? Is it natural for roses to bloom under the sea, and they store sweet nectar in the salty sea water? How? I thought I was quite used to this world, but fantasy is still full of wonders. Anyway, this nectar seems to be rare, so let's give up on buying it. If I ask, there is a high chance that the mermaids will force themselves to collect the nectar. Let's enjoy the precious nectar with the tea party. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 4, Sponsored Chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 4, Acceleration of Schedule. Princess Anne-Marie's house was a beautiful giant clam house, and inside was a lovely room full of the parental silliness of Her Majesty Queen Adelaide. There, we were served delicious tea and sweets made from the nectar of roses that bloom in the sea, which is very rare. Phew, it was a very rare and delicious sweet and a great tea. Princess Anne-Marie, thank you for the treat. It was a very pleasant tea party. The host was a young girl, a mermaid, and a princess, so it was a unique tea party, but I think the time spent enjoying the tea and sweets was wonderful and peaceful. No, I'm glad you enjoyed it too. What, Rusama? Why yes. Something suddenly changed in Princess Anne-Marie's mood. A moment ago, she was smiling and laughing, but what happened? What, Rusama? I owe you a debt of gratitude that I can never repay, including the sacred treasure of the sea god and the borders of the Mermaid Kingdom. No, don't worry about it so much. The castle in the sea is very exciting. A simple thank you is enough because it is the result of a casual exploration of the world. However, when a young girl thanks me deeply with a serious face, I can't bear it. I understand that what Rusama is such a person after working with you on the quiz. So, I will say no more, but I would like to thank you on behalf of all the mermaids. To repay your kindness, the mermaids promise to help Wat Rusama with all their strength. This is also the will of Queen Adelaide. Thank you very much, Princess Anne-Marie. It's heavy. It is heavy, you know. You're welcome. But I'd have a hard time staying awake if my help caused trouble in the Mermaid Kingdom, so I'd appreciate it if you'd do it in moderation. If that were the case, I would like to say that I don't need any help, but I'm sure that would not convince the mermaids. Yes, I understand. With Wat Rusama's power, I don't think there's much need for us mermaids to help. So if you have materials, things, or seafood that you need in the sea, or if you want to contact someone far away or anything else that you think might be a little tedious, please leave it to us. I see, that means they can really help me, as the saying goes. In my case, I guess they thought it would be easier to return the favor with that kind of help. That's a good answer. I do not need the help of the mermaids because I can escape from difficult events and even retreat to my ship in case of danger. By doing the chores, I am relieved of a lot of trouble, and the mermaids are happy to return the favor. It is a win-win-win situation. I am especially happy about the seafood. It is possible to eat delicious seafood on a luxury liner, but when I have the fresh seafood of this world cooked by the god of gastronomy Sama, it will not only taste good but It will be delicious in many other ways as well. Well, then I will ask you to do it for me. Yes, leave it to us. Princess Anne-Marie's powerful words brought the tea party to a close. Refill. The fairy's refill declaration went out. I don't think Princess Anne-Marie would ignore the requests of her invited guests, and it looks like the tea party will go on for a little while longer. The aquamarine rose nectar that Princess Anne-Marie served me seems to be a rare commodity, so I'll have to offer the next tea cakes myself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days after the mermaids left, the Dark Elves moved safely into the 2 villages on the island. Although they will still need help from now on, the summoning slots on the ship have been freed up, and it felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Unfortunately, a problem was discovered that needed to be addressed immediately. Yes, the fairy snack problem. The Dark Elves and fairies had been getting along well and enjoying the fruits of the forest for a few days now. However, the fairies, who had been enjoying a variety of sweet treats every day at the chateau, had finally reached their limit. Cakes, donuts, chocolate, ice cream, pudding, jelly, and various other tastes and intense sweetness not found in fruit. The fairies craved them intensely. The fairies flew up to the chateau, screaming to be let in and given sweets to eat. They are more troublesome than the Dark Elf children on the island because they can fly to the chateau. I could have refused the fairies' invasion without giving them permission to come aboard, but that would not have made much sense because they would have congregated on the island and made a mess of things. In addition, the fairies befriended the Dark Elf children on the island and bragged about the sweet treats they had eaten at the chateau, which roused the desires of the naughty children on the island. Just by showing up on the island, the children and fairies would cling to me, and I would end up exhausted. Originally, I wanted to set up a shop on Dark Elf Island to sell sweets, and I decided to speed up my plans. We will put the sweets in the store properly, so you can go and earn some pocket money by working or helping until the store is ready. You won't be able to buy sweets by just sitting around here. What do you mean by pocket money? An unexpected question from an innocent, if not naive, child. Come to think of it, the Dark Elf village was almost cut off from the outside world. To a certain extent, only the village chief and the village superiors know what is going on outside, and even the adults are not well informed. Then, of course, the children are not well informed. Huh? Did I say something careless? There is no money in circulation on the island, which is almost entirely based on rationing and bartering. Even if I were to set up a shop, how to handle money has not yet been decided, and a poor explanation at this point would lead to confusion. Felicia, how the money will be handled hasn't even been decided, has it? How am I supposed to explain that? The current Dark Elf Island frankly doesn't need coins, so there's no point in explaining the general economic system. On the other hand, I suppose it would be better if they didn't use coins, but I'm a little worried about that too. Thinking about the future, the current Dark Elves have gone through so much hardship that they do not think about leaving the island, but when the generation accustomed to the peace on the island is raised, they may leave the island or establish ties with countries on the continent. If they don't know how to spend their money at that time, they will be exploited if they are not careful. It is a difficult problem. My father must be thinking about this a lot, so I think it would be best if you asked him to explain it to them. I didn't expect such a roundabout remark from the serious Felicia. It's a little heartwarming to think that even Felicia can be lenient with her relatives. Then let's do this. You little ones, go and ask the village chief for help and work. Felicia suggests that I throw everything to him, and he will not refuse me, will he? I'll gladly throw everything to the village chief. Village chief. The children of the Dark Elf Island, the newly arrived children, and the fairies ran out, cheerfully calling for the village chief. Well, this is a corner of the village chief's house, and they will catch him soon. But still, I feel that the children of the Lost Mountain, who should have been quiet, are becoming more active under the influence of the children of this island. It's good that they're energetic, but I hope they don't imitate the bad parts. What's wrong with you kids? Hey, you shouldn't be making trouble in my house. Calm down, fairies. Don't pull my hair. As expected, the village chief seemed to be immediately captured. Up here, I can hear the impatient voices of the children who are tangled up with him. How is the village chief going to handle the money? At the moment, the only income on Dark Elf Island is gold and silver from the mines near the hot spring village, and I take care of that gold and silver and give them goods from various places and luxury liner goods as compensation. Iron and copper can also be mined, but so far, the iron and copper have been processed and used on the island. Come to think of it, the mined gold and silver have accumulated to some extent, and I should probably go to the southern continent to redeem them at some point, but I'm not too keen on it because the situation on the southern continent is quite dangerous, and I might get involved in some strange things. I think I'll postpone the redemption after all. Master, as soon as they're done talking to the village chief, those kids might start keeping an eye on us again, so let's do what we have to do while we still can. Besides, Alessia and the others are going to make a container and bring it here, so we'd better hurry, or we'll run out of places to put it. Ind also said something unusually reasonable, as if she didn't like the situation that had just happened. I understand exactly how she feels because I was also under a lot of pressure from the little one's stares. Alessia-san and the others are cooperating with me in many ways, and I have to do my best as well. But I am a little sad that Rimu and Pen left to play with Fu-chan and Benny-chan. That's right. Let's make it quick. Let's make it quick and have a lot of fun with Rimu and the others. Since the shop building was not yet finished, we decided to use a room in the village chief's house as a temporary shop. It's a room for entertaining guests. But since there's no one there to entertain, they don't mind if we temporarily use it as a store. The only time they had a chance to use the room for its original purpose was when Princess Anne-Marie came to visit and when the new Dark Elf residents arrived. However, Princess Anne-Marie did not use it because she stayed on the Chris, and the village chief of the Lost Mountain, Triatum-san, and his son used it until a while ago, but since they left for the hot spring village, there is no one to use it now. Triatum-san, now settled as a consultant, was respected by Felicia's father, village chief Federico, and seemed slightly uncomfortable. He moved to the village of Hot Springs, taking advantage of the fact that he liked the hot springs very much during his tour of the village. I wonder if he liked the hot springs so much or if he was running away from the village chief Federico, who respected him unconditionally. Oops, no time to worry about unanswered questions. When the little ones return, we will be under intense scrutiny. They are sensitive to things that have to do with sweets, even though they don't know much about the shop or money, and they look at me with great anticipation, asking me for sweets as soon as possible. I would rather not work under that look. Master, wouldn't it be better to display the sweets later? Felicia, what do you mean? When I summoned the rubber boat filled with sweets, Felicia asked me to wait. If you display the sweets, you will have to defend the sweets to the death while you display the other goods. We should put the items that the children are less interested in first. I see. Because we moved our stall up due to pressure from the children, all the attention was focused on the sweets. But originally, we were going to put out not only sweets but also general merchandise, right? Felicia is right. I'll bring them back. The rubber boat with the sweets is repatriated, and the rubber boat with the general merchandise is summoned. The assortment will include popular items from the island, as well as items recommended by us and Alessia-san's group. Now, all we have to do is put them in order. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 5. Thanks to Isekai for the Kofia and this chapter. 1/4. Chapter 5, Mother and Daughter. Under pressure from the fairies and the Dark Elf children, I had to prepare the general store ahead of schedule. I managed to push the fairies and the Dark Elf children, who showed up to keep watch even though I didn't ask them to the village chief. Let's hurry and get to work. The pots, dishes, and other household items purchased in the southern city are on display. All I have to do is take them out of the rubber boat and give them to Inz or Felicia, so it's easy, and I don't have to think about their placement. I put the more expensive items from the luxury liner in a separate section. I hope people will save up and buy them because they are good products, not just expensive ones. Next, the perishable foods will be postponed because Alessia-san and the others haven't finished their work yet. Next, various instant foods, seasonings, canned foods, etc., will be lined up. These have a long shelf life and will come in handy as emergency rations. There are no strong monsters on Dark Elf Island, and humans and monsters cannot invade the island because the sea is controlled by the sea god's sacred treasure. So it is a pretty safe island, but you still have to be careful about natural disasters. The sea disasters can be handled with the sea god's sacred treasure, but earthquakes and volcanic eruptions are dangerous. While I am here, I can protect them with my safe boat, but when I am not here, instant food can be a lifeline. They are very important supplies. Besides, they are just delicious. I've heard it. Ah, the little ones have returned. You mustn't disturb Wataru-san. Be quiet. I gave up hope of getting into trouble. But the village chief came in after the little ones, and with a shout of encouragement, the little ones quieted down. I thought, like Princess Anne-Marie, that what I lack is dignity. I also lack courage. Besides, I can't think of too many things I lack, and I get depressed. Village Chief-san, how will the money be handled? Let's talk about something else to change the mood. Money, huh? At first, we thought of paying wages in exchange for labor. But since there is no basis for a monetary economy to flourish, we decided to start by distributing money evenly to everyone who has reached adulthood. I see, so it's the same rationing as before, but on top of that, is it like an allowance? Well, this is the only place where money can be spent at the moment, so I guess it is a reasonable decision. So this means that what the children want will be bought by their parents. What about the fairies? If the parents are going to buy them, it will be quite a fierce battle. It would be difficult to fend off the begging attacks of their energetic children. Besides, do fairies have parents? First of all, do fairies grow up to be adults? There are differences in the amount of damage they do, but they're all basically pranksters, aren't they? I've never seen a fairy with the serenity of an adult. As Wataru-san said to the children, we decided to prepare some helping jobs that the children and fairies could do. Yes, I said that without thinking. But won't that be a lot of work for the village chief and the parents? I think it would be very difficult, especially for those who take care of the fairies. It would also be hard to find work, wouldn't it? Not so much physically, but mentally, it would be quite hard work. I can say that this island is finally in a state where we have a minimum standard of living. There are plenty of jobs for children without having to look for them. I see. There are a lot of new residents, and there must be a lot of work to be done, building houses and whatnot. Besides, when it comes to work, the children will be a little more docile, the village chief says with a slightly distant look in his eyes. Even dark elves who care about children have a hard time dealing with them. I understand how he feels. Besides, if the children were forced to work as a job, it would be possible to control them to some extent by holding their wages hostage. They are so obsessed with sweets, and if they slack off, they won't do anything reckless if it means fewer sweets for them to buy. Well, it may sound bad to make the children work, but it's probably just to help out, and even children work to some extent in this world, so I don't see a problem. Huh? But isn't it hard for fairies to work? If it were in the Lost Mountain, it would be a great job just to mislead people so that they would not enter the mountain. But on this island, there should be no need to mislead people. Triatum-san told me that fairies are quite good at crafting. They can help with woodwork. I was also thinking of asking them to act as messengers. Fairies are good at woodworking. It's only natural if you think about it. The parts that are difficult for us to do and require a lot of nerve will still be at a level where the fairies can do them with a lot of leeway. It's called having the right people in the right places. I'm a little doubtful that the fairies will be able to keep up their work, but it seems that they can change their moods by sending messages, so maybe it's a well-thought-out arrangement. He had probably been discussing things with Triatum-san since the fairies moved into the village and had been thinking about it. Although he had said that he wanted Triatum-san to be the village chief, I think that Federico-san is the right person to be the village chief of this village. Maybe Triatum-san thought so, too, and that's why he decided to live in the hot spring village. Well, I can only imagine. You guys, if you want to help out, don't get in Wataru-san's way. We have prepared some snacks over here, so go ahead and eat them. You take good care of them. While I was paying my respects to Federico-san, Cecilia-san came into the room with a tray of tea and tea snacks. And Federico-san was immediately warned by his wife. Even though he's a village chief who deserves respect, he can't deal with his wife, can he? The children and fairies who heard the snack quickly left the room, and the village chief was also kicked out of the room by his wife to take care of the children. Now, please have some tea. Cecilia-san served us tea and cookies. They look homemade, so they might have been baked by Cecilia-san. Itadakimasu. I bowed slightly to Cecilia-san and took a bite of the cookie. The more I chew, the more the wheat flavor spreads in my mouth. It is a simple yet nostalgic taste. It's delicious. Maybe it's because I've been eating a lot of elaborate sweets lately, but I feel very at home eating sweets like this. Fufu. That's good. How about Felicia-chan and Ins-chan? I like it a lot. It's delicious. Ins immediately answered Cecilia-san's question, but for some reason, Felicia was silent and closed her eyes. Felicia, what's wrong? No, it's nothing much, but I never thought that I would be able to eat such delicious food made by my mother, so I was very touched. Is Cecilia-san a bad cook? Well, she's a beautiful woman, so even if she's not a good cook, it's just a charm. But it's a little surprising. Fufu, that's true. In the previous village, it was difficult to even prepare the ingredients for sweets. Now, thanks to Watru-san, the people of this village can experience different things and enjoy cooking. And it's thanks to you, Felicia, who sold yourself to save the village and get Wataru-san's attention. Thank you. Words cannot express how grateful we are to you. Mother. A beautiful mother-daughter conversation was taking place right in front of me. I feel a little ashamed that I thought she was a bad cook. I feel bad for interrupting them, so I'm going to enjoy a nice cup of tea with Ins. Wataru-san. After enjoying the tea and snacks, I was just about to resume my work when Cecilia-san, who was cleaning up the tea, spoke to me. After a warm mother-daughter chat, I'm sure she'll ask me to take care of Felicia. But I'll do my best to take care of Felicia, so there's no problem. Let me assure her that she can leave everything to me. Yes, can I help you? Wataru-san. You also have cosmetics in the store, don't you? A dangerous question came at me from a different angle than I had expected. If I failed to bring up this subject with a female customer, it would be a fatal blow. The drop from that warm conversation was too drastic, wasn't it? Yes, we are planning to line them up. Beauty products on a luxury liner could be a powerful weapon, so there was some disagreement among us as to whether we should display them as a product. The overheating of cosmetics in various parts of the world makes this inevitable. In's mother, Bella-san, even moved to the castle. So we decided to start with cleansing and skin care products, lotions, and milk lotions in the low price range. But there is no need to talk about that here and now. People on this island don't wear makeup, so I think they will be satisfied with these products. Maybe. Fufu, I'm looking forward to the opening of the store. Ha ha ha, I'll be happy if you like it. After seeing Cecilia-san leave the room in a good mood, I thought to myself, depending on the price of the village chief's ration, it could rain blood. The price range is reasonable even for low-priced items, and I plan to offer low-priced alcoholic beverages along with it. There may be a war between men and women. Will it be okay? I sincerely hope that there will be no unnecessary strife on the peaceful Dark Elf Island. If I pray to the creator god Sama, it might cause chaos, so I'll pray to the goddess of the forest Sama, who watches over the Dark Elves. Watru-san, we've finished it. I think we did it just like you said, but please check to be sure. While I was praying to the goddess of the forest Sama, Alessia-san and the others came into the room. I remember that we were in the middle of taking inventory in preparation for opening the store. Even though I had the help of a dark elf who was good at carpentry, I asked her to do a little tedious work, so I was thankful that it was finished. Rimmer, who was being held by Carla-san, came closer and sat on my head. I feel somehow happy. Pent comes to me gently and gets tangled up in my legs. He's cute, too, but he's getting bigger lately, and I'm afraid he might break my leg. Well, Pent is also adjusting well, and since my level is also high, it's okay, but it's hard to move. I understand. I will check. While patting Rimmer and Pent, I approach the 4 other large wooden boxes with front openings that Alessia-san and the others made for me. What they have made is a nice cold refrigerator. Fortunately, one of the dark elves was able to use ice magic, so the ice refrigerator project was put into action. When it is completed, it will be much easier to handle meat and fish, and most importantly, they will be able to drink cold beer and juice. The island is also quite hot, and it should be very popular. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 15 Chapter 6. Thanks to Isekai for the Kofia and this chapter. 2/4. Chapter 6. Store Manager. During the preparations for the store's opening, I could hear the rough handling of money and the warm mother-daughter conversation between Cecilia and Felicia. Now, if only the ice-cooled refrigerator that Alessia-san and the others built with the help of a dark elf carpenter could be successfully completed, it would be a store that everyone would want to visit. It will be right? I seriously examined the ice-cooled refrigerator that Alessia-san and the others made. It is about the size of a refrigerator for a family of 4 or 5. The main body seems to be made of Japanese Zelkova-like wood coated with preservative paint. Just as I had requested, the wood seemed to be hard and tightly grained. And it looks good. The candy-colored paint shows the grain of the wood, giving it a somewhat antique look, even though it is still new. All the corners are reinforced with steel, so it must be very strong. There is no warping or gaps. I think it will hold up, probably. Now, let's take a look inside. As with Japanese refrigerators, I opened the 2 thick doors, which are separated at the top and bottom. The inside is one size smaller than the outside, just as I ordered. The space between the outside and the inside is filled with sawdust, which should provide some insulation. Copper boxes are placed at the top, middle, and bottom of the refrigerator. These contain water that will be frozen to cool the inside of the refrigerator. The old ice-cooled refrigerators I know were not so big and only had ice in the top, but this time, since it is a large refrigerator, I had ice tanks for each of the top, middle, and bottom. I only vaguely knew how ice-cooled refrigerators worked, so I took precautions. Even if the structure is a bit wrong, it is also a strong idea that if there is a lot of ice, it can be expected to have a certain effect. In the meantime, I've checked the refrigerators in the ship's galley, so there shouldn't be too many structural flaws, but a worry is a worry. Now, all that remains is to build shelves inside to hold the products efficiently. 3 of the 4 units were built in the same style. At first glance, none of them seems to have any problems. And the last one? This is an experimental attempt, so I am not even sure if it will be successful. The basic structure is the same as the other 3. However, I asked them to increase the number of copper boxes as much as possible. The top, middle, bottom, both sides, the door, and along the back wall. Also, the copper boxes are larger than the other 3 units. The challenge was that if all these boxes were frozen, it would be possible to store ice cream. The large number of parts to be frozen will reduce the storage rate and increase the burden on the manager. So, I plan to monitor the progress of the project, and if it is too inefficient, I plan to remove the extra parts and treat it as a regular ice-cooled refrigerator. But if it can store ice cream and frozen meat, it will expand the scope of the project. I hope they are successful. If we could use coolers like those found on luxury liners, it would be even more efficient. However, considering the possibility that not only the store but also other residents would want a refrigerator, I decided that we should build one using only the materials available on the island. If this project succeeds, there may come a time when every inhabitant of this island will have a nice cooled refrigerator. The structure seems to be okay. However, it is not something that can be judged just by looking at it, so the only way is to actually use it. Thank you, everyone. I don't know if it will work, but it is built exactly as I asked. I don't mind that much. The structure was simple, and I learned a lot. It is difficult to continue using it if you cannot use ice magic, but if it spreads, there will be a new job for ice magicians. Will you patent it? When I thanked her, Alma-san complimented me. Maybe I had stimulated Alma-san's thirst for knowledge. But magicians are the elite, and I wondered if they would open an ice cream shop. What should I do about the patent? Frankly, it's a hassle. Even now, the royalties for the patents I applied for when I first came to this world are being deposited into my account. I am very grateful for this, but I consider it a modest hassle because I have to check detailed documents when I go to the guild. Then why don't you just let Camille do it? Lately, I feel that Alma-san has no hesitation in throwing things around. Maybe it's because of my influence? Oh, by the way, Camille-san and the others said that they would apply for a patent for the ship's equipment and products when we open the castle to the public. Maybe they have already applied for them. They applied for so many I can't keep track of which ones. But I'm sure the smart Camille-san and the others would have applied for most of them. That reminds me. I'll check next time I see her, just to be sure. And if she hasn't applied for it yet, we can just throw it to her. Yes, I will do that. Well, after we succeed, that is. And while I'm at it, I'll also let Camille-san take care of the patents that I personally own. Now all we have to do is actually use it. We had to find someone who could use the ice magic. Felicia, do you know anyone? Oh, Wataru. In that case, we know who it is, so we'll go get her. They came to observe, which they said was their job. Thank you. Alessia-san and Dorothea-san called to me and left the room. But still, had they come to observe beforehand? They seem serious and might be the perfect person to run the shop. I am sorry for all the trouble Amiro has caused you, Wataru-san. I am his mother, Anita. I look forward to working with you. Wataru-san, thank you for always taking care of Sairo. I am his mother, Bertha. I am also looking forward to working with you. Oh, yes, it's nice to meet you. And who are Amiro and Sairo? Two beautiful women I see from time to time came over. I was a little excited, but they seemed to be married women with children. It was sad. The kid who makes the most noise is Amiro. The one who eats the most is Sairo. I see. Now I understand. It was very easy to identify the person in an instant. I see, those kids are Amiro and Sairo. Come to think of it, I had talked to them many times, but I didn't know their names. I had no time to ask them their names because most of the time, when I came in contact with them, they were either hanging around me or begging me for something. I'm so sorry. Anita-san and Bertha-san bowed their heads again. Probably because I have identified them at once. I am sorry. No, no problem. Please raise your head. That's how children are. But more importantly, can you do the ice magic for me? Well, I don't have children, so I can only imagine. Why yes, I understand. I just need to freeze the water in the copper box. Right? Anita-san answered my question as if to confirm. She had checked before, and the information seemed to be perfect. Yes, please. There are a number of them. Is that okay? Yes, each one is not that big, and one person can handle it. This time, we will divide the work between the two of us so there is plenty of room. It is good if there is a lot of room. If things go well, there may be more refrigerators in the store. Then please do it. Anita-san and Bertha-san took out their wands, which looked like conductor's sticks and made complicated patterns appear in the air. I was satisfied to be able to use life magic, but seeing it seriously in front of my eyes made me want to study ordinary magic as well. However, I have to learn how to use it first. When a blue-white light came out of the magic circle and hit the copper boxes at the top, middle, and bottom, the boxes froze with a crackling sound. It seems that it is possible to freeze at least 3 boxes at a time. It's very efficient. Anita-san and Bertha-san froze all the copper boxes in no time. As long as we can determine when the ice will thaw, ice management does not seem too difficult. When I touched the frozen copper box to check it, my fingers almost stuck to it because of the extremely low temperature. This would cool the inside of the box completely if the door were closed. But there is frost on the surface, so we need a saucer to catch it when it melts and turns to water. I'll put a plate on the bottom later. That looks pretty good. I'll close the door and wait until the inside is cold. In the meantime, I'll finish displaying the other merchandise. I want to get to know the products, so please let me help you. Please let me help too. Anita-san and Bertha-san offered to help me. With Alessia-san and the others also willing to help, the display work would soon be finished. Huh? By the way, the kids haven't come yet. It had been quite a while since they went out for a snack. I wondered if they would come back to watch us after they finished their snacks. If it was those kids, they were making a lot of noise, so I told them to go outside and play. Did you have anything to do with them? Anita-san asked a little uncomfortably. She must have felt that she had done something unnecessary. No, there is no problem. Thank you very much. Now I can work without being disturbed by the children. If she is the mother of the kid general and can control her children well, she can handle it even if children come to play in the general store. If the village chief has thought this part through, he's a brilliant guy. He may not be able to stand up to his wife, but the number of helpers increased, the work went on uninterrupted by the children, and the display was finished in no time. I thought Anita-san and Bertha-san's eyes changed color while we were arranging the beauty products, but it didn't cause a fuss, so I'll just say it was tolerable. After finishing the work, I checked the temperature of the ice-cold refrigerator. Still pretty cool, even though not much time has passed. At this rate, it might be manageable. I put juice and alcohol in the refrigerator and put them in the freezer. I'll just put some ice in the freezer, just in case. Meat will have to wait until I check the freezer's performance. It's pretty much ready to go. Now, all we have to do is let it sit overnight, and if it stays cold, it's ready to go. I honestly don't know how long it will take for the ice in the freezer to melt, so I'm a little nervous. The store opens tomorrow, and I hope it goes well. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 7. Thanks to Isekai for the cover and this chapter. 3/4. Chapter 7, High Alert. We prepared for the early opening of a temporary general store in the village chief's house under the watchful eyes of the children. It would be an experiment, but we were able to install an ice-cooled refrigerator, and Anita-san and Bertha-san, who would be in charge of the store, seemed reliable, so it would be a good store. The ice melted to some extent overnight, but the inside of the refrigerator stayed cold. Even during the day, when it gets hotter, it should be no problem if we freeze the water regularly. I see, that would be very useful. Thank you both very much. On the morning of the opening day, I received a report from Anita-san and Bertha-san about the refrigerator. Yesterday, when we discussed how to monitor the progress of the refrigerator, they had advocated it, so we left it in their hands, and they worked together to monitor its progress in detail. I knew that they were good and reliable in keeping the children under control, but I also heard that they were serious and excellent people. I am very sorry that they are married women. It's just that the freezer can be a little difficult. By mid-morning, half the ice cream was melted. Well, the freezer didn't go so well. Still, if half of it kept its shape, it must be cooler than the rest of the fridge. It may not be able to keep ice cream, but it will be able to keep some meat and fish for a long time. Let's experiment with it for a while and let them find a practical way to use it. We didn't use magic this time until the morning because it was also an experiment, but if we freeze it with magic once or twice during the night, it might be possible to preserve ice cream. Well, I gave up on preserving ice cream early. Bertha-san made a new suggestion. But I appreciate the suggestion, but that would mean getting up several times during the night. It's a lot of work, so I wouldn't recommend it. I understand that there are jobs in Japan that require irregular sleep, but in this fantasy world, that would be too much when your life is not in danger. In this quiet and peaceful Dark Elf Island, corporate stock breeding does not suit it. If it only has to be done twice, then Anita and I only have to get up once, and if it only has to be done once, then Anita and I only have to take turns for a day, so I don't think it's that hard. If it has to be done more than once, then we give up. Anita-san nodded her head, and maybe they had discussed countermeasures before we arrived. Well, you don't have to try so hard. The original experiment was lucrative if it worked, so it's okay if it doesn't work. As two serious people, they may be unhappy, but experiments are bound to fail. And since it can be used as a refrigerator that cools well, it is not a complete failure. It's good enough. No, we really want to bring ice cream to the island. Oh, Bertha-san's enthusiasm is incredible. Did you really love ice cream that much? Yes. No, of course, I like ice cream, but I think that ice cream on this hot island will help everyone on the island. So, if we can introduce it with a little effort, I would like to try it. Is that bad? Oh, a married woman's upward glance is moderately destructive. It's true, eating ice cream in the heat is the best, isn't it? Ins joined the conversation. I think Ins could sympathize with her because she likes to get out of her air-conditioned cabin and eat ice cream on the deck while the wind blows in the breeze. Well, working on the island involves a lot of physical labor, so it's understandable that ice cream helps. I understand. If you can keep it within 2 degrees, please go that way. If you can't, please give up. I don't want to see a beautiful married woman with dark circles. Yes. The answer with enough motivation makes me worry. On the contrary, I'll ask the village chief to check on them regularly to make sure they're not overdoing it. Wataru. Now that you're done talking, why don't we open the shop soon? Alessia-san spoke to me as soon as our conversation was over. She seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. We don't have a set opening time, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Alessia-san pointed out the window without saying a word. What is it? I looked out the window and saw a line of people waiting to get in. The village chief is working hard to organize the line, but I don't think that's his job. I see. He seems to be handing out money and organizing the line. I guess they use the money to make purchases. Still, there are a lot of people. As expected, there are no mermaids in the queue, but there are clearly more than the number of people living in this village. The people must have come from the hot spring village. What about work? Why is this happening? And are their jobs okay? The story of the store's opening was well known in the village, but still, there must be too many people waiting in line. There were no stores in the Dark Elf village that used money, so everyone was looking forward to this store. Don't worry, The work should have been done as early in the morning as possible. The preparations for the shop are more complete than expected. I see that although they knew of the store's existence, it was not in their village. So they are excited that a store, albeit a temporary one, has been built in their village. Is it like having a famous brand open a store in your hometown? The first store is sure to be very successful. It would be bad to make people wait too long, so let's open the store. Anita-san and Bertha-san are the main staff, so please do your best. Alessia-san and the others, please help us as well. Yes. With the energetic responses from the beautiful women, the temporary general store was opened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't know what to say, but it's more peaceful than I expected. Since the locals are not used to shopping, I expected the place to be crowded, like at time sale or a bargain sale at a supermarket. But the scene before me was completely different. Everyone looked nervous, quietly staring at the products, examining them carefully, and selecting the items they wanted. The atmosphere was like a library. Is shopping fun now? I can't help but wonder, but while the atmosphere seems calm, the single shoppers are seriously thinking about which items to buy, while those with their families are quietly engaged in a battle of gazes. This is fine with me, as they seem to be enjoying themselves. Eventually, when they get used to it, it will get noisy. Since everyone was quiet, I had time to observe the store. The most interesting areas are the cosmetics and alcohol sections. Although it is quiet, the couples exchange glances with each other. At first, as a gentleman, I supported the women's side. But now, I am an ardent supporter of the male side. Because the winning percentage of the male side is sadly low. As a man, I can feel the same thing, and I long for a man who has achieved man's dominion over the family. Sometimes, the male side wins, but it is just a loving couple that makes me want to vomit sugar just to watch them. Is there any hope for the male side? In the end, no hope star appeared. It's a sad result even for me, a man who loves to be on a woman's back. I'm kind of depressed, but for now, I'm just happy that we made it through the first day of business without a hitch. Come to think of it, weren't the children and fairies here? That noisy presence would have made a lot of noise regardless of the library's atmosphere, so I'm sure I would have noticed if they had definitely come. Oh, in that case, they're coming now. Bertha tells me like it's no big deal. Now? You split them up? I thought it would be over when the people were separated, but it seems there was a strong enemy left at the end. Yes, I thought it would cause a commotion if we brought them in as they were, so we discussed it in the village and took measures to deal with them. These children are noisy. Anita-san says they are noisy as if it was someone else's problem, but the child at the center of the commotion is your son. But wouldn't they be louder as a group? I think it would be more controlled if they were each under the supervision of their parents. It's okay, don't worry about it. Oh, here they are. I looked at the entrance of the store at the sound of Bertha-san's voice and saw children coming in, led by their parents' hands. I see. So the plan was to finish their own shopping and then devote all their energy to watching over the children. Perhaps the reason they came before the children was to inspect the store and select items to buy for the children. Oh, Mum. Amiro, I told you to be quiet, didn't I? Anita-san quietly intimidates him. Amiro was intimidated and scared. Sweet, Siro. You can have no more than 3 sweets. Choose seriously, or you will regret it. Bertha-san is putting pressure on her son, who is looking at the sweets with bright eyes. What she says is certain. But is it my imagination that she feels like she is threatening him? What was also a huge miscalculation was that Anita-san and Bertha-san were a loving couple. I was very jealous of their right-eye communication with their husbands while putting pressure on Amiro and the others. I'm surrounded by beautiful women, too, and I'm sure I'll be like that someday. But they're the kind of girls money buys and the kind of women held together by the allure of the luxury liner. If I think about it too much, I feel like my own lowliness will come out. I'll look away from everything and see where the fairies are gathered. You there, stay in line. If you get points deducted, you'll have fewer sweets to buy. It's like gym class over here. Line up and points deducted equals less sweets, something they must have learned on the luxury liner. The normally free-spirited fairies seemed to listen to everyone when it came to not being able to buy the sweets in front of them. Children and fairies, who I thought would be difficult enemies, seem to have no problems. But it's different from what I thought. In my imagination, the shop was supposed to be like an old general store and pastry shop, A little noisy but a heartwarming shop where the children are in harmony. Well, once they get used to having a store, I think it'll be what I imagined. Being disciplined is also much easier for the shop. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 15 Chapter 8. Thanks to Isekai for the Kofia and this chapter. 4/4. Chapter 8. Hot Spring Village. We finally opened our temporary general store. There were a few problems with the freezer, but otherwise, the first day of business went off without a hitch. Well, the Dark Elves were so unfamiliar with shopping that the store had a library-like atmosphere, but they would get used to it and settle down in time. So they shop quietly here too. The first plan was to open a temporary general store in the village on the hill and see how it went for a while, but eventually, it was decided to open a general store in the village of the hot springs as well. It wasn't that the Dark Elves wanted me to open a store in the hot spring village as well, but it was because I couldn't stand to see them come all the way from the hot spring village to the hill village to shop. Well, it was a job I had done before, so I could easily prepare for it, which was fine, but even in the hot spring village, the store had the feel of a library. Several people had come to the village on the hill to shop, so they must have learned their trade there. I see a pattern of wrong knowledge being wrongly transferred to another place. I've heard that a lot in religion and gossip, but I didn't think it applied to shop etiquette. Well, it sounds like they're having fun, so that's good, right? Master thinks too much. Even in the village on the hill, people are quiet in the shop, but they make a lot of noise outside. That's how the Dark Elves have their fun. Is that how it is? In's words sounded rather random, but I found them strangely convincing. It is true that they are making a lot of noise outside the shop. They seem to be having a lot of fun, talking about what they bought and what they want. Also, the children and fairies are all running around the village, eager to help. For the children and fairies, the substance called money is treated like a voucher for sweets, but they seriously think about how much money will buy how many sweets, so they probably have a little better understanding of money. Yeah, I'm starting to think that if Ins is right and it's going to be like the village on the hill, it's not so bad if it's a little weird. Then we should concentrate on keeping it running smoothly. The people in charge of the general store in the hot spring village are serious people, but they seem to be new to the business, so we need to support them. Let's work hard and enjoy the hot springs after the store closes. ******. Phew. I can take a bath on the ship, but the hot spring feels so good. As expected, this is a hot spring that the goddesses liked very much. The fatigue of the day seemed to melt away in the hot water. Wow. Yes, there are places where hot water boils at the bottom of the ocean, and it feels good, but the hot springs on the ground are also wonderful. Hot water bubbling at the bottom of the sea. Are there underwater hot springs? I have a sacred treasure that can turn me into a mermaid, so it would be fun to enjoy a hot spring at the bottom of the sea. I mean, Princess Anne-Marie. This is a men's hot spring, you know. I was surprised that there was an answer to my soliloquy, but most of all, I was surprised to see Princess Anne-Marie in the hot spring with me. Huh? I must have left Ims and Felicia today and gone to the hot spring alone, right? That's not good. Taking a bath with a little girl, unless she is a member of your family, would smell like a crime. Don't worry, I'm wearing a proper swimsuit. Is that a problem? With the opening of a general store in the hot spring village, I invited Princess Anne-Marie and the others to come to the hot spring village on the Ranger. The princess and the others liked the hot springs, so there is no problem with them being in the hot springs. But it would not be good if the princess went to the men's hot spring, even if she wore a swimsuit. Not good, right? Or rather, I gave up the mixed bath because the villagers were watching me, and Princess Anne-Marie and the others were with me. But for some reason, I'm having a bath with a little girl. Something is wrong. First of all, why does she have a swimsuit? Well, wouldn't Lee-san be worried if she couldn't see Anne-Marie? I told Lee that I was going to the hot springs with Watru-sama. Didn't I? Princess Anne-Marie tilted her head curiously. Yes, reporting is important, and it's great that you told her. The problem is Lee-san. Why don't you stop her? Wait. If Princess Anne-Marie is allowed to go, then maybe I'm allowed to go to the women's bath too. That doesn't make any sense, does it? I seem to be quite upset by the sudden intrusion of a young girl. I'm not a Lilican, and I don't feel guilty, so I should be fine, but I feel extremely uncomfortable. Is everything going to be okay? I'm not going to get caught, am I? I'd like her to go back to the women's bath if possible. but Princess Anne-Marie has started playing with Rimmer and Pent, who are floating in the hot springs. I can't wait to get out of here. What am I going to do? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pew ha. Yes, a nice cold beer after a hot bath is the best. As expected, Princess Anne-Marie is not ready for beer yet, so she drinks coffee milk, but she seems to have gotten used to drinking after a hot spring bath in the last few days, and she drinks in a very dignified manner. I was a little suspicious for a moment in the hot spring, but this is a different world. I thought there was no way I could get caught, so I opened myself up to the idea again and made a lot of noise with Princess Anne-Marie, Rimmer, and Pent. If I hadn't reserved the hot springs by the hour, I would have been kicked out for bad manners, so the beer tasted very good. While I was enjoying the beer after the hot spring, the women came out of the women's bath, so I quickly handed out the cans of beer I had prepared. This is a wonderful tribute that kills two birds with one stone, as I can enjoy the bathing beauties up close and personal and also get a good impression of myself as a man with a good sense of humor in this situation. I have seen Alessia-san and the others in the hot tub many times, but I never get tired of seeing them over and over again. Their upturned cheeks are so sexy. I still have some work to do, so I'll just accept your kindness. Princess, I'm going to dry your hair, so come here. I handed the beer cans to each of them in turn, but Lee-san refused because she still had some work to do. It was good that she was enthusiastic about her work. But if that was the case, I wished she had not sent Princess Anne-Marie to the men's room alone. At least if she came with her to the men's room, I could have seen the scene of Lee-san bathing. You're not going to tell me that sending Princess Anne-Marie alone is part of your job, are you? While I was having slight doubts, Lee-san returned to her room with Princess Anne-Marie, and Alessia-san and the others took a break from drinking beer, creating a peaceful atmosphere in the surroundings. A cold drink and the night breeze cool my burning body after the bath. The luxury liner is comfortable, but this kind of time surrounded by nature is not so bad. Sitting on a bench set up in front of the hot spring, I spend a happy time in a daze, sipping a can of beer. If only there was a downtown area nearby, I would have no complaints about this hot spring resort. I would love to walk around the souvenir shops, shooting ranges, and food stalls, all lined up in my yukata. It would be interesting to recreate an old-fashioned hot spring resort here, but then the shopkeepers would have to be dark elves or mermaids. It's kind of a mismatch. Still, the building of this hot spring is very magnificent. Obviously, it is more magnificent than the house of the village chief on the hill. Felicia, why are they doing this? While I was in a daze, Dorothea-san was talking to Felicia. As Dorothea-san said, only the building of this hot spring is quite magnificent. There are other lodgings, but they are rustic buildings that look like they were enlarged from other houses, and only the hot spring building floats above the rest. The monolithic bath I built is used as an outdoor bath, but the men's and women's baths are also built inside. There is also a rest area, and most importantly, the building itself is magnificent. It is made of thick, sturdy-looking wood, and my impression is that it is similar to a shrine. At first, it was just a big building, and in a way, it was a wonderful hot spring without separate men's and women's baths, but every time I came here, I felt that only the hot spring had developed. Well, it is good that the facilities are wonderful because they are comfortable, but it is not good that they have clearly separated the men's and women's baths. Felicia advised them by referring to the facilities on ferries and luxury liners, but by clearly separating the two, the possibility of happiness was destroyed. It was a sinful act. Felicia, such a sinful person, answers Dorothea-san's question as if it were nothing. The main reason is that everyone in the village liked the hot springs, but since Master kept telling everyone that the hot springs were wonderful and that they were good, they thought that if they were so good, they would need a magnificent building. A magnificent building was built for a very simple reason. That's fine with me, Dark Elf. Besides, my influence is so great that I'm a little reluctant. It may sound strange to say it myself, but I am in the position of being the benefactor of the Dark Elves. So, the Dark Elves are quite supportive of me, and that's not a bad feeling. But I don't want them to be so influenced that they build a magnificent facility for me. I'll tell Felicia later not to be too influenced by my words and actions. Basically, I am always in the mood to say something on the spur of the moment, So what I say in jest might end up coming true when I realize it. It could happen, huh? I remember they said they were going to build a temple to worship the goddess of the forest Sama. Shouldn't they build the temple first before making the hot springs more magnificent? The dark elves were overjoyed when they saw the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama, and it seemed like they would put all their energy into building a temple for the goddess of the forest Sama, right? Master, the temple of the goddess of the forest Sama has already been completed in the forest. It is a small temple like a shrine, but everyone goes there to pray. Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea. The temple in Palermo was so extravagant that I was aware that temples, in general, are magnificent. As you would expect from the goddess of the forest Sama, she is different from the creator god Sama who gives out adult versions of his stone statues just because it looks cooler. I told you so. Didn't I? I seem to remember hearing something like that, but I don't think so. Maybe she told me when I was thinking about something bad. To be honest, I don't remember. Well, I'll go pay my respects. There's a holy church on the luxury liner, but that's it. It's not bad to just pray to the goddess of the forest Sama once in a while, right? Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 15 Chapter 9. Thanks to Tbird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 1/16. Chapter 9. Sudden Vacation. I also opened a general store in the hot spring village, enjoyed the hot springs, and filled my hot spring tubs. On the way home, I visited the goddess of the forest Sama shrine, and it was quite a fulfilling time. It was wonderful to be able to relax and pray, especially when I thought I could not be called to the divine realm because the shrine was not sanctified. With some prospect of the general store in sight, I returned to the chateau. The temporary general store in the hilltop village will be moved by the dark elves as soon as the building is completed, so there is no need for me to be there. The mermaid village is also doing well. Bella-san and the others have moved out, and the dark elves have just added a new resident. And bringing in more dark elves will overwhelm their capacity, so I'll give it some time. I don't mind the progress of the Beastman's village in the Aquamarine Kingdom, but if I go to check on it improperly, there's a high possibility that I'll be forced to do some work, so let's not worry about that. As for the construction of the Beastman village, I have a contract from God, so I'm grateful that the possibility of injustice is low even if I don't supervise it. Besides, I've postponed going to the southern continent, and the god's invitation is still pending, so I won't be reckless by not praying in the sanctuary. Could this be a chance to relax for a while? Others might say that I've relaxed enough, but I've had my share of hardships, and I can't say that I've fully enjoyed the chateau during the voyage. Now is the time to play. Then I'd like to leave the luxury liner for later when I can enjoy it to the fullest, and have an experience that I can only enjoy now. So, it's either playing on the island or playing at sea. I think it's the sea. I spend most of my time at sea, but I've spent very little time just playing in the sea. Thanks to the sea god's divine treasure, the area around Dark Elf Island is a bit safer. With the help of the mermaids, it might be a good idea for us, or rather Ins, Felicia, Alessia-san and the others, to clean up the remaining slightly dangerous monsters and then take a vacation and have some fun. It's no exaggeration to say that swimming in the sea surrounded by a group of beautiful women is a real treat. The sea can easily be reserved for private parties if necessary, so that it might be more like celebrity fulfillment. Well, I feel like it's a little too late for me since I lived on a luxury liner, but the luxury liner is an unrealistic feeling, and swimming with girls is an enviable event that is close to my heart. When I was in Japan, I went to the beach with my male friends and all I could do was stare at the girls in their swimsuits with all my might. Wow, that's a sad memory. But it's different now. I've been given the ship summoning cheat and have all the money, time, and beautiful women I need. Now is the time to host the popular guy event that everyone envies. To my friends on Earth that I'll never see again, don't worry, I'm having a great time. I'm sorry I can't send you pictures. I'm sorry I can't brag to my unlucky friends who are with me looking lewdly at beautiful women in swimsuits, but let's enjoy my life in another world as much as possible. Actually, I was looking at the special ships section of the ship summoning and found a ship that caught my attention. Can this be called a ship? I wondered. But I wanted to introduce it one day because it is an item that would make me extremely happy. I had put it off because there was no place to use it in this world, but things changed when I got the sea god's divine treasure. If we can clear out the monsters while using the sea god's divine treasure to demarcate the sea area, we will immediately have an area where we can play safely. Yes, good, I'm on fire. I want to invite Alessia-san and the others right away, but if I go off half-cocked, Alessia-san and the others will make fun of me. I needed a detailed plan. First, I had to deal with Felicia, who looked at me worriedly while I grinned all by myself. *****. These are my plans. Thank you for your attention. After reassuring Felicia, I spent the rest of the night working out a detailed plan and finally presented it. After a delicious meal and a few drinks to get them in a tipsy mood, the explanation was well received. Hey, it's true, if you use the sea god's divine treasure, we can play safely even in the sea. Yes, I never thought of just swimming and playing in the sea, even though I lived in a port city. Even when I swam, it was only to kill monsters. Wataru, that's wonderful. The dark elves and mermaids can fish safely, and even the children can play safely. Alessia-san and Dorothea-san nodded their heads in admiration. I think Claretta-san's impression of me has soared. It seems that my plan to benefit the islanders, and not just for the sake of fun, has paid off. I think it's good to be useful to the islanders, and if Wataru wants to do it, I'll gladly cooperate with him. But in our case, we can turn into mermaids and swim normally underwater, and I think the pool is enough for us to play in, don't you? It doesn't seem like a bad impression, but Ilma-san tilts her head. She agrees that it would be useful for the islanders, but she seems to question the act of going out to play in the ocean. Well, this is a world where there is no culture of swimming in the sea like there is on Earth, and there are safe places to swim, like the swimming pools on luxury liners, so she probably doesn't see the point of going out of her way to play in the sea. I had already explained this to Ins and Felicia in advance, and they had similar opinions, so I knew such questions would come up. Since I had made a presentation to Ins and Felicia beforehand and made a detailed plan, I had no choice but to leave no stone unturned. There are things you can do in the sea that you can't do in a swimming pool. At first, I had planned a recreational activity that would be fun to look for and delicious to eat, such as harpooning and tide pooling, but Ins reminded me that this was normal business at the seaside. I was surprised at how different the mindset is in a country like Japan, where most people buy food, and a country where people buy food, but hunting and gathering is commonplace. Snorkeling and scuba diving, for example, would be more of a hassle with the equipment than fun, since you can even live normally underwater if you turn into a mermaid. But that's not a big deal. All I want is one thing, as long as I can enjoy it with everyone else, that's all I need. I thought about all the water sports that exist in Japan, and although I had several candidates that sounded fun, I eliminated all but one. I thought parasailing would be fun, and I thought it would be possible to recreate it using the sails of a yacht that could be purchased from a special ship, but I had a feeling that Alessia-san and Ins would be reckless, so I decided to postpone the implementation for now. I don't think a person of Alessia-san and Ins level would die even if they fell from a certain height, but caution is still needed. So this is it. Ship summoning. Let's see, it looks like a very fancy and simple structure, but is it a ship? It looks a lot like the fruit in the dessert section. Alessia-san's question was quite reasonable, and Carla-san, being the foodie that she is, had a keen eye for observation. When I found it on the ship purchase screen, I wondered if I could categorize it as a ship, but I guess it's okay as long as it's called a boat. I feel this way because it is a unique skill given to me by the creator god Sama. This is a ride called a banana boat. When we pull it with a boat, we enjoy the feeling of speed on the water, the thrill of whether it will capsize or not, and the surprise when it does capsize. Yes, the situation I want is a banana boat ride with beautiful women, with a happy scene. There were banana boats with 2 rows and wider ones, but I chose the simplest banana boat for 6 people because it would reduce the possibility of a lucky scene. The boat is pulled by a super strong motorboat called Galette, so it must be a great thrill. As for me, I wanted to buy a boat with more moderate acceleration and maximum speed, but I needed the power of the motorboat to have a lucky scene with the ladies with great physical ability. They also sold other jet skis and the same kind of banana boat, circular and spinning like crazy, but I'll save those for when the banana boat gets stuck in a rut. What's the fun in that? You're going so fast in an unstable situation, and if you're not careful, you'll just fall overboard. right?" Marina-san, who had been listening quietly, gave me a calm rebuke. It was hard to deny it because I had the same opinion, but that's okay because I have a powerful word. It's pretty fun. It's a popular sea sport in my former world. The mood of Alessia-san and the others changed. The word popular in another world is still a strong word. They looked at each other and nodded. It sounds interesting, so let's start. What should we do first? Okay, the lucky scene is right around the corner. Normally, at this point, my face would collapse in madness. But in order to be a good man, I kept my guard up and tightened my expression. Since we've been drinking, I don't think we can start today. I'll ask Princess Anne-Marie to help us. Alessia and the others should prepare for an underwater battle. I had not even talked to the mermaids yet, and there was no way I would start now. Princess Anne-Marie and the others treat me like a benefactor and will cooperate with me in most things if I ask them to. So I decided to go ahead with the plan after the presentation to Alessia-san and the others, which was the only thing that could possibly derail the plan. I could have talked to Princess Anne-Marie before talking to Alessia-san and the others, but I could imagine the mermaids going into a frenzy if I asked them for help. So I had to avoid making any uncertain requests. Roger that. The big ones are almost all gone from the island, so we just need to clean up the little monsters. I'll have my equipment ready for that. Alessia, you can't just go after monsters. There are poisonous and dangerous creatures in the sea. It will be difficult to get rid of all of them, but we have to eliminate as many as we can. Also, the island's topography is dangerous, so we need to check that as well. We may need to set up landmarks to prevent the islanders from entering. Alessia-san's voice was joined by Claretta-san and Dorothea-san's, and one by one, the tasks to be done were decided. I feel a bit fresh because I have rarely had to fight outside of training and have only seen the softer side of Alessia-san and the others. Yes, Alessia-san and the others are A-rank adventurers, so it is obvious that they are competent when it comes to doing things. I have a purpose to play, but they also seem to care deeply about the residents of the Dark Elf Island, and they must never know that my purpose is a lucky scene. Yes, I'll act with a body that also thinks for the islanders. It's a bad idea, but as a result, the islanders will be prosperous. Alessia-san and the others, Ins and Felicia will be able to enjoy themselves, and if I can get a happy scene, everyone will be happy except for the dangerous creatures that will be eliminated. This selfish opinion would surely upset animal rights groups if they existed, but this is a different world. I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask them to sacrifice themselves. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 10. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 2/16. Chapter 10, Cleaning. Now that I'm back at the chateau, I wonder if I can enjoy my vacation. I realized that, if that happened, I would not be able to stop. I made a detailed plan, included a lucky scene in my plan, and convinced Alessia-san and the others. Now, let's clean up the sea and go on vacation. Then I want you Dark Elves to split up. One will deal with the dangerous creatures, and the other will dismantle and process the available materials. As for the dangerous creatures, I want those who know about them to take the lead. Alessia-san is in charge. I asked the mermaids to assist us, but the more people we have, the more work we can do, so we decided to include the Dark Elves as well. The Dark Elves are the ones who have to build homes for the newcomers, so there are few men and more women, but as long as they are careful with the hazardous materials, they should have no problem processing and handling them. I gave everyone a swimsuit as a token of gratitude for helping us since we worked in the sea. So here we have Alessia-san and the others in swimsuits, Ins and Felicia, and the Dark Elves, who are mostly female. Unfortunately, the mermaids were preparing in the sea, but the swimsuit paradise was here. My main goal was to have a lucky scene on a banana boat, but I made sure to save the scene in my brain holder. Or better yet, on video. Let's bring in a video camera, let's say to record the sea life. This is totally voyeuristic. I've filmed in the pool before, but in the end, I rarely get to see it, so let's not this time. There are married women among the Dark Elves, and it would be awkward to leave them in the picture. Well, I'll keep it in my brain holder. We don't have much knowledge of the sea. What should we do? Oops. The conversation had continued while angels and demons were fighting in my head. No knowledge of the sea, huh? I guess it's only natural since they lived in seclusion in a hidden village. Oh, That's true. Then we'll ask the mermaids to help you. You all follow the instructions of the mermaids. Wataru, go ask Princess Anne-Marie for help. Yes. I straightened my posture, replied cheerfully, and started to run. Is that the quality of a leader? My body followed without a second thought. What is it, Wataru-sama? I ran to Princess Anne-Marie, so she must have misunderstood that something was wrong. No, nothing happened. I just wanted to run a little. Is that so? I had never used the gym on a luxury liner, so it seemed strange to say I wanted to run. But Princess Anne-Marie seemed convinced without question. I explained the situation and she graciously agreed to send 2 mermaids who were familiar with the creatures. Now, we can work in peace. Also, Rimmer, you're already turning into mermaid slime on Princess Anne-Marie's head, but it's too soon to tell. I'm a little sad that Tremor has started visiting everywhere. I'm relieved that he will definitely come back to me in the end. But, this is the thought pattern of a woman who is betrayed by a man of low quality. In this sense, Pent is the same familiar but feels a little different. Because of the different comfortable living environments and size, being apart seems quite normal. I think he's cute, and he has skinship when he's near me. But he doesn't bother me as much as Rimmer. Is it possible for me to depend on Rimmer? Wataru-sama? Is there anything else you want to do? I was still looking at Princess Anne-Marie, who looked at me with a look that indicated that a terrifying thought had captured me. No, it's nothing. I'm working over there, so please send someone when you decide. Yes, I understand. After asking Princess Anne-Marie for help, I returned to Alessia-san and the others. I will think about the problem of my dependence on Rimmer when I can relax. *****. The cleansing of the sea has begun. Normally we would have started with a survey of the sea, but the sea is the garden of the mermaids. Dangerous places, habitats of troublesome creatures, rich fishing grounds, almost every place had already been surveyed. All that remained was to mark them out and destroy them one by one. Some places are dangerous for humans, but not so much for mermaids. First, I would talk to Princess Anne-Marie and make sure that only mermaids with the sea god's divine treasure would be allowed to enter the dangerous places. Then, manipulate the ocean currents to protect the rich fishing grounds. The divine artifact of the sea god is simply a cheat, and up to this point, it is over in a flash. The hard part begins here. There were small poisonous monsters in the place facing the recreation area, and there were poisonous snakes in the nearby rocky area that ate the small poisonous monsters. This was untouched wilderness until the Dark Elves moved in. The ecological balance is maintained in this state, but having so many poisonous snakes breeding in a recreational area is not good. Let's get rid of them. Does this count as environmental destruction? Well, since they are not ordinary creatures but monsters, albeit small ones, there is no need for God to be angry with us or environmental groups that may or may not be there. Yes, it's impossible for them to complain. Wataru, is something wrong? I was confused, and Claretta-san came over to talk to me, worried. Even though she had transformed into a mermaid, she still had the magnificent symbol of motherhood, and I wondered how she could swim so smoothly. It was truly a fantasy. But isn't that snake monster disgusting? The poisonous, softball-sized, sea urchin-like creature in the recreation area was no obstacle for us transformed mermaids and the real mermaids. We placed it in a basket, pierced it with a harpoon, and turned it over to the disposal team waiting for us ashore for incineration. I expected to be able to eat the sea urchin-like creature, but I was told that not only its spines, but also its flesh was poisonous, and only those monsters resistant to poison would eat it. For a moment, I imagined a bowl of sea urchin covering the rice, so I was quite disappointed. The bottom of the sea was cleaned by us, Girasol, and the mermaids in no time. We may have missed a few, but regular cleaning would have wiped them out. The first one was easy, and I had a feeling that the next target would be a piece of cake. It might be a bit of a big snake, but with Pent, the child of the sea serpent, as my familiar, I thought I could handle it. But it was horrible. The poisonous snakes on Earth are colorful and beautiful, but the snakes in this world are different. The color is brown, which is not a problem. They show their sharp fangs and threaten us. It is a little frightening. There are numerous wart-like things all over the body of the sea snake. Physiologically impossible. Besides, when you stimulate the warts, they spit out poison. Wataru isn't used to this kind of battle, so I guess it can't be helped. But at Wataru's level, you won't even get a scratch from a monster of that caliber. Besides, you might have a strong resistance to poison, and even in the unlikely event that you get bitten, I can heal you, so don't worry. I was surprised, but I understood that the bite would not even leave a scratch on me, or that I had resistance to poison. It's possible that it's because I've gained uncontrollable power, and my lifespan has also been extended. But that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the disgust that comes from the bottom of my heart. Yes, it is a horrible feeling, like when you discover a cockroach. Well, let's do our best. If it is that bad, a harpoon will do the trick. Smiling like the Virgin Mary, Claretta-san is a Spartan. Does Claretta-san, who serves God, not show mercy to monsters? Well, if she did, she wouldn't be an adventurer, would she? I get it. It would be a woman's privilege to scream here and say it's disgusting because it's disgusting. If I did that, I would just be a sorehead. I understand. I just wanted to recreate my youth with popularity, but I didn't know such a difficult enemy awaited me. I should have just relaxed on a luxury liner. I don't even want them in my sight, but I don't have the mastery to defeat an enemy with just a sign. I sized up my prey and mentally chanted Lucky Scene over and over again to suppress my disgust. When this is over, it's vacation time. I don't care if it looks a little disgusting. Wataru, you're using too much force. You'll break the harpoon. Relax like you do when you practice. It was true that the spear would break if I used all my strength. I still haven't mastered power control, but it would be a disaster if I broke the harpoon and came into contact with that grotesque object. Let's attack with extreme caution. I nodded to Claretta-san and carefully held up the harpoon, my body now concentrating on my mouth because it was disgusting. The harpoon went in the mouth, through the head, and out. That's good. But why didn't it die right away? It pierced his head, right? The warty body is wrapped around the harpoon, and more purple poison is spewing from the wart. I was so scared that I couldn't help but let out a pitiful cry. See Claretta. What should I do? Wait a little bit and it will run out of power. Don't worry. I hate waiting for that little bit, but I guess I have to wait. As Claretta-san said, I waited a little while, and the monster stopped moving. But now I have to carry this monster. It's depressing. I thanked Claretta-san for her advice and went to the place where the monsters were gathered, keeping the harpoon as far away from my body as possible. On the way, I saw other members exterminating monsters, and they all got rid of them quickly and without hesitation. I was especially envious of their magic. Ins burned monsters with flames even though she was in the water, and even Rima pierced monsters with a ball of light. I was satisfied with the daily life magic, but seeing such things made me want to learn magic. In the worst case scenario, even if magic is impossible, I want a long-range attack. But first, I'll finish cleaning up and enjoy my vacation as much as possible. Otherwise, it's not worth it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 11. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofiya and this chapter. 3/16. Chapter 11. Discovery. I decided to take a vacation to experience what popular people enjoy, have fun, hear the Kaiawa Yufufufu in the ocean, and taste the Lucky Scene. I will definitely ride a banana boat in a position between beautiful women. Absolutely. Cleaning up at sea is easy since I have the sea god's divine treasure. There was a time when I thought that sea snakes were disgusting, and the jellyfish of this world were horrible. What's that? They send out electric shocks. Since they're electric catfish, I can still understand storing electricity. But isn't it strange to get electric shocks underwater? Thanks to my high-level body, I only felt a little crackle of static electricity, but it was just painful to feel that sensation every time I exterminated them. In the middle of the process, I was tempted to use the sea god's divine treasure to push everything away, but I reluctantly held back in front of the nature-loving dark elves and sea-loving mermaids. After removing some of the dangers, it was time to thoroughly manipulate the ocean currents. Even though the sea god's divine treasure can manipulate the ocean currents at will, it was hard work to set up the swimming area so that small and annoying monsters would not enter the swimming area and children would not be swept away or end up in dangerous places. Well, the hardest part was getting rid of the physiologically impossible sea snakes, but I'm glad I wasn't in the dismantling and incineration group. Now, let's open the sea. After overcoming such difficulties and hardships, the sea opened with a group of beautiful women in swimsuits in front of me. It would be forgivable if I got a little excited. It doesn't matter if I swam in the sea to clean it before the opening or if I'm tired of seeing them in swimsuits on luxury liners. The important thing is that they are in the sea in swimsuits. Today, in the name of a final safety check, I asked the dark elves and mermaids to reserve the swimming area. Beach chairs and umbrellas brought from the luxury liner were set up on the sandy beach, and drinks ranging from various juices to light alcoholic beverages were brought back to the rubber boat. I had also brought food for yakisoba, fried noodles, from the ferry, and the banana boat, which was my main destination, was already waiting on the beach, tied to the galette. As a countermeasure against children and fairies who might disturb us, I also have a help campaign at a temporary general store. Normally, you can only get 1 or 2 pieces of candy after half a day of helping, but today's campaign is a sale, so you can get candy with just 1 simple stamp of help. By now, the little kids in the village are probably looking for work with bloodlust in their eyes. God-related things are fine as long as they stay away from the sacred area. Sea monsters cannot enter because of the power of the sea god's divine treasure. Even the children took countermeasures by making their own auxiliary stamps. There was no room for error for me, as I had carefully planned and flawlessly executed the plan. All I have to do now is enjoy my vacation as much as possible. Wataru-sama, it's an emergency. I've made a great discovery. All I had to do was enjoy myself, but someone who had somehow been left out of my meticulous plan came running toward me in a panic. It was rude of me, but I had completely forgotten about his existence. It was Romano-san, who was supposed to be touring the island and making a map. Why is he coming back at this time? It is true that there is a pattern that when the main character of a story starts something, they are interrupted, but not for me. Of course, there are some parts of the story that are like the protagonists of another world, with unique skills and different world transfers, but everything else should be out of the way of being a protagonist. So why, at this point in time, is there a template that will happen to the protagonist? Is it the creator god-sama? Is it the work of the creator god-sama? Is it harassment because I thought that as long as I stayed away from the sanctuary, I'd be fine? Is something wrong? Alessia-san was interested. But, well, he wouldn't have come here if there wasn't something going on. He must have gone to report to the village chief before coming here, and the fact that the chief did not stop him means that he must have made some kind of discovery. Right now, I can't think of anything more important than banana boats, but that's just my opinion, right? But I wish I could have enjoyed the banana boat at least once before he came. His timing was very bad. Wataru-sama. Ha, ha, I have made a great discovery. Romano-san's face was filled with joy. I guess it was not a bad report. Romano-san, please calm down. What did you discover? I calm Romano-san down while handing him a glass of water. A handsome dark elf breathing heavily or something. He is an enemy to me. Ha, ha, thank you, Wataru-sama. So, what have you discovered? After Romano-san took a breath after swallowing a glass of water, I called him again. It's a dungeon. I found a dungeon. A dungeon? Dungeons are that thing, the royal road of fantasy. You know, the kind where you overcome dangers and gain treasures. I am also a man who likes to read novels. It's not that I'm not excited about it, although I've been corrupted by my stable life. When I first came to this world, just the name of the labyrinth city was enough to get me excited. But nothing could compare to the allure of the banana boat. If the dungeon was about to overflow with monsters at any moment, it would make sense as an emergency situation. But since he seems happy about it, that would be different. When they hear that it's a dungeon, Ins, Alessia-san and the others also scream joyfully. Why are you happy? Dungeons are dangerous, aren't they? Ins was also supposed to have fallen into slavery because of a dungeon injury. To be more precise, it was because she was badly injured in the dungeon after she lost a lot of money gambling and couldn't pay for her medical treatment, but it was still dangerous. Wataru, I'll explain later, just wait a moment. Romano, is this dungeon new or dormant? I don't know much about dungeons, but the village chief says it's probably dormant. Again, Ins, Alessia-san, and the others shouted with joy. Felicia and I were left behind, unable to comprehend the situation. New, dormant, I can imagine from the words, but I still don't understand why they are so happy. Felicia, the village chief seems to know about the dungeon, but you don't? No, I don't know. I was surprised that my father knew about the dungeon. Well, they say everyone has a story. Besides, Felicia's father is a long-lived dark elf and village chief. He probably has a lot of knowledge that his daughter doesn't. I see. Well, let's wait until things settle down here. For now, we wait. I wonder if this situation will lead to a banana boat ride? Wataru. I'm sorry, I got a little excited about the discovery. A little? Romano-san, who had been bombarded with questions, seemed exhausted. You know, the bad timing is also so bad that I almost want to forgive him. But I won't forgive him. So, I've heard about the new and the dormant, but what's the situation? I don't know much about dungeons, so please explain. Well, even if you don't know much about dungeons, you at least know what they are to some extent, right? Yes, I know that you enter a dungeon, fight monsters, and get treasures and materials. That's mostly my impression from novels and games. That's about right. It fits. The keywords this time are new and dormant. Alessia and the others, as well as Inz, were very happy to hear that it was dormant, weren't you? Yes, about the new one, of course. It is a dungeon that is still young. It has potential, but its usefulness is unknown. Well, I guess so. If everything were poisoned, it would be a dungeon of very limited use. And by dormant, I mean literally asleep. A dungeon that has fallen asleep because there are no more people on the island. I don't understand. Dormant dungeon? What happens to the monsters and the treasures? It is said that when a dungeon goes to sleep, the treasure is absorbed by the dungeon, and the monsters inside are released. From the looks of this island, all but the most reproductive monsters have probably died out over the years. The dungeons that had fallen asleep were awakened by the arrival of the Dark Elves. I see. I understand that part. But I don't see the reason for great joy. I could understand it if it was just waking up and there were only a few monsters, and you could take all the treasures that were left, but when the dungeon absorbs it, that's not the case. I don't see the point in rejoicing, you know. Wataru. This is an isolated island in the middle of the ocean. The fact that there's a dungeon here means that it's a dungeon that's existed since there was power for people to live on this island. With a look of excitement on her face, Alma-san took over the conversation. She has a sexy expression on her face that is on the verge of an explorer's spirit running wild. No matter what you think. Or rather, it's not sexy anymore, it's seductive now, coupled with the swimsuit. Thanks for the treat. Sigh. Yes. Is this the time when magic ships and such were built? No. Then, even if they were destroyed, there must still be some traces of human life left. It could be before that time. Come to think of it, Creator God Sama said that civilizations have been destroyed many times. I wonder how many % of the causes of their destruction are the responsibility of Creator God Sama? I get scared just thinking about it. You mean it's great because it's such an old dungeon? The number of treasures and monsters created in dungeons is increasing, not decreasing. In this case, you may be able to get monsters and unknown substances whose existence can only be confirmed in literature or even in literature that has not been preserved. And this is an island that was not even known to exist. It could be an incredibly ancient dungeon. I see, so it's like a dungeon version of the Galapagos. I can see why they would be happy about that. But it's dangerous, isn't it? Especially since the only people on this island are the ones I brought with me, and it would be hard to sleep if one of them died. Of course. You are in a dungeon, and your life is in danger. But you don't have to worry too much right now. Even the wisest of adventurers like Ilma-san can weigh the risk of life against the risk of death. Why? Because the sleeping dungeon has lost its power and its monsters. First, for its own safety, it creates monsters around itself to protect itself. It will take some time before the island is affected, so there will be no drastic changes. If it can be delayed, it will be possible to take countermeasures. And there are advantages to that, right? Advantages? Yes, we will be able to get materials and things that are not available anywhere else on this closed island. I see, that's a pretty big advantage. Even though my lifespan is getting longer, you never know what's out there. It would be good to have a means of supply other than myself. Wataru. Let's go explore. While I was talking to Ilma-san, Alessia-san was in the mood to go exploring. What about the banana boat? We'll get to that next time. Otherwise, I'm too worried about the dungeon to enjoy it. I know, right? I felt that way when I saw Alessia-san and the others so excited. Romano-san, I wish you would have come back at least one day later. Well, it looks like this means a postponement, so let's just give up this time. I'm also a little worried about the ancient dungeon, but we will definitely do the banana boat. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 15 Chapter 12. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 4/16. Chapter 12. Dungeon. With the goal of banana boating with beautiful women, I worked hard to deal with grotesque fish monsters and jellyfish that emit electric shocks, and I finally made it to the opening of the beach. I had taken all the necessary measures to prevent any unwanted interference, and all I had to do was enjoy myself. But Romano-san, whom I had completely forgotten, completely thwarted my plans. Why is he coming back now? The scene before me is sad. Just a few moments ago, I was surrounded by many beautiful women in swimsuits. But now they have turned into a group of heavily armed beauties. This may be a beautiful sight, but it is not what I wanted to see. But I had to change my mind. Otherwise, I would become a man who can't read the air. Since it is also true that I am interested in the dungeon, let's look forward to the banana boat later and concentrate on the dungeon for now. So, Romano-san, where on the island is the dungeon? Yes, the dungeon was found along the coast on the other side of this place. If it is what Trusama, I think it would be faster to go there by boat. Along the coast, huh? That's quite a conspicuous place, isn't it? I couldn't find it when I looked around from the sea when I discovered this island, so unless I missed it, it seems certain that it was born or revived as a result of the Dark Elves' migration. The mermaids didn't seem to notice the dungeon even though they were helping to clean it up, so it might have appeared recently, maybe around the time Romano-san was approaching the place. It was really bad timing. Well then, let's proceed with the Lotto. Romano-san, please show us the way. I used to disguise the ship when I took the Dark Elves aboard, but I invited them to a luxury liner, and I think they'll be fine with the Lotto as it is. Yes, I will do my best to guide you. There was no need to guide us so enthusiastically, but Romano-san seemed to be in high spirits. I wanted to complain about being interrupted on my vacation, but if he's so serious about just showing me the way, I can't complain because if I complain, he'll probably say he'll pay with his life. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's small, but is that a castle? But isn't it kind of trying to assert itself with all its might? Following Romano-san's lead, I drove the Lotto to the other side of the island, and as a result, I saw a building that was asserting itself tremendously. It seems to be trying to say, I'm here. I mean, are those electric lights? Why would there be electric lights in a place like that? It would have to be a very strong light to stand out during the day, right? Yes, that's right. Why are they so sparkling? Alessia-san is right. They are shining quite senselessly. Even a certain theme park in Japan must not have gone this far. Ilma, can you tell what era this dungeon is from? While we were at a loss for words, Dorothea-san, the sub-leader of the A-rank party who seemed to be quite calm, asked Ilma-san. I don't know. There must be no dungeon that glows like that among the currently confirmed dungeons. If we go closer, we might be able to determine the age by the technology used or the structure of the buildings. But it seems a bit difficult. Wataru, let's go. Dorothea-san is calm and collected, while Ilma-san's researcher spirit seems to have already exploded, and she instructs me to approach the dungeon with glowing eyes. Dorothea, is it safe to approach like this? I ask Dorothea-san, who seems to be the calmest at the moment, for instructions. It's an unknown dungeon, and it would be quite dangerous if Ilma-san got out of control. Wouldn't it? It's all right. Since Ilma has shown interest in the dungeon building itself, she will probably calm down while we examine the outside. But it will take quite a while to get inside. Ah, I see, so the outside is a subject of study as well. There is no danger on the outside, is there? Yes, there have been no cases of dungeon monsters going outside except during a stampede or dormancy. There is a possibility of being attacked by monsters from the island, but I think it would be safe. Then it's okay. I was reassured by Dorothea-san's words, but I still carefully brought the Lotto closer to the shore. Come on, Wataru, Alessia, let's go. Ilma-san demands that I hurry, but she doesn't seem to be out of control as she goes off to investigate on her own. Indeed, this looks like a safe bet. After landing, Ilma-san immediately begins to investigate the appearance of the dungeon. In other words, those of us who know nothing about the place are free to drink tea while keeping an eye out for monsters. But the more I look at it, the stranger the building becomes. It may be modeled after a castle, but the electric lights do not give it a festive atmosphere. And yet, it does not look vulgar, like an antique love hotel. It has a strangely cheerful and exciting atmosphere. Hey, inns. It looks different from the dungeon inns worked in, doesn't it? How are they different? The dungeon in Labyrinth City is deep and huge, but it's a typical layered dungeon. The dungeon itself only has a gate and stairs in the uninhabited areas, so to say it's different would be an understatement. The appearance of the dungeon in Labyrinth City seems quite simple. What? This magic technology. It's supposed to just glow, but I can't read any of the formulas or techniques. The architectural style of the building is unique, and it's most likely a dungeon of a civilization we don't know. I have to check it out. Ilma-san's tension breaks through the sky. I guess it'll take a while to find out. Speaking of which, what are you going to do while we check out the dungeon, Romano-san? I don't mind you waiting on the Lotto, but would you like to go in with us? I started to say something about being in awe and talked to Romano-san, who was drinking tea in a distant area. I don't want him to stay around in the slightest, but I also don't like the subtlety of being separated from him for reasons I don't understand, such as being in awe. I would like to protect Wataru-sama at the cost of my own body. But I will only be a burden to you. Once Wataru-sama and the others have entered the dungeon, I will return to my map-making journey. I see. I know it's a lot of work, but please do your best. Yes, I don't think it will atone for all my sins, but I will do my best. It was a terrible idea, but I was a little relieved that he left me alone because it is hard to be taken care of all the time while exploring dungeons. However, since God's existence is recognized in this world, God's effect is tremendous. I feel that he is just being reckless with me, but I never thought that Romano-san, who was so hostile to me, would change like this. ******. In other words, you had no idea. Ilma-san's thirst for knowledge was unquenchable, and she did not stop examining the outside of the dungeon after dark. It was dinner time, and although we forced her to come with us, she would probably return to her investigations as soon as she finished eating. It's not that I don't know anything. I know that the style of the dungeon is different from any other known dungeon. It's just that there are so many unknowns that I don't understand. The structure of the castle is a castle, even though it's a castle. They don't pay any attention to defense, so what's the point? I don't think I understand anything about it, but Ilma-san seems to think differently. Alessia-san and Dorothea-san are discussing with a difficult look on their faces. Alessia, Dorothea, is there a problem? Nothing so much as a problem. I was just saying that it seems to be difficult to get money for it, even if you explore this dungeon. Oh, it seems to be a very special dungeon, so when it comes to money, the source of the treasure and materials might be a problem. If the things you can get in the dungeon are common, it will be easy to exchange them for money, but the appearance of the dungeon is clearly different from other dungeons, and the things you can get will be different as well. Since the existence of the Dark Elf Isle cannot be revealed, we have to come up with an excuse if we want to redeem it. Can't you just say you got it from a dungeon far away by ship? My cheat, or rather Mage-sama's cheat, is recognized to a certain extent. We could fool them by saying that we brought it from a dungeon on the southern continent. For some reason, Alessia-san and Dorothea-san sighed. Did I say something strange? Normally, we can cover it up with Wataru's story. But when it comes to dungeons, that won't work. What do you mean? I don't understand. If it is an unknown dungeon, there is a high probability that some weirdo will make a move. Weirdos? Are you talking about explorers like Ilma-san? There are many S-rank adventurers like Paris who are not reasonable people, so there is a high probability that they will come to you regardless of whether you have Mage-sama's support or not. Even if you refuse, they will try to find out about the unknown dungeon in any way they can. Let's think carefully. It's no joke to get involved with someone like Paris. Alessia-san's group and Ins and Felicia must have improved their level considerably, but I still feel that they are not as good as Paris in terms of atmosphere. Well, maybe I'm just being overly cautious because I'm a little traumatized by the presence of Paris, but I would still definitely avoid getting involved with that class of people. If it's not okay that it came from a dungeon, why don't we just say that it was imported normally? It's hard to fool around with dungeon items because they can be authenticated as dungeon items through appraisal. I didn't know that the appraisal could reveal so much. So we can't fool them anymore? Do you want to stop exploring the dungeon? It's dangerous to leave the dungeon unattended, so we have to investigate. I see that, too. It would be a disaster if the dungeon got out of control and destroyed the island. Well, There's nothing we can do about it now. Let's just explore and then think about it. That's true. The amount of money to be redeemed will also depend on what we can get. There is no point in worrying about that now. What we should be worrying about now is whether Ilma-san's investigation, which took half a day and turned up nothing, will be finished tomorrow. When will we be able to enter the dungeon? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 13. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofiya and this chapter. 5/16. Chapter 13, Opportunity. Depending on how you think about it. Because of Romano-san's ill-timed discovery of a dungeon, my vacation schedule was changed to dungeon exploration. If I were a child, I would have been a little upset. But I'm an adult, so I'll forgive Romano-san and hold a grudge against him for the rest of my life. It was the second day after we heard the news of the discovery of the dungeon. We had not yet entered the dungeon, or rather, except for Ilma-san and Marina-san, who are assisting Ilma-san, we are in a relaxed state of just being slightly cautious. According to Ilma-san, the electric decoration-like objects are powered by magic power, but it seems to be fundamentally different from the magic technology currently in use. And if we can solve the mystery, we may be able to make a discovery that will surprise the world. But there is no easy way to solve such a technology, so Alessia-san has set a deadline for the investigation. If no new discoveries are made today, we will move on to exploration tomorrow. It's a nice decision because if we don't set a deadline, we'll be exploring forever. However, if we could take it that easy, I think it would have been fine after the holiday. Phew. I don't understand it at all. It seems to be different from the electricity Wataru told me about before, so I wonder how it works. After investigating until nightfall, it seemed that nothing had been discovered after all. But despite her tired face, Alma-san's expression was very bright. She must enjoy the uncertainty. But we're going to the dungeon tomorrow. Is that okay? Yes. It's unfortunate, but it's a promise. So I guess it can't be helped. Ilma-san nodded at Alessia-san's warning with a shrug. It looks like we can start exploring the dungeon tomorrow without any problems. Maybe this is a good opportunity. We will probably be on the Dark Elf Isle many times in the future, and if I can bring Ilma-san here, it will definitely increase her impression of me in terms of gal games. Well, I'll probably just watch as Ilma-san immerses herself in her research once we arrive, but still, I don't mind if she gives me a positive impression of a beautiful woman. I'm ready to send her off with a full load of recreational killing goodies. ******. Ilma, you look sleepy. Did you stay up all night researching? Foo-foo. I wouldn't stay up all night before exploring a dungeon, as you can imagine. I slept a little. A little is a little, isn't it? Well, Alma-san is also a professional adventurer, so it will not interfere with the exploration. Finally, dungeon exploration, huh? I only know about it from games, but what's it like? I'm getting pretty nervous. Let's go over the exploration steps, just in case. Let's see, I'll just follow Ins and Felicia while they protect me, and Felicia will put a barrier around me, so if an attack hits the barrier or Alessia-san and the others are fighting, I'll summon a ship immediately. Basically, that is all I have to do. I'm not sure how much of a burden I'll be if I fight, but my role in this is really quite simple. Even if I don't do a good job, Rimo, who is on top of me, will be more effective in the fight. Then let's go in. Finally, we enter the dungeon. Marina-san cautiously approached the castle gate, which Ilma-san said she didn't understand because there were no defenses. She stops occasionally to do something. Probably to check for traps or something. After a pause, Marina-san beckons us to continue, and we do. It may seem a bit too cautious, but it is only natural since our lives are at stake. So far, there have been no traps, and we have made good progress. So far, nothing has changed from the previous explanation. It is said that dungeons are unlikely to have dangerous traps near the entrance to lure people in. However, there are exceptions to this rule, so it is important to be cautious when entering an unknown dungeon. This dungeon did not seem to be of the vicious type, and we made it through the gates without incident. Well, Ilma-san, do you know if dungeons are affected by the surrounding conditions at this time? Yes. It hasn't been confirmed, but it's been said that it's most likely. I see. What should I do? The interior of my first dungeon is basically a theme park, but is it a dream, huh? Do you mean there used to be a theme park on this island? And this dungeon is inspired by that theme park. Isn't that strange when you think about it? This island has a beautiful ocean and hot springs. If it is easy to get to and from this island, then the conditions are right for a resort island. Creator God Sama and the other gods said that civilizations have perished many times, and there may have been a civilization that built a resort on this island, although I don't know how long ago. I mean, too many civilizations have fallen. I'm afraid that Creator God Sama and the other gods might be the cause of some of their demise, which is normal. I see. I felt a kind of déjà vu in the atmosphere of the castle at the entrance, but that bustling atmosphere was the entrance gate of a theme park. But normally, when a dungeon appears in a resort, you would destroy it because it's dangerous, right? I have a bad feeling about how this survives. Wataru, you look serious. What is it? I guess I better explain. Even though there is less danger after the dormancy, if the dungeon was originally a vicious dungeon, the danger level might be higher than expected. First of all, a theme park is a dungeon that is a straight line of horror. Even if the dungeon is not intended to be a horror attraction, it will become one by itself. It took me a long time to get used to the atmosphere of an empty luxury liner, and I don't think I can get used to an empty theme park dungeon. Hey, it's a place to have fun, isn't it? I wonder if it's hard to find resources of high value? No, Alessia-san, I'm not talking about that, but I am talking about the fact that it might be quite dangerous. It might be better to consider withdrawing from the area. It would be safer to stay in my own ship, but I don't like the idea of being mentally traumatized. Wataru, not good, huh? It's the suffix, isn't it? I'll be careful. The only time Carla-san pays attention to me is when I call with the suffix. But still, why is Carla-san so strict about only with and without suffixes? But Carla-san nodding her head in satisfaction is cute, so there's that. But no, now is not the time to relax. We're talking about the danger level of the dungeon. Wataru, calm down. No, I don't think this is the time to calm down. I'll convey this feeling to them. I understand why you think this dungeon is dangerous. However, considering the current situation of this island, we must explore it unless we decide to leave it. Then, we can't miss the chance to explore the dungeon after it goes dormant. We have to explore and think of countermeasures while the monsters are still few and weak, don't we? Come to think of it, that's right. I wanted to retreat because I didn't like the horror theme park, but as expected, I didn't want to endanger the dark elves and the mermaids by running away. At worst, even if we had to leave the island, we would still need enough information to explain the situation properly. I'm almost certain of my own safety, and I'm not in a position to say I don't want to do it because it sounds horrible. I understand. Let's do it. I'm sorry I stopped you. I really don't want to. But I'm the one who brought the dark elves to this island, and I have to at least live up to my responsibility. If push comes to shove, I'll find another island and escape with all my might. It is okay. Wataru's opinion was helpful, and we'll be even more careful. Right, Marina? Yes. But before we go, I need more information about the theme park. Please tell me. Information about the theme parks? Is it the same as the theme parks on Earth? Well, it would be helpful, wouldn't it? Master, theme parks sound like a lot of fun. Inz, who loves fun and interesting things, is pleased with a twinkle in her eyes, or rather, everyone's eyes are shining except mine. I'm glad they're having fun because I've been telling them about my memories of fun places, but I think the purpose has shifted quite a bit. Hey, Master, do you have a luxury liner with a theme park in it? Inz gave me a very expectant look. Don't be absurd. Let's see, I think there is a luxury liner with a Ferris wheel, but there is no luxury liner with a theme park on board. Is there? There isn't, is there? I don't think it would be surprising to see it on a luxury liner. I thought I made sure of that when I bought it, but I'll check again later. No matter how unhappy you look, it's impossible to get what you can't get. More importantly, let's talk about the dungeon. The world is different, so there might not be the same attractions, but there might be similar attractions. If you find something strange, please ask me, just in case. Depending on how you look at it, I know the most about this dungeon. This means that I can be the guy everyone relies on. I thought I didn't want to do it because of the horror factor, and I wanted to go home. But suddenly, I felt motivated to do it. I have a chance to earn Ilma-san's favor, and I'm going to boost my stock by being a capable man here as well. Master, What's wrong with those fists you're suddenly clenching? I was so excited that I even unconsciously punched him in the stomach. The standard for an able man is to be calm and collected. Let's calm down so that I can be seen as a man who can be counted on when the time comes. No, it's nothing, Felicia. Let's get on with it, shall we? If it is modeled after a theme park, it is most likely a plaza that branches off into attractions at the beginning. Visibility should be good, but be careful. Marina-san nodded her head at my words, and we started moving through the dungeon again. The eerie theme park, empty of people and probably attacked by monsters, began to look like a place filled with some kind of hope. If there had been a place like a haunted house, I might have said, "Don't be afraid, I'm right here." Oh, number. In a haunted house, the real thing would usually show up and try to kill you. I have to choose carefully the scene where I am going to appear as a capable man. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 14. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 6/16. Chapter 14. A man, a real man's way of life. A dungeon suddenly appeared on the Dark Elf Island. My vacation was interrupted, but inside, I was a little excited by the appearance of the dungeon. The Royal Road to Fantasy. After examining the exterior, we entered the dungeon with a sense of excitement and found ourselves in a theme park. To be honest, I don't understand what it all means. Wataru, what is that? We entered the dungeon and proceeded cautiously, but so far, there have been no monster attacks. The dungeons are somewhat safe after the dormant period, but I guess that's what this is all about. I welcome the safety, but I feel like I'm just explaining the simple playground equipment I noticed earlier. A chance to play an active role, I thought, but it was a little different from the activity I had in mind. This ride is dangerous, so stay away from it, or, it moves like this, so this is a weak spot here. I imagined a wise man's position, but now it's just a guiding staff. Well, maybe, but I think it's a piece of playground equipment that if you go inside the ship and turn the stick in the middle, the ship will also spin violently. Under the colorful roof, there are several giant cups placed irregularly. It's just like a coffee cup, right? Creator Godsama said that many other worlders have been here before, so maybe there were Earthlings who built the amusement park when this dungeon was created. Coming from another world and building an amusement park. I think it's great, but I wonder why they built an amusement park. Did they like amusement parks so much? It's not that I don't understand it because it's a fun place. But is it still something to do in another world? Is it fun? I guess it depends. Alessia-san tilted her head as if she didn't understand. I explained it to her, too. I thought it didn't sound like fun at all, so it was a natural reaction. But it can't be helped. I think coffee cups are a dangerous ride. It's fun for a while, but there's a limit. Also, the person you ride with is very important. With a bad rider, the coffee cup immediately turns into a dangerous ride, and then the battle with vomiting begins. Coffee cups have the power to turn fun amusement park memories into disastrous ones. Alessia, do you want me to check it out? Well, there are so many things I don't understand that there's no way I could look them all up, but I'm afraid to just ignore them and move on. Please check it out. Alessia-san nodded in response to Marina-san's question. If it's just the coffee cups, there's little point in checking them out. But I also think it's dangerous to ignore things like coffee cups in a dungeon that you don't know the meaning of. I don't understand why a theme park is a dungeon at all. There has to be a limit to the number of attractions, so why model a dungeon after a theme park? And what about the bosses? Are they in the Western Castle that you see once you're inside? With various questions in mind, I explained to Marina-san how the coffee cups work. Of course, there is a possibility that it is completely different from the coffee cups I know. The things I have explained to Alessia-san and the others so far are not so much attractions but more like playground equipment in a park on a slightly larger scale, like the attractions in a theme park. Coffee cups are not the main attraction of a theme park, but they are a nice attraction. You can't deny that something could happen, so you have to be careful. Well, it would be an unnecessary worry since an A-rank adventurer whose job is to scout would never let their guard down in front of something they don't understand. As we watch, Marina-san cautiously approaches the coffee cup and examines various things without stepping inside. Then we cautiously step into the attraction, but nothing happens. When Marina-san touches the center of the coffee cup, Suddenly an electric lights and comical music begin to play. Reacting to the sudden change, Alessia-san and the others assume a fighting stance, and Ins and Felicia stand by my side to protect me. What's that? Marina-san joins us before I know it. Did she come back in a flash? That's amazing. Wataru, do you know what's going on? Probably just that the attraction is working. It was dormant and inactive but probably became operational when Marina-san touched the attraction. Something came up. Be on the lookout. Marina-san sounded the alarm. Marina-san, you're not usually a vocal person, but even at times like this, you don't shout. No, it's because of times like this, right? It would be dangerous to shout in a dungeon, and the loud voice might scare people. Don't worry. Maybe that is some kind of bulletin board. It is not an electric billboard, as it does not use electricity, but an object that looks exactly as if it is slowly descending from inside the colorful roof. Not that there is no possibility of being attacked, but if they would go to the trouble of attacking you with a billboard, they would probably make a monster appear. We must be careful, but there is no need to rush. As expected, there is no attack. But there are no words or pictures on the board. Why did they come down? Also, the statues of dragons dressed as clowns on either side of the bulletin board are strangely surreal and funny. I don't think clown costumes are appropriate for dragons. Attention, brave warriors. The clownish dragon suddenly began to speak in a dignified voice. What's the meaning of the bulletin board? Is it my imagination, or is it just me, or does everything seem a bit out of place? In any case, there is no doubt that this dungeon is mistaken about the theme park. Brave warriors, the princess has been kidnapped by the Demon King. The king is looking for a hero. You must overcome the trials I have set for you and prove that you are brave enough to stand up to the Demon King. No. Isn't the pattern for a dragon to kidnap a princess? There is a pattern of the Demon King kidnapping the princess, but it is absolutely wrong for the dragon to be the one explaining the situation. I mean, is this an event to rescue the princess? It's more like a role-playing game than a theme park. When the dragon fell silent, a character appeared on the bulletin board. Let's see, if you score over 10,000 points, you get a piece of the castle pass. One piece, huh? I'd like to say, don't make me wait so long to collect the pieces while the princess is being kidnapped, but I kind of understand the situation. Maybe there is some kind of ordeal set up for each of the attractions, and once you collect all the pieces, you can enter the castle. This dungeon definitely demonstrates a misunderstanding of the theme park. The dragon said something, didn't it? I'm also starting to see what look like letters floating around. Do you know what they are, Alma? No. I've never heard of such a language and don't recognize the writing. It's definitely a dungeon from an era undiscovered on the continent, huh? It's like people don't understand the language of that dragon or the text on the bulletin board. I see, language comprehension. I felt favored when I went to the southern continent, but I can also understand lost languages and characters. As expected from a unique skill. It seems that if you score over 10,000 points in this attraction, you can get a piece of an item that will allow you to enter the castle. Wataru, do you understand this language? Alessia-san looked at me with an incredibly surprised face. It is true that I am not an intellectual character, but I have been in college for a while, and it hurts me when people are so surprised. Now that I think about it, Master has a unique ability in the field of language. Although Ins is not responsible for this because I did not hide it from anyone and did not stop her from saying it. Ins blurts out something unnecessary without thinking about it. Everyone's expression of understanding spread. I can't help but think that my past behavior makes me a bit of a coward or a scaredy cat, but was I really considered stupid enough to be convinced by that? I'm not convinced that I was ever convinced. Looking back, I remember doing a lot of normal stupid things. Let's not go too deep into this because it will only hurt me. I won't even think about it later or put it off, but I will seal it deep in my memory. Hey, Wataru. Can you understand the words? Often. Ilma-san stroked my chin with her beautiful hand, and I made a strange sound. Thank you for the wonderful reward out of the blue. How about it, Wataru? I only had a gentle stroke under my chin, but it was a sweet sensation that reached the marrow of my brain. I was just about to answer without any caution, fooled by the sensation, when I noticed the light behind Ilma-san's eyes. Her face seems to be smiling as usual, but there is a glimpse of madness in the depths of her eyes. These are the eyes of an explorer, and they are more like mad. Well, for Ilma-san, who is also a researcher, The value of the language comprehension skill must be immeasurable. If I were to tell her the whole story here, honestly, I would definitely be sent out to help her with her research. If that were all, it would be fine. But since Ilma-san seems to stay up all night in a row when she is engrossed in her research, I can imagine that it would be quite difficult. Let's try some deception here. I've never tried it before, but I think I can understand most of the words. I was a fool. I wanted to deceive her. But what was that? Is it just Ilma-san and me alone with the research? As my mind began to fill with images, I naturally spoke in affirmation. I will definitely regret this later. No doubt about it. I see, so that's it. Yufufu, Wataru, when things calm down, let's have a long talk. Yes, with pleasure. Why am I so happy when I understand that I'm a worm caught in a spider's web? Because I'm stupid, I guess. But so what? Avoiding time alone with a beautiful woman for fear of a few all-nighters? Maybe it's the right thing to do if you want to live wisely. People will laugh at me, but I am not ashamed. Even if it is painful and fruitless, I would still choose to spend time alone with an enchanting beauty. Even if I am a fool, I will be a happy fool. Both of you, this is a dungeon. Can't you be a little more careful? Alessia-san looks at us as if she is worried. While Ilma-san's impression of me has increased, Alessia-san and the others' impression of me has decreased. Life is not that easy. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 15. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 7/16. Chapter 15, Coffee Cup. We finally entered the dungeon. But it was somehow different from what we expected. The inside is a theme park. The dungeon seems to be mistaken as being a theme park, and I am at the mercy of Ilma-san. No. Being at the mercy of Ilma-san is a reward in a way, but something is still different. So, Wataru, what should we do? Alessia-san asked me as if she wanted to rearrange the current delicate atmosphere. I have to be useful here and somehow increase my dwindling stock. But first of all, what is a score of 10,000 points? You don't need a score for coffee cups. How do you score them? While I was uneasily watching the attraction, a pedestal loomed over the entrance. We all took a fighting stance and paid attention, but nothing happened. Wataru, there is something written on that pedestal. Marina-san, who was examining the pedestal from a distance, called me over. Oh, there are rules written on it. What is it? This dungeon is a misunderstanding of a theme park. To save the princess, you must have a strong mentality. Prove your strength in this ordeal. Press the button on the pedestal, and the ordeal will begin in 3 minutes. 1 spin, 1 point. The speed increases with each spin. Please note that points are counted for each cup separately and not combined. When you exceed 5,000 points, a monster will be thrown in. Defeat the monster as best you can and complete the trial. Reward, a piece of the castle's pass. That seems to be what it says. I explained the sentence I had read to everyone. I think I understand it somehow, but I can't imagine it very well. Wataru, who knows about this attraction? What do you think? Even if I say I know it, it's from another world, so it's not necessarily the same thing. I mean, there are no monsters in my former world, so it is completely different. I don't think I can fight monsters while withstanding the centrifugal force of the coffee cup, no matter how high my level is. Besides, it's too scary that we can't just bespeed ourselves. If we could just spread out and get in and get a total of 10,000 points for all of us, it would still be easy at a little over 1,000 spins per person, but the rules clearly state that it's not allowed. Still, if you know something similar, you can imagine it to some extent. That's true, but what if you could somehow ignore the ordeal and get into the castle? How about ignoring the ordeal? I'd like to ignore it, if possible, because it's like 10,000 spins of coffee cups, and that's definitely hell on its own. I understand that we have to look ahead, but there is no need to attack the castle in a straightforward way. It's standard in games to have a loophole in the castle. If you are careless in the dungeon, or if you clearly break the rules, you may face severe consequences, or worse, a stampede. Alessia-san, are you serious? I doubt a stampede can happen in a dormant dungeon, but I would also refrain from a severe reprimand. But I'd also like to refrain from coffee cups. I guess I'd better try my best with the coffee cup, which can counteract a bit. Damn it. I hate theme park dungeons because I know the original, and I can imagine what's coming. I have a bad feeling about roller coasters and haunted houses. I would have preferred a normal dungeon if possible. I wanted to be thrilled by the fantasy. ******. As a result of the countermeasures meeting, a plan was decided upon. I felt a sense of emptiness at the fact that adults who were not theme park employees were seriously discussing the coffee cups. But since lives and dignity were at stake, we did our best to come up with countermeasures. The first to go into the coffee cups were Marina-san, a scout who seemed to have an excellent third sense, and Carla-san, who had a strong body and strength. The monster that appears at over 5,000 points is countered with the defense of an overturned rubber boat that was used in the forest some time ago. With the ship summoning barrier, we will almost certainly be able to handle the monsters. The rest of us decided to prepare for the peculiarities of the cup and what to do if we surrendered. There were no instructions on how to quit the game anywhere on the pedestal, and I guess the dungeon doesn't think about its users at all. They want to kill people. Marina, Carla, are you ready? Yes. Yeah. After a thorough meeting, we finally took on the Coffee Cup Challenge. Coffee Cup Challenge is kind of a light word for a challenge with a risk of death. How about Coffee Cup Quest? Number. The sense of danger is reduced when there is a coffee cup in it. Marina-san and Carla-san sit in the coffee cup, and I give them a rubber boat that I summon to cover them. Now, if there is no trap in the coffee cup, the attack will not reach them. Now, it was time to start. Wataru, please. Huh? Oh, yes. I just have to push the button, right? Well, Alessia-san and the others are in charge of surrounding the coffee cup building and responding to any monsters or emergencies that arise, so Ins, Felicia, and I, guarded by Rimmer, are probably best suited for the job. I don't want to push a button that might send Marina-san and Carla-san to hell, but each of the other members has their own role to play. I can't be selfish. Then I will push the button. I signaled loudly and pushed the button on the pedestal. Ding dong. Please insert a silver coin. At the same time as the button was pressed, an intercom-like sound was heard, and what appeared to be a coin slot glittered. You're going to charge me for this? And it's expensive. Of course, I had noticed the coin slot, but I knew that Marina-san had checked it and found no traps, and since I did not expect it to cost money, I did not pay attention to it. A silver coin costs 10,000 yen. That is a ridiculously high price for an attraction, and you have to pay for it and risk your life. It was an extremely unreasonable requirement, no matter how you look at it. But in the end, I guess I have no choice but to put my money in. Now that I have enough money, I can pay 10,000 yen dozens or hundreds of times. But when I think that with 10,000 yen I can get a one-day free pass to even a certain dreamland, I feel incredibly frustrated. It is very unreasonable to spend 10,000 yen on a cup of coffee and a life-threatening dungeon, when a certain dreamland is definitely more enjoyable. Feeling incredibly unconvinced, I put the silver coin in the slot and pressed the button. Wataru, stay away. With the push of a button, the attraction's decorations began to sparkle, and comical music began to play. Alessia-san responded and told me to leave the attraction. Oh, the countdown started. Wataru, do you know what it says? It seems to say how long it will take for the attraction to start moving. I had read that it would start in 3 minutes, but it's a friendly dungeon in a strange way that even counts down the seconds. If they wanted to show kindness in a place like this, I would have hoped they would have set the difficulty level or lowered the attraction fee. Alessia-san and the others, having learned that there was no danger in my words, went back on alert, focusing on the coffee cups that Marina-san and Carla-san were riding on. About 10 seconds ago, it looked like I should also start counting down the seconds so that I could understand. I tell them I'll count down the seconds and concentrate on the announcements. 15 seconds to go. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, huh? With 5 seconds to go, a glowing wall appears around the entire coffee cup attraction. Is it a barrier? Looks like it was designed to prevent escape and keep the outside world from coming in. Alma, please analyze the barrier. While I panicked at the sudden events, Alessia-san quickly gave instructions. Her reaction to the accident was completely different from mine. Is that the difference in experience? Before Alma-san could begin to analyze the barrier, the coffee cup began to move slowly. The dungeon is too sinister, forbidding both escape and rescue. Unlike Wataru's barriers, which are unreasonable, these barriers can be broken if we attack with all our might. Ilma-san, who had examined the barriers, gave us the information with a reassuring look on her face. I don't know if the dungeon's barriers are fragile or if Kiriso is strong enough to break through the dungeon's barriers, but if rescue is possible, I feel a little safer. But Ilma-san, I think the phrase "my barrier is unreasonable" is a bit of a misnomer, don't you? Well, it's definitely unreasonable because it prevents not only the dragon's breath but also God's attack. Ilma-san also looked up the ship summoning barrier and was puzzled by its unreasonableness, so let's just say she chose her words incorrectly. Hey, sounds pretty fun. Ins, realizing that the barrier was now manageable, turned her attention back to the coffee cup and remarked with interest. It certainly looks like fun. I mean, Marina-san is on alert. But Carla-san is definitely having fun. But they've only just started, so there's still time to say such things. From here, the spinning will accelerate. It's a devilish dungeon with an escape barrier, and the spinning will definitely increase to the point where it becomes dangerous. As expected, the spinning speed of the coffee cup is increasing rapidly. No monsters have appeared yet, so it hasn't even reached 5,000 spins. But it is still quite fast. Hey, Master, is the coffee cup in your world like this? No, of course not. The coffee cups in my world are much nicer, so please don't mix them up. The coffee cups are spinning at a speed that would have knocked me out of the cup if I were in Japan, and they are moving freely in all directions within the attraction. If it were in Japan, the coffee cup would have been in an uproar. It would have been newsworthy. However, Carla-san still seems to be enjoying herself. When the body is strengthened under the influence of level up, does it make such a difference? I had felt it with the increase in strength, but I never thought I would see the physical effect increase in the endurance aspect in a situation like this. Could it be that we will be able to enjoy ourselves to the end? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 16. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 8/16. Chapter 16. Is the coffee cup safe? Is it clear? The exploration of the unreasonable theme park, or dungeon that appeared on Dark Elf Island, has begun. The first obstacle was the coffee cup. Although the letter of the name may sound amusing, the contents of the mug were so evil that I felt the malicious intent of the dungeon. Also, the price is high. The speed of the coffee cups never stopped, and as time passed, the speed increased. It made me feel sick just looking at it, but I guess it's okay because Carla-san is firmly supporting the overturned rubber boat, and Marina-san doesn't seem to be neglecting her vigilance. Well, the image of an overturned rubber boat spinning at high speed is not so subtle, but safety comes first. But if my eyesight holds up while spinning at such high speeds, then my dynamic vision must be improving as I level up. This is the second time I've felt the effects of leveling up. Even though I've only been in this dungeon for a short time. I'm not too happy about it because I'm not happy with this dungeon. It looks like we're finally past the halfway point. While I watched Marina-san and Carla-san, who kept spinning around in dissatisfaction, Alessia-san muttered something to me. For a moment, I wondered what was going on, but I quickly understood the situation when monsters began to emerge from the colorfully painted ceiling. Those must be the monsters that appear after 5,000 points. Flying monsters. Isn't that obvious? Exactly. They must be flying, or they will be crushed. The monsters that came down from the ceiling were small, and they were flying. But it's only natural if you think about it. Releasing a flightless monster into the midst of coffee cups running amok in all directions would only cause it to get caught in the coffee cup's outbursts. So, do you know what kind of monster it was? I don't know. Do you, Alma? No, I've never seen that kind of monster before. I can't even tell if they were common in ancient times and have been destroyed or if they are unique to this dungeon. If anything, I feel like they are dungeon-specific monsters. They are colorful and look like a theme park mascot. They look like small, round, winged cats and seem to be doing their best to claim that they are theme park characters with their various primary, fluorescent, and mixed colors. I mean, I hope it's a monster unique to this dungeon because I don't want to live in ancient times where such a monster is a normal inhabitant or something. Maya. When the flying cat meowed, something like a ball of light appeared in front of its face and flew with great force into the coffee cup that Marina-san and Carla-san were riding on. In addition, the color of the ball of light changed for each cat, so it was a very colorful dance of balls of light. If it wasn't an attack, it was so spectacular that it might have been worth the money. It must have been beautiful to see in total darkness. The balls of light were easily repelled by the rubber boat's barrier and disappeared. I was a little nervous, but that was to be expected. Even God's attack was repelled, so it was surprising that the attack of such a small cat could defeat it. It's still very dangerous. Alessia, if there were no rubber boats, would you be able to clear this attraction? From my point of view, it seems impossible. This dungeon feels like the unreasonableness of the early days of Vins, or is it just my imagination? Well, it doesn't seem very powerful, and I think it's just barely possible with the countermeasures we have now. But if the speed gets any higher, it will be difficult. It's manageable under the present circumstances. That's great, but if it's difficult even for Alessia-san and the others now, then it's a very difficult attraction. I don't know how good the ancient people were at it, but I wonder if any of them were able to clear it. Oh, the fact that this dungeon appeared in a resort-like place and has continued to this day means that it could not or did not get cleared, at least not until the end. It is possible that the dungeon was useful, and they decided to use it instead of destroying it, but it is more likely that they could not destroy it because it does not appear to be useful, at least at this point. Ah, more monsters have been added from the ceiling. Is there even a replenishment over time? The increase in the number of monsters has also increased the number of light balls, and the light inside the attraction is so much that it is painful to the eyes and beyond beautiful. I feel like the monsters that were bounced away have disappeared, but is it my imagination? It is possible that I am looking at the wrong thing because my eyes hurt from the light, but I have the feeling that the monsters that bounced off the coffee cups because they were too crowded to evade have disappeared like a mist. Yes, they definitely disappeared. There are two types of dungeon patterns, one in which the defeated monsters remain intact and the other in which they disappear, leaving behind only items and the materials of value. This place seems to be the latter. I see, so there are two common patterns in games and novels. Personally, I'd rather not see the grotesque corpses of monsters. However, Alessia-san and the others seem to have a different opinion, and they are a bit disappointed. Are Alessia-san and the others happier with the corpses left behind? It seems to me that if you do it right, the amount of money that can be exchanged for cash will increase, but it also seems to me that it would take a lot of time and effort. The unknown monsters are worth a lot of money on their own. It is unlikely that there are only so many monsters in this dungeon, and it would probably be more profitable to get the materials. But, well, this dungeon can't be open to the public, so maybe it would have been better for everyone except Ilma if the monsters had disappeared as a result. Except Ilma-san? Oh, you mean research? I see. That's not good. I felt comfortable that everything would be okay, but Dorothea-san's words made me nervous. I quickly checked the coffee cup that Marina-san and Carla-san were riding in, but it was still spinning at high speed with no particular change in appearance. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Carla's still fine, but Marina seems to be in a lot of pain. I can't see her expression because of the dancing balls of light and the rapidly spinning coffee cups, but if she's feeling sick, it's a pretty bad situation. Motion sickness doesn't go away easily, and she's only a little more than halfway through the ride. Alessia, can we help her? Sure. Dorothea, I don't suppose we got a call for help from Marina, did we? No, she's just lying still and hasn't signaled for help yet. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. In that case, we will see what happens, but please be ready to go in at any time. Wataru will call a ship and secure it before going in. Ins and Felicia, I'm sorry, but you'll have to help us. Is she holding back? Marina-san, this must be difficult for you, but it's probably a calm and calculated decision. A monster without the power to break the ship summoning barriers and no unusual changes in the coffee cup. It is also hard to imagine dying from motion sickness. Marina-san chose to endure, and Alessia-san and the others must have understood that and decided to watch over her. I understand. Ins, Felicia, I'm counting on you. Roger that. Understood. Rima will go to. An unexpected request from Rima. Rima has also become much stronger, so I don't think he will lose, but I think he will be attacked by a misfire if he rushes in while the light ball is dancing wildly. Rima will stay with me, protect me in case of danger. I will protect Wataru. I received a thought from Rima that he will do his best. I know that it's safe to take shelter in a rubber boat, so it's just a way to keep Rima on standby. And Rima's pure determination hurts my heart. It can't be helped, but growing up is sad. Shocked in a strange way, I wait, ready and willing to evacuate at any time. I have the feeling that time is moving slowly. It's spinning so fast that it shouldn't take too long for the remaining thousands of spins, but I feel like I've waited more than enough. I even think about how disturbing it would be to have monsters around me to distract me from the situation. But if we weren't in a dormant dungeon, we wouldn't be able to watch this in peace. While I'm staring, strangely comical and lively music begins to play, and I turn my attention back to the ceiling where the monsters came from. At the same time, the cup that had been spinning at a high speed slowly slowed down. It seems that the game has been cleared. Internally, I thought that the 10,000 points were a trap of the dungeon, and what if the spinning didn't stop until you died? But the dungeon also seems to follow the minimal rules. Well, it's really minimal. Just like at the end, it seemed like the high-speed spinning was too extreme, and a tornado was forming. Marina, Carla, you did great. Despite their caution, Alessia-san and the others approach the coffee cups with shouts of joy. The first to come out is Carla-san. She looks surprisingly unconcerned, but her body is shaking dizzily, and she seems to be under some influence. Then Marina-san came out next, but her face was pale, like a dead person's, and her eyes were vacant. I think this is really bad, right? Marina. Claretta, heal Marina. Marina-san's body collapses, and she leans on the coffee cup. Alessia-san and the others run to her. Marina-san's body is enveloped in light as Claretta-san waves her staff and draws a complicated magic circle. Marina-san stands up, though her face is still pale, perhaps feeling a little better. Marina? Without saying a word, Marina-san begins to walk unsteadily. Alessia-san calls out to her with concern, but she stops her with her hand and continues to walk alone. Then, as she enters the shadows of the attraction and disappears from sight, we hear a sound we shouldn't have heard. I see, she was already at her limit and didn't even have time to talk. If it had been me, I would definitely have cried in the coffee cup. You're amazing, Marina-san. The atmosphere became somber, and everyone who was left looked at each other. We all agreed that nothing had happened, even if without saying a word. Then the funny music started playing again, and a bulletin board came down from the ceiling. Well done, you survived the ordeal. The clown dragon began to speak in a pompous manner. I thought he should have read the air, but the music muffled the sounds around us, so, in a way, it was good timing. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 17. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 9/16. Chapter 17. Be prepared as an adventurer. Through the noble sacrifice of the maiden, we cleared the 10,000 spins of the coffee cup ordeal, which is what the dungeon calls the ordeal. The barriers of the rubber boat helped, and we were able to pass the ordeal just by enduring it, but to be honest, I think it was easier to fight strong monsters. I was impressed that you survived the ordeal. The clown dragon begins to speak in a pompous manner. I can't miss it because I'm the only one who understands the words. But I can't concentrate because I'm worried about Marina-san. However, I can't move because it would backfire if I went to see Marina-san. While I was wondering what to do, Claretta-san moved quickly and stood in a place a little far away from the shadows where Marina-san had entered. If Claretta-san was going to follow and protect Marina-san, there would be no room for me. In that case, my role would be to interpret. I would listen carefully to what he had to say, and in small ways like this, I would increase my likability. As proof that you have overcome the ordeal, I will give you this piece of the pass. Gather the remaining pieces and prove to the king that you are brave. This dragon statue looks arrogant, even though it is dressed as a clown, and no one is trying to prove to anyone that they are brave. I guess it can't be helped that this dungeon operates in such an environment. But since the ordeal is a theme park attraction, the dragon's words just seem flimsy. However, I seem to be the only one who feels this way. Alessia-san and the others, Ins and Felicia, who heard the interpretation, reacted differently and seemed very excited. Unlike me, who has seen a similar pattern many times in games, even if it is different from reality, this kind of game-like development may be rare. Whoa, a pedestal is rising from under the billboard with a dragon statue on it. The pedestal on top must be a pass to the castle. I think it is a pass. But why don't you take it? For some reason, no one approached the pedestal. It might be a trap, so let's wait for Marina to come back. Oh, I see. Treasure chests have a pattern of traps attached to them. so it would not be surprising at all if there were traps on the pedestal. What worries me is whether there is a time limit on the pedestal's appearance. It would be a disaster if the pedestal returned to its original position and we had to try the coffee cup again. Alessia-san and the others, perhaps understanding this possibility, look around to see where Marina-san might be. Sorry to keep you waiting. As we waited, Marina-san came out of the shadows. She said she had kept us waiting, but only about 3 minutes had passed. The color of her face is still very bad, so she probably came back as soon as she was able to move at least a little. Claretta-san had used recovery magic on her, but she still hasn't recovered, so perhaps motion sickness and recovery magic are incompatible. Is everything okay between Alessia-san and the others? A simple conversation like "yes, I'm fine" is exchanged. The reason they do not go deeper is probably because of their concern for Marina-san. After the brief conversation, Marina-san goes to examine the pedestal. Then she came back with a grim look on her face that it was different from a bad mood. A trap has been set. It's a delicate trap that requires a lot of skill to disarm, and it's unlikely that I'll be able to do it safely now. There really was a trap. The fact that delicate work is required means that this ordeal may have required someone other than those with disarming skills to remove the coffee cups and keep those with disarming skills in perfect shape. This dungeon is not only unreasonable but out of character. Then it can't be helped. Let's wait for Marina to recover. Alessia-san made the decision easily. Is that the quality of a leader? If it were me, I would have been afraid of the possibility of trying the coffee cup again, and I would have wondered forever what to do. No, the mechanism is such that the base explodes in response to the weight fluctuation after the piece is taken, so there's a delay of a few seconds before the trap is triggered. With Wataru's barrier, we can get to it safely. So, it's an explosive type trap that combines a weight sensor. The technology used in this dungeon is quite advanced. But it seems that even such advanced traps are meaningless in the face of the ship summoning cheat. It's like bringing fantasy into the thrilling bomb demolition scene of a detective drama, but this is a fantasy world, so it's the dungeon that's wrong. Wataru, I'm sorry, but we need your help. Of course, I don't mind. I will summon a rubber boat. When I agreed to Alessia-san's words and tried to summon the rubber boat, the pedestal started to move again. Wataru, hurry up and summon it. I'll take the pass, the rest of you evacuate. Why yes. I hurriedly summoned the rubber boat in front of the pedestal. Sorry, Master Gua. I hear In's voice, and at the same time, the collar of my clothes is pulled up, and my body is lifted off the ground. I'm sure that Inz is pulling me up and carrying me away because it's too late for me to evacuate on my own. My neck is tight, and I'm in a little pain, but it's not a problem because my body is getting stronger. The problem is Alessia-san. The moment I understood the situation and went to check on Alessia-san, there was an intense flash that enveloped the entire coffee cup attraction, and with a furious sound, hot air and shock were transmitted to my body. The speed at which high-level Inz runs at full speed is extraordinary, and in fact, even at this point, the distance is so far apart that the huge coffee cup attraction looks a little small. The heat and shock were transmitted even at such a speed and distance. How big was the explosion? But the explosion means that Alessia-san picked up the piece of the passport in her hand. No matter how powerful the explosion was, there would be no problem with the ship summoning barriers that prevented God's power. I wonder if Alessia-san was able to withdraw her hand in time. Even Alessia-san would have been badly injured if her hand had been directly hit by the explosion. After the explosion, my body is finally lowered to the ground. Thank you, Inz. Fufu. It's only natural since I'm Master's bodyguard. Inz, who seemed to think it was no big deal, was very encouraging. Wataru. What's happening from Rimmer on top of my head? The thought crossed my mind. Come to think of it, Rimmer stayed on top of my head. Too many things had happened in such a short time that it had slipped out of my mind. It's okay. It was just a small trap. With the ship summoning barrier in place, there won't be any problems. Yeah, no problem. I took Rimmer, who was on top of my head, in my hand and stroked him to soothe him. But the main purpose of this was to somehow push my fear down. If I hadn't moved my hand in time, Alessia-san's hand would have been in terrible shape. It's hard to believe that Alessia-san, a first-class adventurer, would make such a mistake, but when I experienced that explosion, I couldn't help but think of the worst that could happen. Gradually, the flames from the explosion cleared, and we could see the rubber boat in the distance. And there was Alessia-san, waving her hand at us while holding up a piece of the castle's pass as if to show us. She did not seem to be injured at all. Not only me but also the members of Girasol, Inz, and Felicia seemed to be worried about her, and an air of relief flowed around us. I believed that everything would be okay, but when the bomb exploded, I was really scared. When we all went to see Alessia-san, she was smiling with a slightly cramped smile on her face. That's probably true. Even from a distance, it was a scary sight. How could it not be frightening when seen up close? But even up close, there wasn't a single injury. That's to be expected from the barrier of ship summoning, which Creator God Sama says is a great barrier. No wonder they wanted to complain about it when I ran away from the goblins despite the existence of this barrier. Alessia, do you think your decision as leader was right this time? After a brief moment of rejoicing over Alessia-san's safety, Dorothea-san began to question Alessia-san with an angry expression on her face. I didn't understand why Dorothea-san was so angry, but I understood when I heard what she said. To sum up, even if it makes you feel sick, there is no danger to your life, so you should not have taken the risk of being hit by an explosion up close but should have evacuated together and tried a second time. With all your preparations, there is a risk of not being able to make a second attempt, but in this atmosphere, if we throw in some silver coins, we should be able to make a second attempt without any problems. Because there is no scratch on the coffee cup attraction, even though it should have exploded. It would be unreasonable to expect this much from a quick decision. But it is said that a top adventurer must have this kind of judgment. If they can't, they'll die, so it's natural for them to be able to do it. I thought I wasn't cut out for it, but I guess I'm not cut out to be an adventurer after all. I don't think I'll ever be able to make such a quick decision. Dorothea, we are in a dungeon. You can give her a lecture when we get back. Ilma-san stopped Dorothea-san, who was pleading with Alessia-san. Come to think of it, we're in a dungeon here. I was completely distracted because no monsters appeared except for the explosions, shock and the attractions. I already have a firm understanding, so please spare me the lecture even after we get back. Alessia-san complained to Ilma-san with a look that said she really didn't want it. As Dorothea said, if you make a mistake, your life as an adventurer is in danger. And since you are the leader, you have to take time to think about your actions. Besides, you made us worry, so you should be scolded for that. Ilma-san bluntly refuses Alessia-san's request, with a look of desperation on her face. Alessia-san asks the rest of the party for help, but no one seems to offer a helping hand. Everyone was quite concerned about Alessia-san until they confirmed that she was safe after the flames had cleared, so they must be in favor of her getting a lecture. No, Alessia-san. It's impossible for you to look at me in this situation and demand that I go through with it. But I want to make a good impression on Alessia-san, so I'll at least try to change the topic of conversation. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 18. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 10/16. Chapter 18. I hate this dungeon. Just when I thought we had finally gotten over the coffee cup ordeal, a trap was set on the pedestal with the castle pass piece at the end, and it exploded in a big way. Alessia-san's quick decision to get the piece without incident was successful, but she was also lectured for making a risky decision. A plea for help came from Alessia-san. I can't help Alessia-san, but I'll at least try my best to divert the conversation for the sake of impressions. I was just wondering about some things, and it would be a perfect topic for a diversion. By the way, isn't it too much to cause such a big explosion all of a sudden? I was under the impression that dungeons didn't have so many horrible traps in the beginning. The first attraction, in other words, the first floor of the dungeon, if you want to describe it in a game. It may depend on when the dungeon is implemented, but it is a scene where slime and goblins can appear as enemies. It would be impossible to have a big explosion in a tutorial setting like this. Well, that's what I think because I entered the dungeon for the first time. It's possible that the game and reality are different or that this is a difficult dungeon with a last boss class. But even so, I think it's terrible. Watru's right, this dungeon is a bit strange. Yes, dungeons always have traps, but this many traps so close to the entrance is unusual. Or was it normal at the time this dungeon was created? Dorothea-san and Ilma-san answered my question. Behind them, Alessia-san gave me an appreciative look, so it seems I've made a good impression. Marina, what about the traps? No, That's fine. We'll take a little break so you can get some rest. Dorothea-san tried to confirm something with Marina-san, but seeing that she still looked a bit pale, she decided to leave it for later. Carla-san is not in perfect condition either and will need the break. I'd like to take a break, but first, we have to collect the drop items. Marina-san understands that she is not in good physical condition, but it is necessary to collect the dropped items. For a moment, I thought there was no such thing as a drop item, as if it were not a game, but then I remembered how many flying cats had disappeared. I looked at the coffee cup and saw a number of items on the ground that were not there before the ordeal. Were they the drop items? I had completely forgotten about them since the clown dragon's speech and lecture to Alessia-san started after the big explosion, but Marina-san was right. We should secure them first. It would be a waste if the dungeon decided that we didn't pick them up and absorb them. Marina, one more time, please. Yes. Alessia-san might have made the same decision as me and asked Marina-san to do some extra work. I could have just picked up the drop items myself, but I can't help but suspect that even that might be a trap in this incomprehensible dungeon. Marina-san is having a hard time. Marina-san checked for traps, but this time, there were none. So we all picked up the dropped items and rested for a while. By the way, the basic drop item was a magic stone, and the item that seemed to be a red drop was a small keychain of a cat with wings. I really thought the dungeon was making fun of us, but the item was surprisingly expensive and made of gold or silver. It would be worth a lot of money if we were to cash it in, and since there is a difference between gold and silver in the rare drop, we can expect to find extremely rare drops made of more precious metals. The ordeal will bring countless monsters, and we might be able to make a fortune by destroying them. However, it was a delicate balance that had to be weighed against the dignity of the maiden, and no one suggested that we go through the ordeal again. Gold and silver can be mined in the mines near the hot spring village, which is a bit disappointing since I was hoping the drop items on Dark Elf Island would be useful. If the drops from the other attractions are similar, it would be safer to destroy this dungeon. If we can destroy it. As Watra said, this dungeon is extraordinary. It's not normal for gold and silver to suddenly fall out of the dungeon. But isn't it reasonable in terms of difficulty? It's such a tedious ordeal. It's only worth it if you get something of value. I mean, it's not worth it, even if it's gold and silver. Ins answers Alessia-san's words with a sour look on her face. I guess she doesn't want her virginity to be damaged, even if she gets gold and silver. For male adventurers who say that vomiting is nothing to worry about, this might be an attraction that has some appeal. I don't like it, though. Whether it's worth it or not, I think it's too risky. I wonder if the adventurers of the past were that skilled. I see. It is possible that the adventurers were so skilled when this dungeon was created that an ordeal involving the coffee cup would have been a piece of cake. As expected from Ilma-san, who is also a researcher, she noticed something that I would never have thought of. However, if that were the case, the danger level of this dungeon would be too high, so I hope it is not true. The discussion about this dungeon continued, led by Alessia-san, Dorothea-san, Ilma-san, and Ins, all of whom had experience in dungeons. The discussion went on for a while, and a conclusion was reached. The conclusion was that it is so different from an ordinary dungeon that I have no idea what it is. What is this conclusion? I would like to complain, but I don't know what I don't know, so I can't do anything about it. I mean, even I, who knows about theme parks, was asked to give my opinion, and I couldn't give a helpful one, so I'm not qualified to give a comment. But it can't be helped. The attractions I know don't explode. In the end, we decided to rest today and continue our exploration tomorrow, taking all the time and care we need. By the way, the piece of the pass was straight on two sides, and the other two sides were uneven, like a jigsaw puzzle. In other words, at least 3 or more attractions had to be completed to complete the pass notes. The thought of 6, 9, or more possibilities made my head hurt. Can't we somehow smash the dungeon along with the castle? I wonder if dropping a luxury liner on top of the castle would make the whole thing disappear nice and neat. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I hate this dungeon. In the morning, just before I got ready and entered the dungeon, my true feelings unintentionally slipped out of my mouth. It had been 5 days since we cleared the coffee cup. Since then, we have cleared an ordeal every day. In other words, we have collected 5 pieces of the pass. Looking at the pieces of the pass, it seems that if we collect 6, we will be able to complete the challenge, and if we clear 1 today, we will be able to enter the castle. Compared to the countless attractions in this theme park, where you have to clear them all to proceed, we might be lucky to only have 6. However, all the attractions are unpleasant ordeals that are mentally draining. I decided that it would be better than having no information about the attractions, so I challenged myself to a trial similar to the attractions I know on Earth, and the difference between the two further diminished my spirit. The day after the coffee cup ordeal, we decided to try the Ferris wheel ordeal to be a little safer. This time, I prepared myself for the possibility of the Ferris wheel spinning at high speed. But the character of the dungeon was beyond my imagination. Not only was the Ferris wheel spinning at high speed, but it wasn't even moving. The clown dragon told us that the challenge was to make the wheel spin. I don't understand. First, we had to disarm the traps in each room of the Ferris wheel and remove the stoppers. That was easy enough to say, but we had to climb up the giant Ferris wheel by ourselves to get to the room at the top of the wheel. And that's all of the many rooms. Of course, even getting to the rooms was not safe. A winged cat that appeared in the coffee cup attraction flew through the air and attacked us. When we finally reached the room, we were greeted by a trap with a bad characteristic. I could only watch as the traps were set, but Alessia-san and the others had a lot of trouble. Finally, we disarmed the traps and stoppers in all the rooms. I thought we were all clear, but the Ferris wheel did not move even a little, even though the stoppers were released. Upon further investigation, we found out that we had to use human power to turn the giant Ferris wheel despite the monster's obstructions. This dungeon is crazy, I thought. I also thought that Alessia-san and the others who had managed to move the giant wheel with ropes were a little crazy. However, they were unable to turn the wheel, so I was relieved to know that even if they were crazy, it was only a little. Finally, considering the risk of breaking the Ferris wheel, we managed to make it spin by summoning the hideaway on top of one of the rooms. In the end, the hideaway did not cause a single scratch on the Ferris wheel, but I wanted to test it a bit to see what would have happened if I had summoned a ferry or a luxury liner. I would have tried it if there hadn't been a tit or something in the dungeon, but as expected, I couldn't do such a reckless thing after the ordeal, so I had to give up. The calm Marina-san must have been very dissatisfied with this dungeon because she flippantly pushed to summon the luxury liner. By the way, the pedestal that appeared after the ordeal was overhead a trap, as it should have. I wish such a dungeon would be destroyed. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 15 Chapter 19. Thanks to Tbird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 11/16. Chapter 19. After all, I hate this dungeon. Today, I follow Alessia-san and the others in a depressing mood into a dungeon that resembles a theme park, which I can only assume was created by a being with a screwed-up personality or a severe misunderstanding of something. If we can get one more piece of the pass, we can enter the castle. The stressful situation probably won't change even if we continue, and that doesn't make me happy at all. Every time we enter the dungeon and walk around, I feel heavy. The coffee cup ordeal was unreasonable, and the Ferris wheel ordeal made no sense. For the third ordeal, we chose the merry-go-round, which was also on a luxury liner, and everyone knew about it. This attraction was also the worst, but there was one good thing. It was that they really understood why I was scratching my head and agonizing over how different this was from every other attraction. Because Alessia-san and the others, Ins and Felicia, they all know the real merry-go-round from experiencing it at the castle. So, the moment I translated and conveyed the ordeal that the clown dragon told me, everyone understood my feelings. The ordeal was to ride the Gillamized merry-go-round horses and restore everything to its original state. This isn't a merry-go-round. I felt a sense of alienation that I had always felt since entering this dungeon melt away, and I felt joy at having more friends who understood me. In the midst of this joy, the ordeal begins. The Gillamized horses of the merry-go-round were so beautiful with their graceful shapes, magnificent workmanship, and decorations, yet they were also wild and rampaging. The disgusting thing about this merry-go-round ordeal is that it cannot be solved by simply knocking them down. The merry-go-round horses were made of metal, and their ornaments turned into weapons, making them vicious. But Alessia-san and the others, who were originally very talented and had excellent skills and teamwork and who had improved to an incredible level at sea, would have been able to defeat them relatively easily. But if we defeated them, the trial would be a failure. On top of that, they even threw in a nasty monster that attacked every horse on the merry-go-round. Fortunately, there were not many of them, but golems imitating various predatory beasts appeared and kept attacking and confusing the golem horses as if to mock Alessia-san and the others who tried to ride them. The merry-go-round, an attraction that was supposed to be nothing more than a spinning track with fake horses, turned into a zoo like one in a horror movie, and the spirits of Alessia-san and the others were sapped. Eventually, they defeated all the predatory golems that attacked them, and with the strength and stamina they gained from leveling up, Alessia-san and the others were able to maneuver the golem horses in a spirited manner to clear the area, but they were exhausted by the end. And by default, a trap was set on the pedestal, which snapped Marina-san out of her exhaustion. This dungeon may be the natural enemy of the scout position. The next day, we decided on the haunted house ordeal. I was very much against the idea of a haunted house, saying that it would be absolutely ridiculous, but I understood Alessia-san's point of view, so I finally agreed with her. According to Alessia-san, this dungeon is messed up, so there might be a possibility that an attraction that Wataru thinks is dangerous is actually safer than choosing an attraction that he thinks is slightly better. When I heard that statement, I thought it was possible. I think the rest of the group thought the same, and we unanimously decided to try the haunted house. Needless to say, the result was terrible. It was the worst. Whether you choose a safe attraction or a dangerous one, if all the attractions are the worst, it doesn't matter which one you choose. As expected, the undead greeted us in droves at the haunted mansion. Zombies and skeletons, of course, but also ghouls, ghosts, and their evolved counterparts. To be honest, there were so many that I couldn't keep track of the types that appeared. I was later told that most of the undead-related monsters were covered. There were even vampires. They had been defeated without my knowledge, but I wanted to see some vampires. The challenge of the haunted house was exploration. The ordeal is completed when the undead boss who rules the haunted house is defeated, and the haunted house is purified by killing the undead who resides in the haunted mansion. The ordeal itself could be cleared thanks to the barrier of ship summoning. In a way, it is a monotonous ordeal where the undead just keep appearing and attacking. If the enemy was not undead, it would have been an easy test. However, the story changes when dealing with the undead. They look disgusting, they smell bad, and they are very stubborn. There were a lot of undead that required a special procedure to defeat, and it was a hassle, a nuisance, and there was no way around it. Also, the drop items were either magic stones or keychains of undead, such as zombies and skeletons. There was no way to motivate myself. Skeleton keychains were sold in Japan, but they were accepted because they did not exist. And in this world where skeletons usually come to kill you right in front of your eyes, you are not even motivated to accept them. Besides, this dungeon has no understanding of haunted mansions at all and just pushes you by the numbers. There was no ability to exquisitely surprise people by slipping through the cracks of their consciousness. I wanted to say out loud that a haunted mansion is not just a place to put the undead but a delicate attraction that requires precise calculations. Well, I would have complained if I had been surprised by such precise and delicate calculations, but it was still better than being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of things. The boss of this ordeal is the dragon zombie. With its corrosive breath and powerful poison, even Alessia-san and the others would not have been able to avoid a tough fight. It was definitely a formidable opponent. Although it was defeated by the one-sided attack of Ins, Felicia, and the slime trio, as well as Alessia-san's party, who holed up in the ship summoning barrier to relieve their stress. Alessia-san and the others said that the ship summoning barrier was really a cheat, and the haunted mansion was one of the worst attractions they'd ever seen. A dragon zombie on the first floor of a dungeon is so far out of balance, I heard. I think Ins was telling the truth when she said that everything was out of balance from the beginning, so it was too late for that. Of course, there was a trap on the pedestal. The next day, we tried the ordeal of the attraction, a giant pirate ship that swung like a pendulum. At first, we talked about trying attractions I didn't know about since the ones I did know about were the worst, both in terms of what I thought was gentle and dangerous, but we settled on the conclusion that since they were all the worst anyway, it would be better to try attractions I had some information about. I don't really think back on that ordeal. It was just the worst. Riding on a ship that rocked from side to side, fighting monsters dressed as pirates while enduring strong G-forces on your body. That was the only attraction. However, it was a very long ride, and even though we started the challenge in the morning, It was night by the time we had completed the ordeal. One of the members of the Girasol party ended up destroying her dignity as a maiden, but I'll keep that in mind. It's here. As Alessia-san said, we arrived at the 6th ordeal. Finally, the last attraction. I'm not happy at all. I want to go home. The attraction we will try is a roller coaster. It is the main attraction of the theme park. Normally, I would never choose a roller coaster, which is by far the most dangerous attraction. I guess I thought it would be better to jump into a weird attraction than to choose a roller coaster. But of course, there is a reason why I would be reluctant to go on a roller coaster. After collecting 5 pieces, the clown dragon began to tell me something different than before. The simple translation is, you've collected 5 pieces of the ticket. That's great. I'm going to give you one last test. See that serpentine path? That's the last test. Good luck. That's what he said. Actually, he talked like a big shot for a long time, but I felt annoyed, so I translated it to Alessia-san and the others in a silly way. Everyone looked blank, and that clown dragon's stock must have dropped. I would like to think that my stock did not go down because I interpreted it in a silly way. So, the last attraction had to be a roller coaster. I think no matter what ordeal we go through, the last one will be a roller coaster. I have a bad feeling about this. Wataru, you've been thinking about this ever since you entered the dungeon. It's the last time, so it wouldn't be surprising if something else happens. Yes, Alessia-san, I'm sorry. I was thinking about the attractions in this dungeon, but I'm not quite sure what to do. Oh, yes, I know exactly how you feel. But no matter how much you think about it, I don't think you'll ever be convinced. You need to focus on the task at hand. Alessia-san looked at me with a distant look in her eyes and warned me as if she was telling herself the same thing. She must have a lot on her mind. Yes, I've come this far, so there's no point in complaining. I'm going to clear the dungeon and get out of here. Well done, you have overcome many trials to reach the final stage of the trial. The clown dragon board came down and started talking again. I'm the only one who can translate, so I have no choice but to listen to him seriously, but the fact that he calls this joke of an attraction an ordeal kind of pisses me off, so it's pretty stressful just to shut up and listen. Wataru, what kind of ordeal was that? The eyes of Alessia-san and the others focus on me. I am happy to have the attention of these beautiful women, but I am not happy to explain the contents of this ordeal because it is too depressing to explain. But I can't not explain it. I heard that the ordeal is to run 10 laps on this track, starting from the starting point. Huh? Let's see. The roller coaster Wataru mentioned was the one where you got on a ride and ran around on the rails at high speed. Wasn't it? What happened to that ride? He says there is a monster on the ride, and it seems like they add one of those rides for every round. Silence filled the air around us. I really hate this dungeon, after all. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 15 Chapter 20. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter, 12/16. Chapter 20, Roller Coaster. When we collected the 5 pieces of the castle pass, a clown dragon appeared and told us that the final ordeal was a roller coaster. As we reluctantly walked toward the roller coaster, the clown dragon appeared again and told us that the ordeal was to run 10 laps on the roller coaster tracks. I can't believe how crazy everything is. Wataru, I don't want to understand running on this track, but I do. Alessia-san's beautiful face is contorted in deep disgust. She really doesn't want to understand. I completely agree with her. I'm sorry to keep asking this, but this roller coaster goes at an incredible speed, doesn't it? Yes, it goes at an incredible speed. Is it so fast that even our legs can't get away from it? I don't know. The speed of Alessia-san's group is also at the level of human beings. Sometimes, I think they move instantly. I can't say they're slower than a roller coaster because sometimes I think I don't know how fast Alessia-san and the others can run. But I think you have to be at least as fast as the top speed of the galette and have the stamina to maintain that speed for 10 laps. Impossible. Oh, it's impossible. I felt a little relieved. Besides, I have a very serious question. What is it? Well, I could understand what Alessia-san was trying to say if I followed her gaze, but I would ask out of courtesy. I'm wondering what's wrong with that part of the road that goes around in a circle. We can't walk on it because we'd fall off. Right? I knew it. I was right to think so. Unfortunately, you can if you run at a very high speed. Really? Yes. So, Are you going to give up? Let's give up. Alessia-san is very cute as she tilts her head back and forth. Please marry me. Alessia and Wataru, stop joking. We can't just leave this strange dungeon as it is. It could be the cause of this island's demise. I admit that Dorothea-san is right, but I am not joking. I really want to give up and ask Alessia-san to marry me. Sorry, it's just too much trouble. I was trying to escape reality. Let's just assume we're going to fail this time, and we'll see what we can do while we gather more information. I was serious, but Alessia-san seemed to be joking. It was a little sad. Well, I agree that it could be the cause of this island's demise, so I guess I'll just have to do my best, even though I don't like it either. It's incredibly disturbing that such a crazy dungeon exists on the island. But how do you go about gathering information? We must try to escape. But I'm afraid of the barriers that would prevent us from escaping. Every barrier I've seen so far seems to be breakable, but this ordeal seems to be a special one, so it's possible that the barriers are specially reinforced. Ilma-san replies with concern. I see. All the attractions we've cleared so far had barriers that prevented us from escaping, but I hadn't bothered to check them and have concluded that they were all breakable. But is it possible that they're sturdier because this is the final ordeal? This dungeon seems to be so focused on tormenting people that it would be rather unnatural for it not to be reinforced. If that's the case, we can't avoid the challenge. It would be unfashionable if we could not get out once we got in. It would be easier if we could use the barriers on Watchra's ship, but that's impossible. Dorothea-san was right. It would be impossible. Based on our experience with the coffee cup, we set up a rubber boat to serve as the entrance and exit during the Ferris wheel ordeal. As expected, the Ferris wheel was covered with barriers before the ordeal began, and the rubber boat's barriers repelled those barriers. It would have been a perfect solution, but the system was so cumbersome that the ride would not start if the barrier did not work. All the other attractions had the same result, so it would be impossible for this one to be different. Another time, I was disqualified from the pirate's swing when I stopped the swing by setting up the hideaway. I guess there are rules that need to be clarified to make it at least an ordeal. Since the rubber boat is installed and still works until it is repelled, can't we find out while we're there? There's a pattern of strengthening the barriers by pouring magic power into them afterward, so it's a bit difficult. But Ilma, doesn't that mean we can't be sure no matter how much we check? It's a dungeon, and even though it's dormant, it still has a certain amount of magic power, right? Not really. The barriers surrounding such a large attraction are too big to pour additional magic power into, so it will take time to strengthen them. If the first one is okay, we can break it before it is strengthened. I see. As long as we don't miss the signs of reinforcement, we should be fine. So what do we do now? From the sound of it, it sounds like a dead end. Well, if the direct way doesn't work, then the only way is by force, right? Wataru, I'm counting on you. Alessia-san, when the straight way doesn't work, I think people usually look for a loophole. You mean, if push comes to shove, I can summon a ship to break through the barriers? Yes. No matter how strong the barriers are, they can't withstand a ferry or a luxury liner. If the worst comes to the worst, I will ask you to do it. Only if it's the worst case. It is said that the dungeon will retaliate if you are reckless, and even if it is done with a normal attack, I am afraid of how the dungeon will react if the barriers are violently broken by a huge ship. That's just a worst-case scenario. I understand. I'm afraid of the repercussions, but I hate this dungeon, and I have no hesitation in summoning a luxury liner to destroy the facilities. If push comes to shove, I'll do my best to hit them with everything I've got, including the stress I've been under. It might be nice to summon the Shadow and the Chris one after the other. Then we'll have a detailed discussion. Oops, I had fun imagining a luxury liner crushing the roller coaster, but it's only a last resort. It's important to handle it normally so as not to increase the risk. Let's take the meeting seriously. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Not enough money, huh? After the meeting, I pressed the start button to try the ordeal, though we'll see how it goes, and was met with words I couldn't understand. What does this mean? It says X5 on the coin slot. Apparently, this attraction charges 5 times as much as other attractions. Isn't it time to get angry? What is this dungeon about? Since you can get rare metals in addition to gold and silver in the drop items, shouldn't you have to earn a modest amount of money in this place? Even I, a lazy and timid person, will get angry soon, won't I? The amount of money is also very high, 5 silver coins. Wataru. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I'll start now. I was inwardly frustrated, but I put in the extra silver coins and pressed the start button. I guess I'm a bit of a coward because of my personality, so I can't kick the facility right here. Pull yourself together, everyone. Dorothea, Marina, I'm counting on you. Pressing the start button activated the barrier, and at the same time, a rumbling sound could be heard from somewhere, accompanied by comical music. This time, speed was of the essence, so Marina-san and Dorothea-san were inside. Marina-san is working at full speed on all the attractions, so I am a little worried about her fatigue. Mentally, as expected, the barriers have been strengthened. Ilma-san, who had been examining the activated barriers, came back to report with a difficult look on her face. It seemed that the barriers had been strengthened after all. Well, it's no wonder since the fee had increased 5-fold. Will it break? It's a bit delicate. It will break, but it'll take a few concentrated attacks from all of us. If there is an emergency or additional reinforcements, we won't make it in time. So, Wataru, I'm counting on you to carry out our discussion. When the time comes, don't hesitate. I understand. If she says, as per the discussion, I will break the barriers at Alessia-san's and the others' command, or if I, Ins, and Felicia think it is dangerous. It's simple, but it's subtle and difficult to judge the situation. These people, even if I think it is dangerous, they can go through it with a calm face. Well, I told them that my judgment is delicate, and since they asked me to do it, I shouldn't hesitate to hit them with the luxury liner if I think it's dangerous. All I have to do is make sure that Dorothea-san and Marina-san don't get involved. That's kind of ugly. I can't believe the reference was to the playground equipment. I agree, but I've never seen those monsters before. It's interesting. I could see the body of the train slowly climbing up the steeply sloping rails, making a thumping sound. Alessia-san was right, it was very ugly. Well, I think Alessia-san and I have different concerns about it. The roller coaster body itself is not bad, with its colorful but streamlined design. The problem is the object on top of that body. It may be the enemy of this ordeal, but I can only say that it is in bad taste. From Ilma-san's reaction, it must be a monster unique to this dungeon. I am very grateful that it does not appear in other places. The monster's appearance is blurry and has the characteristics of an animal I have seen somewhere before. In short, it is positioned as a theme park mascot. It's not hard to say that it's cute. It is the kind of appearance that would make Claretta-san, who loves stuffed animals, very happy. That is, if you accept the weapons that each of them has. For some reason, the enemy has bad taste in weapons. I don't mind them having weapons because they're the enemy, and I don't expect this dungeon to be that kind to people. But the taste in weapons is just bad. Swords, great swords, and spears are okay, and bows, of course. I can't help but think that some kind of poisonous liquid drips from them, but let's leave that for now. I'll accept a scythe like the one the Grim Reaper has since the weapon is dripping with something that looks like poison. But not the others. Why do they bother to equip themselves with things like nail bats, iron pipes, and crowbars? What kind of biker gang are they? Swords and spears are usually more powerful, and maybe it's because they look like stuffed mascots. But stop looking at me without the slightest change in your nihilistic smile. Combined with their bad taste in weapons, it's very weird. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 15 Chapter 21. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 13/16. Chapter 21. It's not so naive after all. We'll see how it goes, but finally, we'll try the roller coaster, the last attraction to complete the pass. I have a feeling it's going to be a terrible ride, but I'll do my best to cheer them on. When it reaches the top, it will come down with great speed. Be careful. The roller coaster climbs up the steep rails with a clattering sound and will soon reach the top. I had already explained about the roller coaster, but just to be sure, I called out to Dorothea-san and Marina-san, who were working on it. They waved at us, so I guess they got the message. I wish I could have given them more detailed information, but I don't know the speed of roller coasters, so it was impossible. That's good. I looked next to me and saw Alessia-san watching over the body of the train with a serious look on her face. Even though we've taken all the precautions we can, I'm sure she's still worried. Yes. The train slides down the rails, accelerating rapidly as it reaches the top. It was much faster than I had imagined. In Japan, the speed would surely be a problem, just like the coffee cups, but in this world, There are no such wonderful things as safety standards, and on top of that, there is magic, so you can do whatever you want. Dorothea-san and Marina-san jumped down from the top of the rail. They are not in trouble because there are ropes tied to the ties, but when they are suspended in the air, arrows and magic rain down on them from above. The two safely parry these attacks with their swords and daggers. They seem to have enough time to protect the rope tied to the sleeper. They say that there is a limit to the number of attacks because the vehicle passes through at high speed. The speed is pretty fast, but they can handle it. It seems to take a certain amount of time to go around, and if they repeat the same thing a few times, they should have no problem moving on. The problem is when there are more bodies and the part where the rails are rolled up. Ilma-san analyzed the situation in detail. So far, there seems to be no major problem. I've only focused on the unreasonableness of the dungeon, but the humans have been mostly unreasonable as well. The high level in this world is so abnormal that it would be a null game if it were adapted to Japanese safety standards. Well, understandably, I don't like this dungeon. Dorothea-san and Marina-san make progress while passing over the body of the train several times, and it seems that there is no problem like the one Ilma-san analyzed. Steep gradients, sharp curves, and long-distance attacks are meaningless in front of the two of them. Finally, they reached the 360 degrees loop that Ilma-san had been worried about. They climbed up the outside of the loop since the inside was passable. Huh? Isn't the loop easier? A train body passed through while they were climbing the loop. But since they climbed outside, they didn't have to jump down and could defend themselves from the attack while being held by the rail. In addition, the rail would act as a shield to deflect the attack. The rail would be a foothold, and it would not be enough to stop the two of them. Yes, I was worried that they wouldn't fall if they were upside down, but this seems to be easier. Ilma, you seem to be having trouble. What's the problem? Alessia-san seemed to agree with me, but Ilma-san seemed to be worried about something. Something is bothering me, but I can't figure it out. But I have a bad feeling. Vague anxiety, you might say. It doesn't seem to be a problem, but it's certainly strange. This is the last ordeal they're going to assign us to conquer this attraction, and it might be the easiest thing we've ever done. How is that possible? After hearing Ilma-san's words, Alessia-san also began to have doubts. But, of course, it is. This dungeon with a terrible character is going to be an easy ordeal at the end? That is absolutely impossible. The other members of the group came to the same conclusion, and the slightly relaxed atmosphere became tense. No, only Rima looks a bit relaxed. He cheers for Fu-chan and Benny-chan, who have adventures with Dorothea-san and Marina-san while shaking his body. It's a little comforting. Everyone is on alert except Ilma. Alma, focus on the analysis. Roger that. Oops, this is no time to relax. This time, I am not only protected, but I also have an important role to play. I have to concentrate. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They made it to the 10th lap, didn't they? They made it to the 10th lap without incident while remaining on alert. The more trains there were, the more time they had to spend on evasion and defense, but it just took longer, and Dorothea-san and Marina-san were making progress with plenty of room to spare. Could it be a real gift? Has the dungeon changed its mind? If so, I'll forgive the 5-fold increase in attraction fees. Yes, I suppose so. But that doesn't seem to make Ilma any less worried. Alma, what do you think? Alessia-san asked Ilma-san, who looked puzzled. I don't know. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but the bad feeling keeps worsening, and I don't know why. Ilma-san seems to be getting impatient. Hopefully, Alma-san's bad premonition is a misunderstanding, and everything will end without incident. But there's no way that's true. I hope so, but deep down, I am also convinced that this dungeon is not so auspicious. There will definitely be some upheaval. The barriers are beginning to infuse magical power. The train began to stop at intervals. There you go, there was a disturbance. I checked the roller coaster at the sound of Claretta-san and Carla-san's voices. I don't know what the magic power is, but the train bodies are actually starting to close in on each other. Some of the carriages seem to have already stopped. Can these trains stop in the middle of the track? That's not good. We need to attack the barrier immediately. No, we won't make it in time. Wataru, destroy it. Yui! Alma-san's shouted order startled me, and I stopped. Hurry! Why yes. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like we're running out of time, so I'll summon the Shadow for now. Take the strong attack of the Shadow, which contains a lot of my stress so far. The shadow summoned above the ground slowly falls towards the roller coaster. Actually, I wanted to summon the shadow in the air for a heavy bombardment, but if I did that, there was a possibility that Dorothea-san and Marina-san would get caught in it, so I gave up crying. When the shadow and the barriers made contact, sparks flew, and for a moment, they were in conflict, but the next moment, with a bang, the barriers of the attraction burst open. With nothing to block its path, the shadow gained the momentum and crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash, crushing the coaster's rails. About 3 train bodies were swallowed up, and most importantly, it felt very refreshing. Master, you're going to have to take another hit. Ins must have felt the same way because she urged me to take another ride on the luxury liner. She was a greedy little girl, but I do not hate her. All right, let's turn this dungeon into a wasteland. Let's summon the luxury liner one by one. Come on, ship. Ouch, Wataru. Didn't I tell you that destroying a dungeon unnecessarily can lead to terrible consequences? Suddenly, I received a shock to the head, and when I turned around, Alma-san was looking at me with a cold smile, blood veins in her temples. The cold smile of a beautiful woman is beautiful to the untrained eye, but it is very frightening when you are the one in the middle of it. And her other hand, opposite the one that seemed to have hit me, was twisting In's cheekbones as hard as it could. Ins was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, and with tears in her eyes, she tried desperately to get Ilma-san's hand away from her. I'm sorry, I got a little excited and got carried away. She apologizes, bowing her head as best she can. In's wet cheeks were able to withstand such a twist, but my cheeks would have been torn to shreds if I had been exposed to something like that. Alessia-san, please follow up. Huh? Alessia-san and the others are gone. They rushed in as soon as the barrier was broken. I would have rushed in, too, but I heard Wataru's voice, so I rushed back. Ahaha, I'm sorry for the trouble. My goodness, you are such a helpless boy. Hey, wait a minute. You're treating Master and me very differently, aren't you? No discrimination, please. Ins, finally released, complained while holding her breasts. Her cheeks turned red. It's not discrimination, it's a distinction. Besides, Bella-san asked us to scold you if you do something stupid, so there's no problem. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, by the way, Bella-san asked us all to do this before she left. She asked everyone to give Ins a good scolding if she did anything stupid. I remember that Felicia and I were especially asked to be very careful. I'm an adult now, I don't care what my mother tells you to do. Besides, I am Master's property, so you have no right to punish me as you please. Oh. This was a bad idea. So there's no problem as long as I get permission from Wataru? I knew that I would be caught between Ins and Ilma-san, and I would suffer. Somehow, I have to avoid it, or I will lose favor with both of them. This is not the time to fight. More importantly, Ilma-san, why did you suddenly intervene when they were almost clear? The barriers were beginning to strengthen, and the train body was acting strangely, so there was no doubt that something was going on. However, it wasn't as if it had been decided that the area couldn't be cleared yet. Simply put, they were on the verge of a siege. From the position Dorothea and Marina were in, they would be attacked from all directions. Under normal conditions, let alone on unstable ground, that would have been dangerous. Could it be that the fact that it was warm until the 9th lap was a trap to make you let your guard down? And when you were caught off guard, they set up a perfect encirclement with 10 platoons and attacked you from all directions. If the weapons had poisonous liquid on them and even a scratch was dangerous, it would have been enough to say that the formation was complete, and they would have killed us. This dungeon is really vicious. More importantly, Wataru. Let's escape for now. Huh? Looking in the direction Ilma-san pointed, I saw Alessia-san and the others running towards us. That is not a problem. The problem is the horde of monsters coming up behind Alessia-san and the others. This is what you call a dungeon retaliating. There are a lot of things I want to say and ask, but let's just run away and put it all behind us. Oh, that's impossible. Wataru, summon the hideaway. We'll take shelter inside. Just as I was about to run away, Ilma-san suddenly changed her mind. I see. Monsters are coming from the other side as well. That seems impossible. I understand. I will summon the hideaway. Still, I feel like the genre of the monsters coming in is changing. Did the dungeon release some powerful monsters from the other floor? Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 15 Chapter 22. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofia and this chapter. 14/16. Chapter 22. Retaliation. At first glance, the final challenge of the Castle Pass quest seemed innocuous enough, but of course, it wasn't. A cruel and deadly plot lurked behind the scenes. In retaliation for the summoning of a luxury liner, the dungeon sent out a large number of monsters to destroy the entire plan. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Are you hurt? I summoned the hideaway and evacuated with Ilma-san, Inz, and Felicia, and a little later, Alessia-san and the others literally jumped into the hideaway. The physical abilities of adventurers in this world are amazing. I'm sure I could do it, but I'm afraid I'd hit my head somewhere and be embarrassed, so I won't try it. Yes, it's no problem. Dorothea and Marina are fine, right? Yes, luckily, I'm not hurt at all. Me too. Alessia-san asks on everyone's behalf. The reason why she didn't ask anyone other than Dorothea-san and Marina-san is because she knew that they were aware of the situation and that they were unharmed. That's good to hear. Now, what about this? The fact that Alessia-san and the others jumped in meant that the horde of monsters that had been chasing them had arrived as well. The hideaway is currently surrounded by monsters, but it is much better than when we were in the demon forest. Back then, the barriers were all filled with giant insects, but this time, the flying monsters are trying to get into the ship and are being repelled by the barriers, and the non-flying monsters are trying to jump like Alessia-san and the others and are being repelled by the barriers. The feeling of being surrounded is still the same, but the visuals are completely different. Of course, we're going to smash them. Both Wataru and Rima-chan are good for leveling up, so just spread out the attacks as you see fit. Yeah, I understand. Alessia-san smiles very happily. Normally, this would be a tough situation, but with the ship summoning barrier, it's like a bonus stage, so I don't know how to feel about it. But I wish she would calm down a little more because there are glimpses of wildness in her smile. Okay, everybody, get ready for destruction. Let's take out all the frustration that's built up in this joke of a dungeon. Ah, I see. They are happy to have the opportunity to release their stress. We all know it's a dungeon, so we know it's dangerous. But she said she didn't like the way this dungeon was set up. The other members of the group were also more or less stressed out, and they happily started preparing to destroy the monsters outside. Master, since we're inside the barriers, we can move around as we please, right? Ind also seemed to want to join the attack. Yes, do what you want. Felicia and Rima can do whatever you want as long as you don't leave the barrier area. I understand. Rima, fight. Felicia laughed a little happily, and Rima jumped off my shoulder, looking very motivated, and joined Fu-chan and Benny-chan. It seems that they want to fight as a slime trio. Wataru, I'm going to make a big move right away, so please attack first. Luckily, they seem to want to share the experience with me. It would make it even more difficult to control my power, but I had heard that it would also prolong my life, so there was no reason for me to refuse. I summoned a rubber boat filled with a large number of stones and threw them from one end to the other. The outside is filled with monsters, so it's easy to hit them even if I don't aim at them. It's about time. Let's start then. Just when I got tired of throwing rocks, Alessia-san gave the order, and the simultaneous attack began. I've seen the same scene many times when defeating the monsters gathered around the luxury liner, but today, everyone's attack was much more spectacular than usual. The skills and magic that were hurled at the hordes of monsters literally smashed them to pieces. At this rate, I thought we'd be able to clear them out in no time. But the dungeon seems to have no intention of backing down, sending monster after monster in to fill the holes left by these attacks. The bonus stage seems to be special this time. I can drop a summoned ship on a bunch of monsters and even attack them with a bow, albeit a poor one, so maybe I should join the attack instead of just throwing rocks at them. It does not seem good, and the mass destruction with the summoned ship will interfere with the stress relief of Alessia-san and the others. Let's just throw rocks. I have a lot of free time to just throw rocks, so I watch the monsters gathering around. After all, there are a large number of monsters that I have not seen in the previous trials. There are many other trials, so I guess some of the monsters are from those trials, but there are also a lot of monsters that look evil, subordinates of the Demon King, or something like that. I am sure they are sent from other places as well. Come to think of it, how many floors are there in this dungeon? It seems like we are already full on the first floor, but in terms of the number of days, we are facing the final test in less than 10 days. It may be that we have a lot of competent people, but it's simple enough that completing the 6 trials is next, and there's a good chance that the future is deeper. I've been thinking about this, and I'm getting depressed. Let's focus on the monster in front of us now. There are a lot of monsters that unleash some kind of awesome attack on us, and maybe the dungeon will send a monster that will be the trump card. Well, all the attacks of those powerful-looking monsters are blocked by the barriers, and they also stand out and disappear after being attacked intensively by everyone. When I see the monsters disappear without any results, I realize once again that ship summoning is really a cheat. In a way, it's great because I feel like I'm doing something terrible to the monsters, even though they're monsters. Well, I still throw rocks because the experience is very tasty. Phew. Let's take a break now, shall we? Wataru, can I use your bath? Yes, feel free to use it. When the large amount of stones I had collected had almost reached the bottom, Alessia-san announced that we were taking a break. I was tired of throwing rocks and observing, so it seemed like a good time to take a break. I wanted to take a hot bath and refresh myself. Oh, yes, Wataru. Let's have a barbecue on the deck of the hideaway today. Yes, that's fine, but then it's decided. We're tired, and we'll have a few drinks. Alessia-san and the others were in a good mood as they headed for the jacuzzi. I guess they are getting ready for the bath. Master, what's wrong with your strange look? No, I don't mind taking a break and having a bath, but in the middle of it, Alessia-san gave me a meaningful smile. And I don't think it's like Alessia-san and the others to barbecue and drink alcohol when we're surrounded by monsters, even though we're safe. What do you think, Ins? Even the serious Dorothea-san and Claretta-san don't seem to be stopping her, and I feel something is wrong. Even though they sometimes act wildly, they are basically serious people, so I can't help but feel that something is not quite right. I see what you mean. Alessia is just trying to stir things up. Ins, who had been thinking about it for a while, gave me an answer as if she understood, but I didn't understand what she meant. Stir things up? Stir what? Oh, the monsters outside. I know they're stressed, but we're attacking them all the time, so there's no need to stir them up, right? It's a one-sided attack from us, and it's a slaughter, so it feels like kicking a corpse, and that doesn't feel very pleasant. Well, I'm just one of those people who throws stones to relieve stress, but I don't think we should overdo it. No, it's not that. It's the dungeon she wants to stir up. We haven't figured it out yet, but you know that dungeons can have a will, right, Master? Yes, Alma-san told me. Well, it is not absolutely certain because there are many dungeons that clearly do not have a will, but there are definitely dungeons that are suspected of having a will. But there shouldn't be a lot of room in a dormant dungeon. Still, they've been fighting back against the Master's attacks with everything they've got. And in the middle of all that, what if the opponent was taking a bath, having a barbecue, and drinking? That's so messed up and irritating. You mean maybe they're trying to provoke the dungeon to bring out more monsters to wear down the dungeon in their favor? Maybe that wouldn't be wrong. Alessia-san, you've come up with something outrageous. There's a difference between an incitement and a temptation, but it's like making a tasty offer to a person who's in debt and can't get his head around it to get him to spend more money. Or would it be like gorging on meat, carbohydrates, and sweets in front of someone on a diet? It sounds different, but it would not be wrong in terms of leading people to ruin by pushing them into a corner. It's a pretty bad character move based on the fact that the dungeon is dormant, and resources are scarce on the dungeon side. Normally, I would back off, but when this dungeon is my opponent, I don't have a problem with it. Or rather, I would like to cooperate. Let's see. If we're going to provoke the dungeon, the more obvious and blatant, the better. Let's offer the supplies I've gathered from the ferry and the luxury liner without hesitation. The requested barbecue is a given, but other items such as meat, sushi, and, desserts would also be provocative because they are conspicuous from the outside. I think it would be fun to arrange desserts from each ship and make it a buffet. Since they said they would be drinking alcohol as well, this would also be a big release of canned beer and branded alcohol bought from each ship. I think a bar style would be good here. This time, I'm not going to say anything that will take away from the fun, like don't drink too much. You can drink all you want. I'd like to put on some music and maybe do some simple decorations. It's starting to feel like we're planning a party, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Just watch, dungeon. I'm going to double or even triple the stress you've put us through. All you can do is watch as we enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 15 Chapter 23. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 15/16. Chapter 23. If it were me, I'd cry. As a result of the massive destruction caused by the luxury liner, we received a response from the dungeon, a horde of monsters. We took refuge in the hideaway, protected by the ship summoning barriers, and were having a good time gaining experience when Alessia-san came up with an even more vicious move. Oh no. I'm having so much fun. Let's do it. That thing. Yufufu. That's good, Alessia. Then I'll do it that way. Ha ha ha. Alma, you do it too. The swimsuit-clad beauties frolic happily in front of me, shaking their motherly symbols. Is this heaven? The beautifully decorated and glittering hideaway is more glittering than usual. Feasts lined up, desserts lined up, a row of fine liquors, and all sorts of beautiful women in various types of swimsuits and motherhood. Besides humans, there are also beauties with animal ears and tails, and dark elves. The slimes are cute and plump, and they eat their food with enthusiasm. Just looking at them is soothing. Soaking in the jacuzzi, soaking up the feast with a glass of wine, gazing at the beautiful scene. It's a blissful time. This is the world the Ryu party people see. That's right. I was excited. I would high-five while saying, yay, because it's fun. It was worth all the supplies I had secured and all the preparation I had put into it. Well, I had to ask the ladies to help me decorate because my taste made it look like a playground or a birthday party, but it was a wise decision. They may have been inspired by the atmosphere of parties they had seen in the movies, and although they were not as good as the real professionals, they put it all together tastefully and made the place look festive. If it had been me, I would never have thought of using candles when there were electric lights. This is heaven. And on the other side of the barrier is hell. I understand that the attack is meant to encourage people to enter the dungeon, but the attack, unleashed in a casual atmosphere as if Alessia-san and the others were playing in between eating, drinking, and bathing, turns the other side of the barriers into hell. Despite the ha-ha, yufufu, and kaiawa, what is happening is a tragedy. It is a mild horror. But it doesn't matter because just the sight of beautiful women in swimsuits is enough to purify everything and make me feel like I'm in heaven. Well, that's just us. The monsters outside and the dungeon must not be too happy. It seems that Alessia-san's strategy is having a positive effect, and the monsters outside are clearly getting stronger. Maybe the dungeon is about to break. No, is it more likely that it is already on the verge of breaking? If I were the dungeon, I would already be out of control or crying. It really wants to kill the enemy, but the enemy is eating the food, drinking the wine, smiling at the candy, and relaxing in the jacuzzi. And then, by chance, a massacre. Yeah, I'd cry more than I'd snap. The conversation between Alessia-san and Ilma-san right now, if you just listen to the words, is a smiling conversation, as if they were playing a table game or a ball game or something. But in reality, when Alessia-san swings her sword, I don't know why, but the monsters outside get shredded, and when Ilma-san draws a magic circle with her wand, the monsters explode and are broken into pieces. It was very surreal, in a way. You people seem to be having a good time. But your fun ends here. Because I'm here. Oh. While I was relaxing in the bubbles of the jacuzzi and sipping my drink, I heard a voice in the back of my head. It's saying something about Osama, and he's probably a pain in the ass. I'm in a good mood now and pretend not to have noticed. T/N. Like someone talking in a high and mighty manner. I don't have time to look back. I'm too busy looking at Alessia-san, Ins, and Felicia while I relax, and in between, I have to be soothed by Remo and the others to calm my mind. Wataru, can you hear what that monster is saying outside? Alessia-san approaches me and speaks to me. I am sitting in the jacuzzi, so my line of sight is low. And Alessia-san is so kind that she leans forward to make it easier for me to talk to her and make eye contact with her. Then, I was able to see the wonderfully soft and tender part of her body that was emphasized, though I wouldn't say which part. Oh number. I'm going to lean forward, too. My eyes are definitely closed now. Not open, but closed. That's my problem. I have to be calm, even if it is only on the surface. Wataru, don't you understand what the monster is saying, huh? Oh, that's right. I was asked about the language. The letters are different, and the language of the clown dragons is different. So, Of course, even if there were monsters in this dungeon that could speak the language, it wouldn't be the one we're speaking now. I guess this means that the monster outside got cocky and said Osama when its language was not understood. What would have happened if I didn't have the language comprehension skill? I'm starting to feel sorry for him, and thanks to him, I got to see Alessia-san's wonderful female part in all its glory. I will interpret it with some interest. He says, you people seem to be having a good time. But your fun ends here. Because I'm here. It is a little vague, but as long as the nuance is right, there is no problem. Hey, is that a special monster? Wataru, can you ask it something? I think it would be best to leave him alone, but if Alessia-san and the others are interested, there is nothing I can do about it. What are you? Wataru, why are you talking so casually? I'm sorry. I was already in a relaxed mode, or rather, my sense of tension was completely gone. I guess you could call it a vacation mode. I was having a lot of fun messing up the dungeon, and drinking put me in a good mood. I just wanted to drink more and more, taking in the wonderful sight in front of me, until I naturally fell asleep. I don't know how you feel, but only Wataru can interpret this, so you just have to do your best. I couldn't just sit idly by after being encouraged by Alessia-san. I'll do my best as an interpreter and get her to praise me for it. I understand. My motivation increased, so I stood up and turned around. The motivation that had been rising in me was rapidly diminishing. What caught my eye when I turned around was a thin, macho, handsome man with red hair. He's naked on top as if he's confident in his own body. He also has a pair of ominous horns on his head, and his eyes are all red with no whites. He is, to put it simply, a monster, but it is very strange that he still looks handsome. Well, no matter how handsome he is, as a man, I'm not happy about it. Or rather, I am even more uncomfortable with the fact that he somehow looks cool despite his chunny style. T/N, 8th grade syndrome that usually happens to middle schoolers in Japan. What am I, you say? Phew, haha, you wouldn't be trembling with fear if you hadn't asked me that. But you asked me a stupid question. Human. Forget it. I want you to answer my question as soon as possible. I am one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon kings. The flame demon who rules the flames, Homura. If it were a manga, the word burn would appear in the background. He is the 4 heavenly kings. I thought it was possible that the dungeon got angry and sent the demon king, but it seems that the rank was 1 level lower. Still, the flame demon Homura. Huh? The dungeon looks like a theme park. The 4 heavenly kings, Homura, and the subtle Japanese influence. Could it be that there were Japanese people like me on this island during the time of an ancient civilization that died out? If the Japanese influence the development of this island, and this dungeon is influenced by them, it is not impossible. I think the original possibility is too small to be considered an urban legend. Well, that civilization was destroyed, and I'll just have to check with creator God Sama when I get a chance. Instead, let's continue with the interpretation. He is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon kings and calls himself Homura, the flame demon who presides over the flames. He seemed to speak for quite a long time, but is that all? Alessia-san, hearing my interpretation, tilted her head. There are other things he said, but I've left them out because they don't seem to need interpreting. He is still boasting about how great he is, but the other 4 heavenly kings will probably say that he is the weakest of the 4. I can feel this pattern already. I can already smell the scent of all bark and no bite. The ship summoning can withstand God's attacks. If it were the demon king himself, the 4 heavenly kings wouldn't be able to do anything. If the 4 heavenly kings had the power to break through the barriers of the ship summoning, that dungeon would not have remained dormant but would have expanded and become so large that it would have affected not only the island but the continent as well. Even I, a simpleton, can make such a judgment. Well, maybe it's just because I'm inside a safe barrier confirmed by creator God Sama that I have the luxury of time. Wataru. Information is valuable, so please interpret it correctly. Also, try to ask him questions to get as much information out of him as possible. Ilma-san, who had been listening quietly, joined the conversation. What she is saying is not wrong, but her eyes are shining with curiosity, and she seems to be more interested in the academic side of things. I understand. I will translate as accurately as I can. And what questions should I ask? I was sober and not particularly interested in the 4 heavenly kings, so I couldn't think of any questions to ask him. Well, first of all, I would like to know the strength of the enemy. Could you ask about the other 4 heavenly kings and the demon king? I'd also like to know how old this dungeon was when it was built. I don't know if he knows, but could you ask him how long the dungeon has been dormant? The first half makes sense, but the second half would be entirely in Ilma-san's interest. But, well, if I can earn Ilma-san's favor by just asking a question, it's easy. Phew, ha ha ha. Are you too afraid to speak? Then I will show you mercy. Don't worry, you won't feel the pain because you'll be extinguished in an instant. Before I could ask any questions, Homura, who seemed satisfied with the situation, suddenly began to create flames in the sky above us. I'm sorry, Ilma-san. It seems he will start his attack before I can speak. It can't be helped. Alesia, do you want to stop the attack? Ilma-san shrugged and changed her mind. I want to know how strong the 4 heavenly kings are, so I'll stand by. It doesn't look like he has the ability to break through the barriers, but we can at least measure the upper limit of his power. Unlike me, who only had a vague understanding of how big the barriers were, Alesia-san and the others who had studied the various types of ship summoning barriers seemed convinced that there would be no problem and seemed to have a lot of leeway. After all, this 4 heavenly king guy is all bark and no bite. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 15 Chapter 24. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofiya and this chapter. 16/16. Chapter 24, Homura-san, he's kinda amazing, isn't he? While the dungeon was fighting back furiously after the massive destruction caused by the luxury liner, I was enjoying the mood of the party people in the hideaway when one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King, the flame demon who controls the flames, Homura, appeared, perhaps even more enraged by our attitude. To be honest, I could only smell the scent of all bark but no bite. Even though we have not interfered in any way, it seems that they are not calling themselves the 4 heavenly kings to gather so much magic power. Dorothea-san calmly evaluates the flames Homura is creating in the sky above. That's fine. But when the serious Dorothea-san says 4 heavenly kings, I honestly feel uncomfortable. And she is wearing a swimsuit. This discomfort is probably not understood by anyone in this world. I feel a little sad about it, but, well, complaining won't help. So let's live positively. Even if people don't understand my discomfort, it doesn't matter because there are many beautiful women in swimsuits. Are these 4 heavenly kings strong? I asked Dorothea-san, who had regained her composure and was watching Homura with a serious expression. Yes, even if all of us were to fight them, it would be a tough fight for sure. Seriously? Girasol was originally a strong A-rank party, but they have raised the bar even more from that level. So they must be one of the best in the world. Is this Girasol struggling? Weren't those 4 heavenly kings all bark and no bite? Is everything going to be okay? I was a little worried. I don't think it's possible to break the ship summoning barrier, but if he's struggling to break it, there's a chance he might escape, and since he's the 4 heavenly kings, with 3 others of the same class and a demon king on top of him, it would be difficult if we were surrounded. But that's only if we fight a real battle. Alesia should have made a decision by now. What does that mean? I thought we were supposed to wait and see what would happen. If we don't take this guy out now, he's going to be a problem. The moment his attack is blocked by the ship's barrier, we'll attack with all our might. Wataru, Ins, and Felicia will help us. Is that okay? I see that Dorothea-san, who was assistant Alesia-san as a sub-leader, in addition to knowing her for a long time, must have been able to read Alesia-san's thoughts. Yes, no problem. Ins, Felicia, do your best. I understand. He seems to be resistant to fire, so I'll hit him as hard as I can with physical attacks. Understood. What about Tremor? Ins and Felicia seem to be in a good mood. That's fine, but I received a sad thought from Rimmer, who was left out. Apparently, Rimmer also wants to participate in the attack. I don't think there's a problem, but just to be sure, I asked Alesia-san for permission. Oh, of course, Rimmer-chan, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan will also help us. Please attack with all your might when we attack. Oh, and of course, you have to attack him too, Wataru. Before I could ask for permission, Alesia-san agreed. It seems that Fu-chan and Benny-chan were also sad that they were left out. So Dorothea-san and Marina-san went over to Alesia-san to ask for permission. Both Dorothea-san and Marina-san are very overprotective of their slimes, which is very reassuring to me as someone who also loves slimes. Rimmer, we have Alessia-san's permission. Please do your best. Rimmer will do his best. Rimmer is very cute as he jumps up and down with enthusiasm. Oh, I won't attack, so don't worry. Why? He's pretty strong, you know? In other words, the experience gained from him is also great. I understand. I got enough experience from the monsters, so that's enough for now. Oh, it's a matter of controlling your power, right? Then why don't you just attack, and we'll help you train? Not without reason, but I would rather not, because it is subtly embarrassing to throw stones at someone who is humanoid and can speak the language. I understand that the enemy is a monster, and I don't really care if Homura dies or not. I have neither the courage nor the saintly character to stand my ground against an attacker. I just don't like it. I don't want to feel bad about pushing myself in a situation that isn't dangerous and doesn't necessarily require experience. Since I've been given a cheat, I want to live my life doing as few unpleasant things as possible. Am I thinking something incredibly arrogant right now? I don't care about that guy's life, but I don't want to feel bad about it, so I won't do it, you know? Well, okay. I really don't care about Homura. I just feel uncomfortable throwing rocks at a human-like monster, so it can't be helped. I see. Well, I understand. It seems that Alessia-san doesn't really understand this subtle feeling, but she agrees with me while looking at me strangely. Phew, haha. I never thought that you would be so conceited as to allow me to complete my technique without any interference. It seems that Homura's technique has been completed. As Homura said, it is no wonder that people think we are conceited because we waited for him without any interference. The fact that there is a small sun-like object floating in the sky suggests that it is an incredibly powerful technique. It is understandable that Homura is so confident. Homura is strong. I understood that. But at this time and place, he is definitely a dog that is all bark and no bite. Well, it's convenient for us if he's in a good mood. I translated Homura's words and conveyed them to Alessia-san and the others, who seemed to agree and nodded in satisfaction. Are you too afraid to move now? Well, that's understandable. It is an incarnation of the sun that you and your kind cannot create, but it is also a mercy. You will not suffer, for you will be reduced to ashes in an instant without pain. Aren't you happy? Phew, ha ha ha. Homura-san seems to be at his best. He is kinda amazing, isn't he? Then die cursing yourself for your misfortune in opposing me. As soon as Homura said that, a small sun appeared. According to Homura, the sun's incarnation was falling towards us. I know I will be fine, but the sight of the mass of flames falling in a straight line toward me is quite frightening. The incarnation of the sun falling in a straight line touches the barrier of the ship and causes a huge explosion. As expected from a technique trusted by the 4 heavenly kings, my entire field of vision was filled with flames. Well, that's all there is to it. Not even heat, not even a single shock reaching us. Besides, aren't the monsters surrounding the hideaway also involved in the collateral damage? Is it just my imagination? When the flames blocked Homura's line of sight, Alessia-san and the others, Inz, Felicia, Rimmer, and the other slimes started preparing to attack. In other words, the countdown to Homura became all bark, and no bite had begun. Phew, ha ha ha. When the flames were extinguished, we could see Homura with a big smile on his face. In addition, I was able to confirm that the monsters surrounding the hideaway were gone. After all, they were caught in the middle of it. Homura is terrible, but that big laugh can be fatal. If we can see the other side from here, it means that they can see us from there as well. So Homura stopped laughing and froze in surprise when he saw the hideaway sitting there without any problems. Why? Then, just as I saw him, he was swallowed by our attack and disappeared from my sight. Unless Homura can instantly avoid or defend himself from our attack, he won't be able to save himself. Something fell from the explosion of the attack, hit the barrier, bounced back, and hit the ground. It's the tattered Homura. He must still be alive because he is twitching. Amazing. Homura. Not only does he remain in his original form, but he is not even dead after being hit with the full force of the attack by all the members of this team except me. I had expected that not even a corpse would be left. Homura is really strong. Why are you alive? And that's our line. How is it that you are not only alive but also able to talk in a broken voice after being attacked so many times? Are you a monster? No, he was a monster. 4 heavenly kings, I underestimated you a little. It's because your attack didn't penetrate the barriers. Alessia-san answers Homura's question. Is there such a stupid thing? My attack. I guess he couldn't believe that the attack, which he was absolutely confident of, couldn't penetrate the barrier. He was not convinced, tried to complain about something, and then ran out of steam in the process. Homura's body disappears in a haze. It seems that even the 4 heavenly kings disappear when they die. Something seems to remain in the place where Homura disappeared. Is it a drop item? Marina-san quickly goes outside, picks up what seems to be a dropped item, and returns. Homura has burned up the surrounding monsters, but he is reckless when there are still many monsters outside of the range of the attack. Is that a ruby? The drop in Marina-san's hand was a red gem the size of a child's fist. It's beautiful and probably expensive, but it's a little disappointing because there were plenty of gems in the Duke's castle treasury. I wish the 4 heavenly kings would have dropped rarer treasures. Alessia-san and the others are overjoyed, but do they really feel that happy? No, it's not. Look at the center of the stone. Marina-san shows me the jewel as she holds it up to me. What's that? A fire burning in the center? Why is the fire in the jewel? Oh, because it's a fantasy world. I see, I understand. This is a fire crystal. It's a magic stone, but it's a rare thing that monsters specializing in the fire attribute rarely possess. If you use it as a weapon, it can be used as a fire magic weapon, and if you make it into an accessory or a staff, it can greatly increase the power of fire magic. Homura is really amazing. I'm sorry, but I thought it would be a rare drop. From the reactions of the delighted Alessia-san and the others, it was a very rare drop. Thank you very much, Master. The monsters are withdrawing. Eh? When I looked outside at Felicia's words, I saw that the remaining monsters were indeed moving away from the hideaway. The dungeon may have given up pushing with their numbers after we defeated Homura. I was hoping to cut the dungeon's power to the limit here, but it doesn't seem to be working out that way. It seems that Alessia-san is not satisfied with just defeating Homura. Well, it is true that it would have been easier later on if we could have defeated the rest of the 4 heavenly kings or the demon king here, but as for me, I am a little tired, so it would be more helpful if they withdrew at this level. Well, it can't be helped. Then let's stir things up again, shall we? Maybe there will be another strong enemy. You still want to stir up the dungeon, aren't you? But I welcome the fun and fuss. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 15 Chapter 25. Thanks to Bird90677 for the Kofiya and this chapter. 120. Chapter 25. Unexpected ending. Homura, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King. I thought he was all bark and no bite, but I was a little surprised to find that he was more powerful than I expected. The first opponent of the 4 heavenly kings is usually a weak dog, but it is difficult to read the atmosphere in this dungeon. After defeating Homura, we drank, ate, and made a lot of noise in the hideaway to further stir up the dungeon. However, it seemed to have no effect on the agitation, and the next day, the day after that, and the day after that, the peaceful, just enjoyable routine was repeated. It was all good because it was fun, but we decided to get out of the dungeon and see what would happen. Then it was a week. 10 days after defeating Homura, we were faced with a problem. How did it go, Alessia-san? I asked with a hint of hope as Alessia-san and the others returned from their visit to check on the dungeon. Well, I understand that it is hopeless because the expressions of Alessia-san and the others are dull, but I hope that things will change, even if for the worse because it is getting to be a nuisance. Not good. No change today. I see. It was no good. Huh? Now, the roller coaster has been broken for about 10 days and has not been repaired. If the roller coaster hadn't been broken, it wouldn't have mattered if it stayed broken. We just had to try another ordeal. But the roller coaster is different. It is the final ordeal, and it is an important ordeal, so you cannot move on without clearing it. That ordeal will not be restored. If something is broken in a dungeon, it will usually be repaired within a few hours at the earliest or the next day at the latest, with no notice. However, it is said that if there is a person in the broken part, it will not be restored, so we gave up stirring up the situation and left the dungeon. We entered the dungeon the next day, thinking that the roller coaster would have been restored by now, but it was not. We gave up that day and left the dungeon, thinking that it might take a long time because the dungeon was dormant. The next day, the roller coaster had not been restored. The day after that, and the day after that. Eventually, a week passed, and the roller coaster was still not restored. Thinking that there might be some other condition for the restoration, we tried to challenge other ordeals, but the clown dragon that had appeared in every ordeal did not appear, and not a single monster appeared when we broke into the facility. When we tried to enter the castle, everything was locked and unresponsive. Are we somehow being completely ignored by the dungeon? Could it be that the dungeon was sulking because we were pestering it too much? Haha, that's impossible, isn't it? Even if the dungeon had a will, there is no way it would sulk and not restore the dungeon's facilities. Since it is not a child. Of course not, there's no way it wouldn't reinstate the ordeal for such a ridiculous reason. Right, Alma? Alessia-san, the one who initiated the harassment plan, agrees with my words, and she calls out to Ilma-san as if clinging to her. Although she denies it in her words, Alessia-san may think it was too much. There's more in the dungeon that we haven't figured out yet. So I can't rule out the possibility that the dungeon was sulking. Seriously? Does that mean we can't try this dungeon anymore? Are you saying that we are banned from the dungeon? Huh? I don't really like this dungeon, so that's fine with me. No, that would be a disaster for the Dark Elf Island, so that's not good. I'd like to make this annoying dungeon a recurring dungeon if possible. That's a possibility, but I think something else is more likely. What do you mean? If there's a chance to destroy it, I'm all for it. The dungeon thinks it doesn't stand a chance now, so it has begun to accumulate power to defeat us. Until that power builds up, doesn't that mean that it won't restore the facility so that we can't continue? Huh? Is that possible? If that were the case, no one would be able to defeat the dungeon. If it looks like the dungeon is going to be lost, it will stay until it becomes winnable. That's the right choice, but what about it as a dungeon? That's cheating. There are dungeons that have been conquered, so I don't think it applies to all of them. But in this case, I think it's possible. I don't get it. Cheating is not good, right? Because it's a cheat. I don't understand. Alma, please explain. Thank God I'm not the only one who doesn't get it. It's going to be a little long. Is that okay? Yeah, there's nothing to do anyway, so just tell me more about it. At Alessia-san's request, Alma-san's dungeon class was to be held in a hurry. It's been a long time since I attended a class, and I'm not sure I'll be able to understand it properly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I managed to understand it, and I think Ilma-san's hypothesis seems to be the right one. There are limits to what you can do in the dungeon. It seems that this is almost a certainty. The reason for this belief is derived from the fact that senseless or large-scale destruction in a dungeon will result in repercussions. Only after such an act occurs will the dungeon retaliate in a strong way, but in a normal attack, a dungeon would not send a horde of monsters into battle if it knew it would be destroyed, even though I know it would help us. So, speculation is that if the attacker of a dungeon breaks a rule, then the restrictions of the dungeon will be loosened as well. That makes some sense. If they can send monsters in randomly, no one can attack the dungeon, right? And then there is the act of the dungeon not restoring the facilities. Ilma-san had a hypothesis about this as well. She said that the fact that we survived the group of monsters might have loosened the restrictions even more. That seems to be the case. Ilma-san reminded us that this is really just a hypothesis because there are no other examples, but it is certainly a possibility. The fact that there are no other examples is subtle, but since it is supposed to be a miracle to survive the effects of the dungeon, it is only natural that there are no other examples. And even if you miraculously survive, it is impossible to escape without getting hurt or losing anything unless you are a cheat like us. Most people will be wiped out. And even if you miraculously survived, you would be badly injured, lose most of your friends, and your party would be in a state of total destruction. When that happens, Alma-san expects the dungeon's revenge to be complete. In our case, we were unharmed. We stirred up the dungeon, massacred the monsters, and even killed one of the 4 heavenly kings. On top of that, we didn't escape from the dungeon, and we even caused more trouble. Yes, there is a good chance that the restrictions, if any, will be relaxed. I mean, isn't it almost certain? So you're saying that the next time the facility is restored, the dungeon will decide it's ready to kill us? That's just a theory. Let's see. Since the ship summoning has a ridiculous performance in terms of defense, doesn't that mean that it will never finish preparing the dungeon for the rest of our lives? How can the dungeon easily break through the barriers that prevent the gods from attacking en masse? If it can do that, it would mean that the dungeon is stronger than a group of gods, right? It's not a question of whether or not it can kill us in reality. If the dungeon decides that it can kill us, then I believe that it will be restored. I see. The dungeon doesn't know that ship summoning can prevent a group of gods from attacking. If it thought it could do it by increasing the power of its attack, it would probably challenge us by increasing the power of its attack to the limit. Still, I don't think the ship summoning barrier will be broken. Something very uncharacteristic came to mind. A dungeon full of life that will attack us to the limit to kill us. Me, intercepting it with ship summoning. As a result, we survived without a scratch. And I laughed out loud. It seems I can make the dungeon that pisses me off go crazy, but it's the same pattern as Homura. Let's hope the dungeon is more elaborate. For some reason, I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's not let our guard down because, at times like this, mistakes are often made, and it can be a painful experience. That means we can't capture the dungeon until the preparations are finished, right? When will the preparations be finished? Inz was right. There was no telling how long we would have to wait. Well, Ilma-san shrugged as if she had her hands full. Even Ilma-san can't seem to decipher the dungeon plans. Well, that's only natural. It would be scarier if she could. It's a problem, isn't it? Wouldn't there be some kind of reaction if Master emptied the theme park? In started to say something disturbing. It's not impossible, but would it be okay to do that? Will the constant summoning of luxury liners be enough to destroy, if not clear, the area? If there is no risk, I have no objection. It's just a crazy situation, and I can't imagine what would happen if we got any more reckless. I know, right? Then what are we going to do? I really don't know. I don't mind taking it easy, but it's hard to just stand by and not know what's going to happen. The only way is to come back periodically to check on the situation, or we could offer a reward and ask one of the Dark Elves to keep an eye on things. Well, that's the only way. In the meantime, let's go back to the Dark Elf village and ask the village chief to send someone from the village. If the people change, maybe there will be a reaction. Also, Wataru, can you provide supplies and create an environment for the Dark Elves to live in? Alessia-san made a decision based on Ilma-san's words. Well, it seems like there's no other way, so it can't be helped, can it? I understand. We'll ask the Dark Elves to do some strange work, and we'll make sure to set up a perfect environment. We should have at least 2 tents, right? No, we'll add another tent because it's better to have more space. Also, it would be better to have some board games and some fishing equipment since it is near the sea. Otherwise, it would be boring. The food will be all retort pouches and instant stuff, but I'll make sure to prepare a wide variety. Yes, if I prepare this much food, they should be free from boredom for a while. Master, if it's that complete, I'm afraid we'll be flooded with applicants. Really? Felicia looks worried. But, well, better fun than hardship. Even those of us who took it easy on the hideaway got bored, so this should be acceptable. Well, it would be a problem if the dungeon guard was neglected, but the Dark Elves are very serious about it, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Just be sure to warn the village chief, just in case. Well, let's go back then. With a single word from Alessia-san, it was decided that my first dungeon exploration would be interrupted mid-sentence. I'm feeling a bit sluggish, but I guess it can't be helped under the circumstances. Let's go back. Huh? By the way, wasn't the story that the princess was kidnapped and we had to rescue her? What happens to the kidnapped princess? Well, I guess the princess is part of the dungeon, and the next time we come to the dungeon, she will remain kidnapped and in good health. If I get a chance, I will try my best to rescue her. So please wait for me. Maybe,